the worst of Opie and Anthony.
Now, this is cool. This is something unique and different. Oh, it's a nice change of pace.
Strap on your douche chill belt.
That just stinks.
There's no substance to it.
Oh, it's just this big, confusing mess of who gives a crap.
Yeah, we suck. Anything else?
And as we were talking, Colin just was saying, why don't you bring on your accountant? And he was dismissing me by not looking at me with his fucking awful middle finger pointed at me.
Yeah.
Which I thought was definitely disrespectful.
Well, here's the thing about Jim. As you guys know, I spoke to you guys briefly at the Pat Cooper roast, and I said I really discussed it with Jim. And as you know, I'm only half joking when I say things like that.
Yeah.
And I mentioned that. Here's what bothers me about Jim.
What?
Okay, I've mentioned this to him before. Okay, we're in a car one day, and I was probably singing him. He drives me uptown in his crummy car, non-celebrity car.
The fancy caddy. What are you talking about?
It's a caddy that looks like
drove
a Camry.
Obviously, you haven't taken a ride
Caddy.
with Jimmy in a while. Camry caddy.
It's a Camry caddy. It looks like a Camry. It feels like a Camry, and nobody knows it's a caddy unless you say it. Caddy actually took the insignia off and put a caddy. So we're in the car, me, him, and his girl. And, you know, and so maybe I was singing him a little hard. You forget sometimes because we're comedians and we bust balls. But when you call Jimmy, like, I kept calling him an ugly creep and how he's worked out to look mediocre. And I forget that, like, even though we're comedians and we bust balls, probably his childhood had a lot of pain and horror, as it should have. So suddenly, here we are, me being a snide kind of idiot. His girlfriend sitting there probably politely putting up with it. And then Jim outbursts, goes, so what about you? You act like you were a 10 when you were younger. You weren't that great looking. Just with total anger, like holding in this nonsense.
Wrong. No.
And I was like, first of all, I never thought I was a 10. I was a hard 7. He goes, you were a fucking 6.
No. You will not make a
Just
monologue out of this. No. He's lying. He's lying. He's lying or he's deluded. No, because it's a 40-minute dissertation. That's not true. It's a falsehood. You're spreading falsehoods.
No, it's not.
I wasn't angry. Here's what Colin does.
He was angry at outburst.
Believe me, I wasn't mad. Me and my girlfriend still laugh at that house. She's like, what did Colin say he was that day? I'm like, a hard 7. But Colin acts like he's fucking 10 pounds away from the glory days. Like he was fucking...
Oh, no, I don't.
Well, all right, 140. He acts like he was beautiful, and he was not a bad-looking guy. But to
that's all I said. I never thought I was
you
great
act
looking.
like you were gorgeous.
But that's what I'm saying. The fact that he thinks that...
But no, it's
First
true.
of all, even if it had been true, which I know how I really thought, but even if I did think that, why wouldn't you let an old man have his own delusion?
Because you're not that much older than me.
He screamed.
I didn't scream at you.
The amount of anger there, and here's my other point, okay? Here's my other point, which I do.
What other point? You haven't made one to begin with.
All right, here's my first and only point.
And he is a lot older than you.
He's 10 years older than me.
I'm 48.
Yeah. I'm 39. You're 9 years older than me.
But in entertainment years, Colin is a hell of a lot older than you.
Yeah. But here's what bothers me. The fact that he's angry about that.
It's true.
That was pretty funny, I thought.
Well, I didn't think it was an insult, but apparently it was.
Go ahead, Colin.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't like the fact that Jim, right after his last special, goes to the club every night because it's almost like, hey, man, I'm a gym rat. I just work at stand-up. You're a compulsive ass.
Oh,
Take a few weeks off, shut up, and let me finish.
No.
Now, quit it.
I'll tell you why. I'm not a gym rat.
You think to yourself, hey, I'm a guy that just blue-collar, I take my lunch pail into the club every night with your fake humility, and I'm putting a stop to it today.
Why?
Now.
I don't want people...
Shut your face!
Hold on. No. Here's
You're
the thing.
compulsive. Take a few weeks off and just breathe.
I'm compulsive. You ever seen yourself in front of a buffet?
Oh, that was hurtful.
Of course it was. But it's not true. The reason I do it is because...
I don't think a buffet would.
I know. I couldn't think of a better way to say
it. Was good.
But the bottom line is I don't want people coming out after seeing the HBO special and seeing the same shit. They're going to get pissed off. It's selfish. I want to make more money.
I think what Colin's trying to say, though, you don't seem to enjoy all the success at times.
I do enjoy the success.
No, that's
I love
not what
doing
I'm saying.
stand-up.
I'm trying to stop any enjoyment of the success.
Oh, you don't want him to enjoy it.
If he has any chance of enjoying it, I'm putting a stop to it now. That's
look, another chewed pen. The fucking... they keep chewing the pens.
Who's chewing pens?
I don't know. Whoever it is going to get...
What are you doing?
Oh,
he's putting it up his
There
ass.
you go. Whoever chews pens, enjoy the chewed pen, fucking cunt. And you chew on that shit.
Ew.
Now, wait a minute.
Yes, that's shit, all right.
You have to be careful with that kind of behavior.
No, I don't like... I want to do new stuff, so I was done with the set in June, and I started doing new stuff. You don't do the same material. People come out and see me, they fucking not going to see the same act.
You know what? He's a little... I'm picking up something here.
What?
I don't want to completely bash Jimmy. But no, I'm picking up something. I think Jimmy is assuming that everyone has seen the HBO special.
Yeah, you're right.
So that he's got to get new material because when they go out, everyone that's there has seen his old material.
No one has seen it, but it's more than that.
Not everyone, no. But I do think that a good amount of people will come who have seen it. Hold on.
We're trying to change the subject.
Can I address my friend?
I think there's truth in both.
No, I don't assume everyone's
really
seen it. Believe me, I would love to be able to just live off that for another year, but you can't.
That's not what I'm saying.
What?
What I'm saying is that you think you fancy yourself a humble gym rat that goes down to the club and just works it out. And I want you to stop coming to the club, and if I see you there again, I'm going to punch you in the snout.
Well, you're never there. What are you talking about, you fucking lonely psychopath?
If I decide to go there.
You know, you're writing a manifesto like fucking Ted Kaczynski. You're never there. He's just in front of this computer railing about technology and Jews and the fucking lesbians that run show business. What are you talking about? How do you know where I am?
He's starting to leave the house again.
He's fucking...
That's right, I'm here, aren't I?
You're an agoraphobic creep. You had to, because Mazzilli threatened to fire you if you didn't fucking plug. You probably had 8 tickets sold. It's like, go on the radio. No one knows you're in our club.
Oh, shit.
But that's why he's here to plug. It's fine.
The hurt that is going on over here.
There's no hurt at all. That's where you have to go out and plug when you're doing a gig.
Oh, do you believe this idiot's trying to act like Mr. Pragmatic? Shut your mouth right now.
But it's the truth. It's reality. I am a very pragmatic, which I think means realistic, guy. I'm not exactly sure what pragmatic means.
Colin, what's going on?
Hopefully it means fun and joyful.
What's going on with Colin?
Well, actually what Jimmy's saying is semi-correct in that I have been writing my manifestos.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
But they're not railing against anything in particular. It's just basically it's a compilation. You know, I have like... What happened was I got ahead of myself psychologically and wrote thousands and thousands of pages, so my apartment looks a little bit like Kaczynski-esque, a high...
A little bit like Beautiful Mind.
Yeah.
Which is stuck to the walls with strings, connecting bits together.
Yeah. And that's the problem, so I've been trying to organize it, but it's very difficult. I wish I had like a, you know, I fantasize about having like a really efficient Asian, like, assistant, you know. Yes, in stockings and, of course, the other part of it.
Yes, and mail.
You know. But I'm just, that's what I've been going on with me, you know.
Why don't you get yourself a trapper keeper? I used to use those to organize when I was a trapper. Or the 5-section notebook.
But I got, like, so many, you know what I mean? I've got, like, thousands. It is, like, it's gone a little out of my control.
And what is this thing going to be? A book someday?
It's like 10 books. It's just so many things. It's too many pages of things.
Wow.
Are you being serious for once?
Yes, yes.
Yes.
So
you just sit there and you're typing away.
No, here's what I don't like is I just go to Opie, like, Opie's like, so you got all the stuff, like, yeah, you're really trying to, like, I was like, yeah, Opie understands. It's like, I got him, and he goes, you being serious? Like, yeah. He goes, well, it was weird.
It's weird. It's weird when you get serious, Colin.
Oh, I thought you meant it was weird that I have all my thousands of pages.
You're very protective.
Yes, you are.
We only see one side of you, the sarcastic side.
We don't get to see the real sweet Colin.
We don't get to see the sweet Colin.
You have a big fat shell around you.
Looks like I picture you crying alone in your apartment some nights.
No, not really crying, you know. There's a lot more anger than me.
Chewing the inside of his mouth like a coke addict.
Right.
Yeah, there's a lot more, you know.
We're just trying to see other sides of you today.
I can't imagine myself. Yeah.
This is kind of an intervention. You didn't realize what you stepped into
Well,
today.
I'm just trying to say, like, I don't see myself as hurting myself before really damaging a lot of people.
A lot of other people, sure.
My own analysis of it, you know.
Really? You don't like when I was in your 30th floor apartment and he steps over the rail and he's kind of hanging on and letting go for a second?
You weren't really?
Yes, he was.
That's cool.
Yes, he was.
36th floor.
And doing like the, where you let go, fall backwards, and then grab the rail? All right, Colin, that's a problem.
Like that.
That's a bit of a problem.
I used to do that on Tough Crowd. I'd lean out the window and hang on.
From what? The fucking, on the set?
17th floor. No, the office on the 17th floor.
Why would you do that?
Wait. Could you slow down a minute? Whose apartment was this?
His. My
apartment. You have an
apartment.
Outdoor space?
It's a balcony.
Balcony, and he was on the outside of the railing?
Yes, he stepped outside the railing, and he's like letting go for it. Not going back that far.
That's
because
hilarious.
The arm is
what were you hoping for? A really good reaction from your friends?
Well, you know what I was hoping for? Butterfingers.
He was hoping a stray pigeon would come by and jar me
and snip at his eye.
You were hoping for an ounce of care from Jim Norton.
The last thing you see is a smiling Jim Norton looking over the railing.
That's how Colin gets love. He can't just say, I need some love. He has to hang on to a rail, so we'll all go, no, don't. Like, he wants the value of having everyone appreciate the fact that
he's turning my great beginning analysis.
What was your beginning analysis?
About you.
Well,
and suddenly it's turn around about me.
So what? That's the way life is. Turnabout is fair play, I always say.
And why would you? And you would hang out. You would hang out the window.
Yeah, but that was easy?
I don't remember
That's such a small part of the manifesto. I can't even believe we're discussing it. That's nothing to me.
But you could have, you do understand, you could have fallen to your death.
Yes, but anything can happen.
What? But that didn't bother you, or?
How far did he lean back before he grabbed hold again?
Doesn't matter.
Not
just
far.
stepping. But that doesn't matter. Just the act of doing it.
Dude, I would be freaked out stepping on the other side of the rail, holding on tight.
But some people are also very scared of heights. Like Bobby Kelly's been over my house a couple times, and he goes on the balcony. Don't push me. You know, it's like...
No, he's afraid the balcony is going to fucking just crack under his weight, as he should be. You better up back in a steamroller onto your fucking balcony and letting Bob step onto it.
Yeah. He's scared that he's going to go right through that railing with a slight push.
He's scared, and the balcony is also scared. They look at each other with a mutual understanding. Just look over me from inside. I'll do what I can for you, kid. But Bob stepping on that balcony, it'd be like an elephant stepping onto a piece of tracing paper.
Sure. Poor Bob. Not
Fuck
here to
poor
defend,
Bob. Right
not
in
here to
his fat
defend
mouth.
himself.
Fuck poor Bob with a black cock right in his mouth. That's what I say to Bob. Fucking juicy lips. Fucking grab his head and fuck his throat.
Hey, you got Colin laughing. Where's he crying? Who knows? Are you crying, laughing? What do you got over there, Colin?
Just an elephant of tracing paper.
Yeah, it's very good. I don't think it'll hold.
Tracing paper.
So you're going to be a Gotham, Colin.
Yeah. But what about the manifesto? I need an organized system.
What are you trying to do?
Yeah,
right?
what is it?
I don't know.
Is it like a huge book?
Is it a book about your life?
It's everything.
It's everything.
Then start writing a blog. Are you a
10
blogger?
books.
No. I blogged for a couple of days. It was boring.
Well, then why don't you fucking stop being such an isolated homo and fucking get someone to help you straighten it out and sell it?
Yeah, why the isolation?
I don't know.
Uh-oh, we are getting serious, Colin.
Yeah,
we're breaking
back away
down.
from the mic.
Colin's depressed, I think. That's my
theory.
Depressed? My
Are you?
theory is he hasn't told me that, but I theorize he's a little depressed.
Self some drugs.
What? The Suffolk County solution.
Nassau, my friend.
I know, but where you from? Aren't you from
yeah, I'm
Ronkonkoma?
from Suffolk.
Where are you from, Ronkonkoma?
Huntington.
Oh,
no, not Ronkonkoma.
He's changing the subject to where you're from. That's never good.
I'll go right back to it. Go ahead.
Are you depressed? Why are you depressed?
No, I'm actually coming out of depression, but I was depressed
You
for a couple of years.
You seem way better than the last time I saw you.
Thank you, exactly.
I'm dead serious. I'm being serious now.
I'm agreeing with you.
You had like a distant.
Jesus Christ!
You had a distant look in your eyes for a while there. You
Yes.
I don't see that today.
Yeah, 1,000-yard stare.
Absolutely.
I don't see that today.
Were you?
Right.
Yeah.
Did you name your fucking computer Charlene?
About anything for Metal Jacket?
Yeah.
Anything in particular, or just one of those chemical imbalance depressions?
No, I think I was just depressed in general. A lot of
Yeah.
stuff. You know, I don't know. I don't think it was chemical.
You find yourself sleeping late?
No,
Not getting
not
out of
like
bed?
that. I always sleep
No?
late. You know.
How did you get out of the depression?
Just kind of just facing it. You know, I mean, I've been going to therapy for many years anyway, but
Yeah.
Working out and stuff?
no, obviously not.
How could you ask that? Why don't you ask him if he's fucking painted his face black? Jesus, open. He's obviously not. No,
I'll say
disrespect.
something else.
Jesus.
I'm going to say something else. It looks like he did lose a few pounds. That's why I asked that.
Thanks, Hope.
Did you?
What do you think of that?
I'm not going to badmouth
I said
you.
just that 3 years of working out and no definition whatsoever.
But I understand.
Shut up.
By the way, I said,
no
Cut your honey
definition.
bag open.
No
I said a few.
definition.
I said a few, not a lot. By the way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You want to
Yeah.
feel the guns?
I can look right here, and I'm telling you.
I agree, actually. I have been kind of swinging in the wind there, fucking working out, hoping
Have
for
you?
a little definition. But I can't stop eating.
It's your
very
eating
difficult.
habits.
I know it is.
Yeah.
It's not the food.
No?
So what? You just started living your life again? Like
No, I still haven't started living my life, but I've been depressed. But I've just been working on certain things. But you know, it's a lot of stuff. You know, I mean, I hate to even talk about it because it really is about the manifesto. I hate to say it, but it really is.
Yeah.
You know, and so that's been a big part of it. You know,
Is in the manifesto? Is it your life? Is it some fiction? Is it like what's
I don't know. It's
in
a
it?
bunch of different things, but it's just
Different things.
disorganized. You know,
Like you would just wake up in the middle of the night and go, "Hey, let me type away here," and like some ideas would just spill out of you.
Yeah, and also my divorce was a big thing, but I didn't realize it at the time. I forced it to happen, but you know what I
Do
mean?
you back up your fucking stuff on computers, stupid, or no?
Oh boy.
What's wrong with him?
Because I had this vision.
This guy's opening up here.
I'll tell you
Screw
why.
the backup process.
I had this because I had this vision of him writing for years, and he's such a
losing it in
and
one
losing
power
it all.
surge.
So I'm like, yeah, do you back it up?
Of course, I have everything.
Don't say of course.
Back that shit up.
You're savvy.
So you never got over the divorce?
No, but I think that affected me greatly.
Oh, why?
I'm over it because it had to.
Stupid wives.
Because Colin was in love.
Oh, was that it? Sorry.
Yeah. He wasn't in a miserable marriage.
I was in misery.
Marriage.
Yeah.
He wasn't married for a long time.
It was a short one.
Oh,
it was a short one.
Man.
I was living with it for a while.
Do you see, like, that, was it your fault, do you think?
I don't think you could find anybody in the world that could say it was anything but my fault.
Really?
Yeah.
That's bad.
I literally left her no choice.
It's 100%.
No choice. If there's 100% of anything in the world.
Do you want to share, get it off your chest?
Wow.
Or no?
I just literally left it like she had no choice but to leave.
Like, what type of things were you doing that a woman would not enjoy or want to be around?
Well,
or
here's the ultimate thing. What I really did in the long run to chase her away was cheated on her and then told her, I'm not saying I'm going to not cheat again.
All right.
Who do you think you are, Gene Simmons?
That's pretty much 100%.
You know, I was waiting for the explanation of 100%. He just nailed it.
Yeah.
There's not a better
Wow.
definition of 100% than that right
You really
there.
are forcing the person to be pushing him right out of there.
Yeah, if you would have, like, begged and said, oh, I'm sorry, I absolutely wouldn't do this again, then you could say, all right, at least you tried.
There might be a glimmer of hope.
But when you say...
You might go to therapy and figure this out together.
Exactly.
But when you say...
or if it's like 1973, it's me and Kevin Kline in the ice storm, you know, standing there in our jackets. Honey, it's a swinging world. But yeah, I just left it a choice, you know.
Wow.
And that bothers you?
Well, it bothers me because, you know, yeah, it does bother me a little bit.
Then why'd you cheat?
Well, at the time, it didn't bother me.
Oh, okay.
And then you realize that you really blew it. And this was
I have to say, my work, the things I've been working on are just the fact that I've written certain amounts of shows and certain amounts of movies that don't get done, that are really like what should be done, and I just feel like they're going to end up doing crummy versions of it eventually. It really makes me so angry about show business. I can't even talk about. I can't jokingly talk about the level of fury that I feel about it. And I know that relative to a 6-year-old like a Sudanese child, my problems mean nothing.
To me, they're actually more important. That's where we differ.
But compared to the people that I know do certain things or get certain success, I can't help it. I know it's the cliche of bitterness, but I know that my work, it all should be done. I prove it every time I do get some things. And I just want to burn down about 8 networks and kill about 5,000 people.
Same crap happens to us in this radio business, man. It's amazing that how hard they make this. How hard they make this.
Opie, we have a show.
Yeah, Opie, see, the one difference is you guys have a show.
See,
well, without getting into detail, trust me, we can relate. Let's just put it that way.
I think what Colin needs, my opinion, because Colin told me other management problems he had, is I think you need a fucking good manager. That's what I think. Because the stuff is really fucking
Colin's very funny, very smart, clever guy, and the idea that, for years... you're throwing your stuff out there, and these fucking like pieces of shit get on TV, get TV shows, huge tours, whatever the fuck it is. It's like there's no justice in the business, but it's not like there was supposed to be, though.
But I some examples of some great stuff, though. Who's Your Caddy? The Caveman series is terrific.
Exactly.
But I don't think that Jim's answer is correct. I'm not going to... My answer is not getting Commander McBragg with him.
No, I'll tell you why I said that.
Shut up and let the laugh finish.
You're right.
That's a big laugh.
It was
there we are. Me, Robert, and Billy. And Jack Rollins.
My goodness, what did you do, McBragg? Well, I pulled out a toothpick.
You know, I was doing the making of License to Wed, so folks we shot in Mozambique, as you know, because it's the finest hunting in the land.
One time, Colin...
Shut up and let it happen.
I stopped.
One time, Colin, License to Wed? What are you trying to defend your company? Shut the fuck up. Let us laugh at the shit they put out.
I don't even know what you're talking about. I swear to I don't know who Commander McBragg is. I swear to God.
Really? I believe.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
But I'm saying me and Colin was talking one time, and he was talking about his manager at the time being annoying because he's
he's supposed to be the manager.
But you know, yeah. I asked him, he's got more sense. Whoa, you mean if I don't get my script sold, I lose $15,000? That's right. Oh! So I fucking
coffee.
In a minute, bring me the coffee. But he was complaining about his fucking manager, and he's trying to get his manager to push harder for the scripts, and you need somebody that fucking said this is a great script and is a fucking animal and fucking makes the calls and pushes through, not somebody that's fucking wishy-washy with it. To me, that's important.
Wishy-washy. You don't want
it's
you got
true.
a wishy-washer?
Yeah. It's the
I
truth.
don't have any manager or any agent right now.
But exactly.
For 2 years.
That's silly.
Now,
No, it's not. No, guys.
Let me tell you something, please. I would read a Colin Quinn book. So you got to find your angle.
Well, I mean, but I don't know. I don't know.
Do you write about pop culture? Do you write about your life? Do you write about?
I write about everything.
Stand up. Yeah, but you got to find like some kind of angle.
He talks about it.
Here's what Colin's book should be. It should be you. Here should be the photo. Should be you, like, sitting in front of a computer with, like, a bunch of, like, papers piled up and your hands in the air like, what the hell, folks? and the book should be called Colin Quinn, and then should be a colon after it, Hodgepodge.
I told you that in my CD.
Oh, is that awful? What an awful picture you've just conjured up.
Hodgepodge, and he's in front of a whole bunch of papers. We don't know what it's about, ladies and germs.
See, I'll tell you.
I would throw that on the floor and step on it.
Colin, your problem is you got friends like him. You know that, right?
They don't help.
I'm very
help
supportive.
whatsoever.
I'm a big...
no help.
We're very helpful. That's not true.
No, you're not.
Your lips are awful.
You're not helping.
Fucking burn victim lips.
See, how's that going to help you, Colin?
He knows it's
It's irrelevant. Not only that, but I
you
like
hang
that
out with the wrong crowd.
I like the hodgepodge idea with me in a turtleneck, though.
I like that too.
Hodgepodge.
It's a green turtleneck, and you have a red sweater vest over it, and you release it around Christmas. And there's, like, this tinsel around you, too.
No, you don't release it around Christmas, and I'm still wearing that.
Yeah, okay. There's tinsel on you, and it's August 4th.
Hands up in the air.
Going Forward is by Garrison Keillor or somebody.
Hodgepodge. It's just a mishmash of things.
Never.
Well, I'm putting on a CD, American Gangster. I told you.
American Gangster.
American Gangster.
It takes I superimpose my picture in Denzel's face when I post it. No, you're right. They don't help.
So you're leaving your house
Yeah.
more. Are you going on the road to do a little
No, I've been
comedy?
on the road this whole time. I mean,
You canceled Florida. What was that about?
when?
Well, we got spies everywhere.
Jesus.
I didn't cancel Florida.
Let's go to Tim in Florida. Tim?
Hey, Colin. Yeah, I was going to sit through awful Christian Finnegan and that Rosie O'Donnell replacement, Caroline Ray, to see you in Lakeland, and you canceled.
No, I didn't cancel. They canceled that gig.
Oh, did they?
Yeah, sorry, yeah.
Why?
That was like last week.
Yeah, you got to come back to Florida.
They didn't cancel because I guess, lack of ticket sales or something.
Did you guys go on the radio and promote? You got to get out there.
Shut your mouth, stupid.
There really is no support base with the people that you know and hang out with. The comics, comics are the worst.
They are the worst.
No, we're not.
No, you're terrible.
The truth is, I was always very,
You should move. You should move and change your name.
I'm done with them.
Move and change your name.
What?
You think so?
Yeah, get away from these
Well,
guys.
I actually have an idea for a name that's kind of hip. Ken Fresno.
That's good.
What are you going to do, weather?
Pretty good.
I don't know, it's like an action hero name.
Ken Fresno.
Ken Fresno.
That is instantly a new name on message board.
And now,
Ken Fresno.
And now with your 5-day forecast, it's Ken Fresno.
Well, he had names for me and Voss, too.
Yeah.
Like, what the names we should tour under, and mine was Little Pete Ferguson.
This is Little Pete Ferguson. The voice was, is this the perfect name for the voice? Ronnie Garcia.
But he has to go the rat tail back. He has to go the rat tail back.
And Keith, I had names for Keith. What the hell is Keith?
Well, yeah. Starts with an N.
It's one word.
You're listening to the worst of the Opie and Anthony Show on the virus Sirius XM.
Same shit every fucking day. I come on, it's a fucking epic.
I thought you were supposed to be here at 9:30, Pat Cooper.
What do you want me to do? I did 6 o'clock the court TV or court radio.
Court radio. Wow, your career's taken off. Court radio.
Court radio.
He's the future, not me. I'm fucking dead.
Court TV's the big thing.
All right, here we are.
TV.
Here we are. Here we are at XM Satellite Radio. A little observation. I thought I'd have a few minutes to mellow out between shows, and I look in the studio. I see Pat Cooper's already here. I'm like, oh fuck.
Oh yeah.
It's 9:30. What the fuck you want me to do, pal? Are you sure you're Opie or is he Opie?
So what did you hang out outside?
I don't hang out outside. I'm a gentleman. I come fucking early. I come on time.
I mean this guy here.
Well, he's got to hang out somewhere. Who the fuck recognizes him?
I
They look at you, they think you're a dirty Al Pacino.
I'll tell you what happened, Anthony. I got thrown in a van. I got kidnapped, but I was able to kick my way free.
Oh, good.
Around 80th Street, and I grabbed a cab, and I'm here on time.
I think you're lying.
What happened? A bit of a panic?
No.
I heard Kenny was in a bit of a panic. I snuck into a room to make a phone call, and Kenny thought I was lost. Kenny thought I got kidnapped.
Kenny thinks he's like a daddy figure, like a father figure.
No.
Yeah, he gets very nervous when you're out of his eye shot.
Yeah.
I walked in and I saw Pat sitting here, and it's been great because from the minute I sat down, we started chatting. He's just been motherfucking everybody.
Oh
it's
yeah.
Great.
Well, I haven't heard a nice word about anyone. Bob Goulet.
Well,
how do you
Robert
get into
Goulet.
bad-mouthing Robert Goulet within the first 2 minutes of you sitting down?
You know what your problem is? You can't compute and listen to my greatness. You got to do one or the other.
Right.
I didn't put Robert Goulet down. I was talking about you got to buy the room in Las Vegas today.
Yeah.
And poor Robert Goulet bought it for 8 weeks, and he had to buy out the contract. It cost him $1.1 million.
Oof.
That's all I'm saying. I felt bad. I said, Robert, no disrespect to you. Singing is over. It's fucking over. He swears you're better off a juggler. They don't want fucking singers no more.
Juggler.
I says comedy and juggling and masturbation and perverts are making big money. Today to sing Malavemina or sing Ave Maria, even the Pope turns it off. They don't want to hear it.
What about magicians? That's big, right?
Magicians are not big. They think
no?
they're big. They think
I thought they were big in like Vegas.
No, they're a delay.
Yeah,
Any magician is a fucking delay. Like hypnotist.
Yeah.
This one guy hypnotized a guy up in Boston, my other guy, and supposedly put him under. The guy falls off the chair. 6 weeks later, he woke up. What a lawsuit that was. It's a true story.
I know,
and
but
the
it's
guy
still
turned
funny.
around, he went back to butchering this fucking guy who's supposed to put you under. You don't put your mother under for having you.
Wait, so he didn't try out the formula before he went on stage?
Look,
so
don't
the guy
answer my shit, will you, please?
He didn't try out the formula, though. You got to knock him out just for a little bit.
This is
right?
what gets me.
This
is what gets me.
Yeah, what gets you, Pat?
I respect my profession.
Oh, I thought you were going to say you respect us.
Naturally, I respect this sick bastard. Anybody's got the balls to think you're doing good. It's really got to. I will tell you this.
Yeah.
I disrespect those who disrespect my profession. I'm not just a comic. I'm in a profession. Mm-hmm. Now, all the years that they've had the festival here, I was never called. Because it's called punkos who ain't got the balls to call me. I finally get a call about 3 weeks ago. Some guy said, I represent Caroline's. I said, that's your problem. He said, and we'd like to have you at Caroline's at the Festus. Let me tell you something. I'm a fucking name. I work theaters. I don't work fucking Caroline's. You understand, punk asshole, that you don't know? I said, Sarah Silverman goes on Saturday Night Live, Rosie O'Donnell. I said, I work theaters. Do your fucking homework, you asshole.
And you hung up?
What do you think you're talking? I'm talking to your mother through your ass.
So when are you playing Caroline's?
No.
No.
There's another thing that bothers me. They call you up, they said, Pat, yes, I represent Caroline's, right? Well, we want you to work Monday and Tuesday, take the door. I said, I got furniture. If I want fucking furniture, I said, I don't need your fucking door. This is what I got to get. Get Mike Camario Cantone to go on a Monday and a fucking Tuesday. Get Joy Behar to go on a Monday and Tuesday. They jerk off. That's what they do on a Monday and Tuesday.
He knows all the big names in comedy there, Jim.
Well, I'm sitting next to a guy who's terrific.
Yeah, you like Jim?
Thank you.
But
what about us?
I'm going to put a butt on it.
I know you are.
And I respect him, and I think he knows I mean that. The last 15 minutes of that home box was tough. To talk about a woman's private parts the way he did, I thought was too heavy. You don't have to do that because he's funny, he's natural, he's got a great way about him of saying, why go talking about a woman's clit? Who gives a shit?
I like
it's not
that.
funny. No, I understand.
I like a big clit, Pat.
I agree, but you know something? He's working to one particular audience, hopefully, that they will... And I'm saying, here's a guy that's... What the hell is he doing that? Why is he underneath a woman's ass, sucking at this and sucking at that? That's not funny.
It is.
What's funny is what he did. I said, this guy's wonderful, but why? And I like him, and I say to myself, this guy's... He's going to have to take it out one day, because it's going to hurt him. You don't need that, because you got women saying, wait a minute, is that what we're about? You talk about our vagina and our pussy like we're garbage dumps? And that's what it sounded like. I don't think he meant it that way. I don't think you meant it that way. And again, I care about... We're in a great business. I'm on my way out. I've been on my way out since I was 40.
On your way out?
How
fucking far away is that door?
I'm on my way out.
Jesus.
I'm lucky I made this.
Yeah, it's a long hallway out that door.
No, but you see, you're taking liberties, which is fine. If you feel comfortable, but fine. But I'm looking at it as a comedian. I'm saying to myself, Jesus Christ, you don't need that. This guy don't need that. I want him on a series. That's what I'm hoping this guy gets. Get him on a series. That's the money today.
Nah, but my acting is not up to snuff.
Dateline NBC Predator series. That's
my acting is not up to
I saw you on that series. You were wonderful. What's
Thank you. Lucky Louie, yeah.
But no. See, you were the only good thing on the show because you had brains enough to say, I can't act. See, that's the secret. Then they're going to get, sometimes you're going to get your own series, because those who can't act get a fucking series. That's why the guys who have their series surround themselves with greatness.
Well, that's true. Do you think Seinfeld was a good actor?
Right. No,
he was laughing all the time.
Jerry was smart. I respect Jerry because he surrounded himself.
Yeah.
I respected a Mary Tyler Moore. They surrounded themselves. All in the family surrounded themselves.
Ray Romano isn't a good actor.
Absolutely. Who?
Ray Romano's not a good actor.
Ray Romano's got trouble humming. But he's a nice man. He got the series. God bless him. I'm not jealous of him. Who gives a damn?
Yeah.
I'm out. It's finished. I'm 78. It's all over. But at least we're in a profession. I want this gentleman to know, I care about you because you're good and you're wonderful. But I'm saying, somebody maybe that doesn't like him, so keep doing it. And I'm saying, I think one day they're going to say to you, you got to cut that out, that thing, because it's vulgar. It's not funny anymore to get you to my tongue. I'm looking, then he's doing noises that don't fit. And I'm talking to the set, and my lady friends go, why is he talking about people's private parts? I said, shut up, will you please? The guy's a comedian. What the fuck do you expect him to talk about? Cucumbers?
But I do like that. It is the truth. Like, I do really like a big fucking stack of liverwurst.
I'm not saying you don't like your material. Don't
No, I mean pussy. I mean big pussy.
Do you like basically, he's asking, do you like a swollen pussy like he does?
I like a fat
but
pussy.
You got to understand, the people that are listening to this are not in a comedic adult mode I'm talking about, because I've been around a long time. And the only rap that people said to me about this guy was the exact thing I said. They said, why did he do that last 8-10 minutes? Because he don't need it. He's a funny man. And all of a sudden, and they could tell me mind my fucking business. I would respect them. I don't tell them how to funny. I don't tell them how to drive. But when you care about a guy, you say, this guy's good. He don't need that shit. This guy's good.
You want Jimmy to go mainstream?
No, I didn't say that.
Listen,
you're not a comic. Do me a favor. Do your fucking radio. You're not in my fucking league. I love these guys. I don't do fucking radio. You stay out of my fucking business. I don't tell a butcher how to cut meat. Don't tell a guy how to masturbate. You understand?
I was just trying to follow you. I guess I missed the lesson.
That's why you got this fucking show.
But I know what you mean, though. But I don't mind getting that dirty. I'm comfortable being that dirty.
For everybody.
Because I don't feel like I have to close with it, but I like it. It's like,
I'm not saying that to take it out.
Right.
I'm telling you, I guarantee you, somebody's going to tap you on the shoulder and say, listen, you want to do here? Yeah, you got to cut that out. Otherwise, you're going to have a problem. So you cut it out. What's the big fucking thing? You only going to live on that piece of material? No, of course not. You got other great things. But just to go out there, motherfucker. Nobody's going to remember what you did except that piece of material.
You know what, though? He's killed on Letterman and Leno,
I'm not saying
and he's done clean stuff on there.
No, bullshit. He did not kill with that material on Letterman. He talk about a pussy and eating a...
Oh, no, that's what I mean. He's able to work, though,
that's what I'm saying. If he can go on Letterman...
What do you have against pussy?
I would rather him go on Letterman than Jay Leno's. I'm not knocking the man's talent. He's a talented guy, but I think that particular choice he don't fucking need, because this guy can skyrocket. And I think somebody's going to knock on the door so you can't work, as we say, for argument's sake, the Hilton Hotel, that kind of a thing, or a certain high-class hotel. They'll say, look, you got to draw the fucking line.
So Jimmy,
I think he's
let's
smart
ask
to
Jimmy.
say,
What do you think of his advice there?
I understand what he's saying.
So this is me doing radio, by the way.
I do understand what Pat is saying. I don't agree 100% because when you look at guys that have gone, and again, it's all doing what you like doing.
I'm looking at you. Fuck those guys.
Kinnison succeeded very well doing what he wanted. Dice succeeded doing what he wanted. No, I don't model myself after those guys, but I think if you're doing what's true to you...
Okay, I'm just saying, okay. I never heard Richard Pryor, who to me was one of the best. I never heard Don Rickles, to me is one of the best. I never heard none of these guys turn around and get raunchy. You can talk about a woman's body part. The minute you say the hair was coming out and the clit was hanging down, I turned around and I got a heart off. I said to my girl, I can't look at your pussy no more. You're fucking ugly. She says, why? He's on television. He must be right. So that's the end of it. Now I'm going into transvestites. That's my show.
Hey, well, that we can agree on. It's just a difference in a take on a particular
subject. It's not a knock to you.
No, I don't think it is a knock.
I dig you. I think you're terrific, and I think you're going to go wherever you want to go.
Thank you. Pat's telling you to become a prop comic.
No,
what he's telling.
Let me ask you something.
Yes, sir.
You don't know fucking comedy. What are you explaining to this guy? This guy's a comedian. He's been on these shows
I'm trying to learn through Jimmy
about comedy.
You're learning days are off. You start to learn, you're going to be out of this fucking show. I'm telling you.
You can't learn.
Anyway, that's that's enough there. But we're in a great profession.
So you're taking advice from a guy wearing a members only jacket. So
I do respect Pat's opinion very much.
And do you respect his jacket?
Yes, I do.
I would scream to the top of my lungs to say this is a wonderful young man. I think he's got a shot.
We love him.
I said, it's nice to see that in young people. But when I saw that, and I'm not a prude, I've done it all, I've seen it all, but I said, there were great comics who never got that way. Are we getting down to that? Next we talk about my mother's pussy, and then my father's cock, and then it becomes, something.
What about Grandpa?
Don't separate, no. Then they're going to talk about the Pope, that he messed up. Then we're going to talk about subject matter that should be left alone. We don't need to get I'll give you an instant. I'm on Stern the other day, so Stern says, you three guys roast Pat. So I said to them, under one condition they could roast me, throw the paper away. So they looked at me. One guy says, I throw the paper away. And he threw it away. He goes, by the way, who's that cunt you're sitting next to? When I stopped, I said, let me tell you, that's funny. And Stern says, get out of here.
To you?
No, not me. Nobody's get out of here.
Not me.
I'm a fucking genius of myself. Nobody tells me. They'll throw him out off the fucking air before I go. But I tried to explain to the guy after the show was over. I said, you're so stupid. You went desperate, you panicked. You said, what has my girlfriend's got to do with trying to roast somebody? Jerry Stiller was roasted, a wonderful man. One comic, his asshole, goes after Jerry Stiller's wife's vagina. What the fuck has that got to do with a roast? Because they panic. They think, motherfucker, if you say the curse words and there's a story, it blends. I got a flow. I can say fuck 90 million, nobody gets offended. There's a certain flow. There are people who say it, they go, oh, gee, don't say that word. That's the difference. That's the difference.
But, and you're right, we all judge our own flow a certain way. Like, I know what I do that's true to my thinking. Like, that guy probably did panic. To blast someone's girlfriend and call her a cunt is stupid.
For no reason at all.
But to
Unless
be
you're
vulgar,
talking to Paul McCartney.
Well, yeah, exactly. A one-legged one at that. But to blast somebody... the woman just for being there is panic move. But to be vulgar because that's what you want to do is different.
No, I agree with you there. But the guy turns around, and all he had to do, he didn't have to force himself to try to be funny, take it out on someone that was not being roasted.
Right.
You're roasting me. Don't roast that guy over there. I can do it because I am going to be roasted. I can turn around and say, go after his remarks and say what this man says to me is what Pat does this. Now I'm going to turn to myself, oh, really? When I get up, I'll say this. That's a roast. But when I go into the audience, who has nothing to do with it, the only thing I ever did, that they still talk about it. What's her name was in one of the rows there? The girl that was ran away with a gun with the.
Patty Hearst.
Patty Hearst.
And she's sitting in the front row, and I go, honey, Pat, so nice to see you. We know you did it.
Yeah.
And there was like, and the fucking place rolled.
Yeah, of course. You gotta laugh at that.
Backed away.
But that's a celebrity being in the audience. That's a famous person. That's fair game. I mean, they're showing up in a roast. That's fair game.
But I generally don't like to go in to the audience. I like to see it up here. And I tell people the secret of a roast is pay attention what you can't say. And they go, what do you mean? I said, they're going to say this about that one, this about that one. You know you can't say it. What? What if you ain't got enough? Go after somebody else on that fucking dais. But just keep going. So they want 5, 6, 7 minutes. If you can't hold 5, 6, 7 minutes, and I see Milton Berle, and I've done them with the biggest, get up and tell this particular comic, stop. You didn't do your homework. What gives you the fucking right?
Nice.
He said, what gives you the fucking right to stand up with great talent? Now sit down and shut up. That guy was never on a roast again. And I told him, I try to tell you, stay the fuck up. You got trouble whispering. You got trouble spitting. You don't know what the fuck you're doing. I want to be on a roast. I want to be on a roast. All right? Roast the chicken, you stupid fuck.
Who is the comic?
I don't want to tell you. None of your business.
Who is the comic that yelled at you on Howard Show?
Huh?
Who is the...
Oh, no, I don't know. There were 3 young guys. Nice guys. I didn't put the guy down. I wasn't mad at him. But my lady said you got to forgive him because he panicked and he didn't know. And,
right.
And I tell you, Gary Delabate said he grabbed him. He said, let me tell you something. You see why this man's great? He knows when to split. And he said, he didn't mean it. I said, the man didn't mean it because he didn't know what the fuck to do. I said, now, if you're going to be in a state of panic, don't go in that hallway. You don't belong. Don't go on a dais if you don't belong. He gets up there, says, I belong, fine. Now you're going to have to put your fucking nickels down. And we've had some great stars who had trouble.
You know, there's a lot of pressure for you guys now.
Absolutely.
Because what Pat is talking about, he's being roasted on Friday at the Friars Club. We're all invited. And I get to just sit there. And Jimmy will actually be roasting Pat Cooper, one of the many guys roasting you.
Get Pat some water.
I'll ask my friend for some water.
It's unopened.
It could be open. Anyone that eats pussy, I like to drink with.
Who do you think is...
See? Hey, that's ad-libbing. That's using your comedic fucking mind. That's when it comes natural.
Right.
That's why when a young shit-ass 30-year-old tells me you're going to go into Caroline's, I say, first of all, go to fucking school and learn your craft. You don't go to a butcher and grab the knife and say, I'm a fucking butcher. Go to school and find out who Pat Cooper is. Don't ask me for a tape, you sick fuck. I said, I want a tape of you. What do you want a tape of me for? I want to know what the fuck you do, you scumbag. I said, how dare you work for Caroline's? And he hung up on me. Now, Caroline, I don't nothing against Caroline. Caroline doesn't even know comedy. Caroline is an producer of comedy. She stays home and hopes she gets laughs and give a fucking laugh. Don't matter. We're under the hammer every fucking time we go out. I'm 78. How many fucking hammers hit me over the head? So there you go. But I respect my fellow comedian. And I'm not looking to say, I hope he fucking bombs. I come on, so listen to me. You want to do something? Take that out and maybe put that in. It might help you. I don't know.
Who do you think's a great roaster over the years? Who's really good up there?
A great roasters was the guys like
Rickles.
You know something? No.
Don Rickles? No.
When you say great roaster, because Don Rickles, and I told this to Don. In fact, it was roast. We were doing Bob Newhart, and he was the one emceeing the show, and it didn't happen. You understand? It just because he can't say the Mexican over there, the guy over there. I said, when the fuck do you talk about the dais? So, but he decided, well, I'm not the guy who's all got to do it. So we all roasted Bob Newhart. I tell you, guys like Burr were one of the greatest ones. I did a Dean Martin roast, not the ones on television.
Dean Martin had to be one of the best.
No, but not on. No, I never did his television show. I'm talking. Was Dean Martin, Sinatra, Tommy Lasorda? I'm talking heavyweights when no girls were allowed. And what's her name? The comedian. She's about 90 years old, but I don't.
Phyllis Diller?
Oh,
right?
Yeah.
She came in dressed as a man. It's a true story.
That's funny, though, man.
No, I think it was great.
All right, good.
But they nailed her. And they had to leave her out there. Now you're talking about stalkers. You're talking about the guy that lived to be 90 years old, Gracie Allen and George
Burns.
I mean, you're talking about Fat Jackie Leonard. You're talking about Henny Youngman. This is not pointing at him to be those kind. But this is where my expertise came from watching these fucking guys on the roast. I mean, they had writers.
I'm with you because the Dean Martin roast that they show on TV all the time, and you can get the DVDs, they're just amazing. And I see a lot of these roasts on Comedy Central, and some of the guys, they're really good at, but a lot of them are like,
But
they got to learn from
Did you know that Dean Martin roast, a lot of them were never in the same room?
What do you mean?
Really?
Now, I'm going to teach you something.
I love when you teach us something.
Did you know that Don Rickles,
when he's roasting,
was told to come down to the studio, and they had pictures of James Stewart, pictures of Johnny Carson, and they just framed that.
Get the fuck out of here. So they have a close-up of just Don Rickles. So
not only Don Rickles, a lot of them, then they would turn around and try to get them all one day and just take that one, maybe 30 seconds and show them. But a lot of them did it.
Holy shit, are you kidding me? So they have a close-up. I know you're not kidding me. It's just an expression.
It
Relax.
was told, no.
Don't jump down my throat. We're having a conversation here.
I'm worried about his throat.
No, I want to follow you here. So they got a close-up, but those guys aren't even on
all the time. But what they did is
with some of these guys.
Let's assume say Don, I can't make it. So now they got Bob Hope there, so they inserted Don into that whole space.
Into the set.
Right. So, but a lot of people didn't know that.
No clue until today.
In fact, his producer even said it when they were interviewing him. That's tough. That's tough. So this is what but they can, edit everything and make it look.
So what are you trying to say with that? It's easier to do what they were doing in the old days because the people they were roasting weren't there?
Well, let me put it this way. If you fuck up, they do it again.
I got you.
Hello. So a guy says, well, geez, I don't like what I said. Erase that. Try again.
Because it takes a certain amount of balls to actually, beat up these guys right in front of their face. So it would probably be easier if you're alone on set by yourself and they're going to throw in the laugh tracks and the long shots of everyone laughing on the dais. It seems like it would be easier to beat someone up, right?
The Friars roast is the true roast. And particularly now with youngsters coming along, who should look at the old roast and see what it's all... Because a lot of them buy material, which is nothing wrong with that. We got guys in the roast that go, I'll give you 3 lines, give me $1,000. I says, I'll tell you, I'll give you 19 for nothing, you asshole. I don't need none of them. But guys need it. So what happens is, they turn around and they write something. Guy gives them the $1,000 or $500. I'm not against these writers getting paid. Never works. Because the writer doesn't know what's inside. This gentleman knows what's inside him.
Yeah, Jimmy doesn't use writers.
No, but I'm bringing. He knows what's inside him. He knows where I can swim and where I can't swim. A lot of them go, I can do that. I said, no. So in other words, if somebody gives you a knife, you can open a head.
So right? I have a fefeeling you're going to be cracking some skulls on Friday.
No way.
You're going to jump up and beat some of these comedians up.
No, if they can't take it, get the fuck off.
That's a lot of pressure for these guys.
It's no pressure.
No pressure.
It's no pressure because they accept it. They accept it. And the worst thing to do is, one second, don't rehearse it. You can't rehearse a fucking roast. They're in front of the mirror. I know the time about he's a motherfucker.
The worst part of a roast is when the audience gets uncomfortable with the comedians brutalizing each other. They get uncomfortable with what we're comfortable with, which is shitting on each other. And the MC has to kind of let them know it's okay, we're comfortable with this, and no one's getting their feelings.
Nothing's worse than watching a comic get up there though, and the first couple of jokes they throw out just bomb, and you sit there and go, oh boy, now he's in trouble.
What if you tell the comic before he goes on? You say, look, come here, just in case, because I know the guy ain't gonna make it. I fucking know he ain't gonna make it. Just in case, you get up there. And you go da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Say, it's been a pleasure. Get the fuck off. All right? Now I'm going to tip you off. Paul Schaefer. Remember Paul Schaefer?
Yeah.
Paul Schaefer from the Letterman show?
Sure.
All right? We're roasting Jerry Lewis last year. This guy comes in, they have a piano for him. This guy's as funny as fucking cancer. You understand? I'm so fucking insulted that this fucking guy had the balls to come on our fucking roasting Jerry Lewis, and he starts to try to tell a story. He was on 20 fucking minutes, and he's playing minutes. I love Jerry loves me. And I'm saying, when the fuck does he get off? I go on after him. Because I'm last, okay?
Oh, shit.
Wait a minute. My opening line is, I want to thank you, Paul, for giving Jerry Lewis a chance to go to sleep. You fucking asshole. How dare you? Do I go in your fucking band and play? I stay out of that. That's what I'm trying to say.
You got to blame the Friars Club, though.
No.
Why would they have a guy like that in their fine establishment?
The Friars Club thinks he's
a celebrity, like he's got a
brains. No.
They really think he could have pulled it off.
Well, they don't want to insult the guy.
No way. Tell them no. Like, you should be the president or whatever they need over there.
Let me tell you something.
Oh, boy.
It's a lot of politics involved also. We all know that. And the idea is there's no more guys of my age anymore. So these young guys are coming along who are great, and it's good for them to get up there and say, I got fucking balls. And, if you don't kill, but you survive, well, that's okay, too. Mentally, you go home and you say, something, that's with the big guys.
Right.
That really is the big guy. But to see Paul Schaefer, I said, get the fuck out. It's like me going into his fucking band and say, give me a kazoo. Because I think I can play
along.
And you know something? That's an insult because he didn't care about the fucking people wasting $10,000 fucking tables. And this guy comes up. That's why you get a puppet.
How's your blood pressure, Pat?
I have none. I died maybe.
Hey, is Jerry Lewis going to be there at your roast?
I don't know. Jerry Lewis was taking cat naps. Not when I was on, because he wouldn't dare. See, Jerry Lewis wouldn't dare because I fucking glob him.
What's that about, though? Why would you sleep during your own roast?
Because he's not well.
Oh.
And if you remember, he had a mild heart attack going back to Vegas. Jerry's not well. Jerry, in my opinion, is probably one of the geniuses of our business. And Jerry is 80-some-odd years old, has contributed so much. That kind of comedy is over. My comedy, I'm laughing because I'm getting involved with controversy and stuff. But, you know...
You're talking about pussy more.
But you got to know when to quit. You got to know...
Yeah, that's got to be a hard thing, though.
That's the sad part.
Just leave, walk away, that's got to be hard.
They say to me, I got a job for you in Utah. I said, listen to me, I love Utah. Me and the Mormons don't understand each other. I ain't going. That's the end of it. I don't go on a stage where I know I don't have a chance. It's ridiculous.
Do you accept any gigs?
Huh?
You got the guy from Caroline, do you tell him to go fuck himself?
He says no a lot.
Utah tells him, no, I'm not going there.
Because the guy that's booking Caroline's with the girl don't do their homework. They say, what does Pat Cooper do? I said, tell him I clean fish. What the fuck do I do? You sick fuck. What do you do? How dare you insult me? First of all, how about manners for an adult? How about a young punk saying, Mr. Cooper? You know, but don't tell me what do you do, you little asshole. Go to school and learn about comedy. Who's Milton Berle? Who's Groucho Marx? Who's all these guys? And learn why they became successful. Don't sit there and say, I'm booking acts now. Book your mother. Book your mother, you sick fuck.
Out of the young guys, who do you like? It seems like you're...
But I saw a mob the other day.
Well, give us a few names. Like, who do you like out there, Pat? You're like a legend.
You're not the district attorney. Come on.
I'll turn your fucking mic off.
I go past
Caroline's the other day.
I go past Caroline's the other day.
You need me, because I can just do that.
I don't need shit. You know what I do for a hobby? I rehearse dying. I'll fucking grab you. So, let me tell you something.
Yeah, go ahead.
I went past Caroline's the other day.
All right.
There was about, had to be 100 comics there. Trying out
for what?
To get into the festival.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Okay.
The big New York Comedy Festival.
Now, I must tell you this. Every one of them looked the same. There was not one guy looked neat and clean with a fucking jacket and a fucking tie. I says, this is the same picture. They're all coming in to do 2 minutes. The only guy I understand what the fucking thing was a guy with an Indian cap on. He got 2 minutes. But as far as the young guys, I know this gentleman. When I met him, we did Colin Quinn show, and we had great shows at Colin Quinn.
Sure.
But I don't get a chance to see, like Sarah Silverman. She's probably great. I never saw her. You know, I never saw a lot of the guys on Saturday night, because most of the times I'm working, and then I forget about it.
You know, you do bring up a good point, because I do see a lot of comedy, and you see a lot of young comedians that are, like, playing the role of a comic. You know what I mean? They got the look, they got the lines, they're very rehearsed, but it's like, I think you got to be true to yourself.
You know who's overrated?
Who?
Lou Black.
Lewis?
I think he's overrated. I don't think he's funny.
I said young guys.
That's my opinion. That's my opinion. I saw him on a couple of specials. I'm saying, Jesus Christ. I said, I don't know. To me, he's not funny. This guy, funny. No, I'm not. I don't dislike Lou's. If he likes what I don't like what I say, fuck him. I'm not worried about it. I want to understand. Not everybody likes me. Not everybody likes everybody.
So what's your advice to the young comedians?
Quit.
To be true to yourself, though? Or, you know what I mean? Like, you could see the difference. We have a lot of comedians that come in here, okay? We know the guys that are actually naturally funny, and some of them have a funny act. There's a big difference. And then some of these guys...
It's called mechanics.
Mechanics? Okay, I don't know the terminology.
Nothing wrong with that.
So what would you say to young comedians? What not to do?
Do your homework.
In what way?
Don't worry about, and he'll know it because he's been in that era. Don't worry about, I don't go on first and I'm second hole or third hole. I said, how about honing your craft? The fuck you worried about if you go on first, second, or third? You're a baby. You're a small little kid yet. You're learning. Fuck when you go on second or third. Let the guy, once you go on third, let him worry about it. You learn, because automatically they'll say, come here, you. You're going on close. You're a fucking strong guy. But they're all fighting. Or when I hear a comic go, I'm funnier than him. How the fuck he's on television? Guys, it's because you're stupid. You're worried about who's funnier than me and funnier than me. That's me while you're cleaning spittoons, you asshole. Do your homework. Learn out there. If this young man can teach you something, go. This is a great business, but we're in a dangerous business. Comedy is the toughest fucking thing in show business. Even opera, which is supposed to be tough, don't come near comedy, because we got to get laughs every couple of seconds. When you start to see a guy get laughed every 5 minutes, trains are going fucking by. You understand? This is what's happening. Comedy has changed. Music has changed. I pass the hat on to these young guys who are wonderful. Don't put nobody down, but I can smell when a guy... My dentist.
Right.
Would you do me a fucking favor? Drill the fucking teeth. Will you drill the fucking... No, I got to tell you a story. You tell me one more fucking story. I'm going to tell you right now. I don't want to hear about it. Hey, Pat, let me tell you. I'm going to start to do stand. Sit down. Or I go someplace else. I don't want to fucking hear about you. You got no fucking talent.
Hey, Pat, I got to ask you, where do you get your balls from? Be serious for a moment. Where do you get these big fucking balls from? Like, I'll tell you why I respect you. You're one of the only guys that didn't kiss Howard's ass, and you were still able to come back many, many times. And that was so refreshing to hear.
But I come in here with respect. I don't dislike you two guys.
No, I don't think that at all.
I like him.
No, and I'm not even... it's not... All I'm saying is, like...
I got it since I'm a kid.
You're not worried about how you're going to be...
No.
Perceived. I love that in you.
Listen to me.
But where does it come from?
Listen to me. When you can tell your mother and father, cut the shit... Don't you dare do that to me. I'm a fucking human being.
Right.
Why should I worry about saying about other people? Why should I say, hey, who the fuck are you?
Yeah, but it's rare. You don't see a lot of guys like you.
No, honesty,
you take on everybody and you're like, you know what? If this fucks my career, who gives a shit?
Honesty is a curse. You can't be honest because they don't want to hear it. Woman says, tell me the truth, Pat. Am I heavy? You're fat. You're not fucking heavy. Will you do me a favor? Stop swallowing. How the fuck can you stay skinny if you turn around and don't shit? You must shit. You must go on and pee. When you pee, you are the luckiest person. I know guys, multimillionaire, Pat, I'll give $1 million if they can pee. Give it to me. Mm-hmm. They don't understand what's the value.
So you've always been like this?
Listen to me. I've been asked to leave school. Not because I'm disrespectful. When a teacher would say, well, this, I said, no, I can't do that. You gotta do it. I said I can't do it. Are you fucking stupid? I can't do it. Next, out the fucking door.
Did you get in a lot?
Now, they thought my father took me to the doctor, and they put a stethoscope on my head. But they thought I was fucking nuts. Because nobody in an Italian family ever spoke out of turn. My father threw you through the fucking window. My mother beat up Marciano. My mother hit you, jab you. My mother breaks skin. So when you turn around and you say you're not going to do that to me no more, and if you do, I'll fucking wreck all he is, then they back away. They say, his kids, they don't say he may have a point. We're burying this fucking guy. No, they look at his order, he's a retard. He has some retardation. I said, spell the fucking thing. Can you spell retard? So what the fuck you telling? You lay your bricks, lay your fucking bricks. I was a bricklayer for 12 fucking years, the world's fucking worst. An Irish guy on my right, an Irish guy on my left. I got a child about 6 feet long. I buried the two of them in 1 hour, they quit. I hit them with more fucking cement. There were 2 Irish statues there. And I lost the fucking job. The guy says, my father said, can you pay attention? I don't like to lay fucking bricks.
Did you get in a lot of fights?
I never raised my hand to anybody intentionally. Wow. I
would just think a few people get in your face, though.
I won't mention names. One guy at the Friars came toward me.
Henny Youngman.
And I said to him, so a buddy of mine went in front of him.
That's pretty funny.
I says, you lay your hands on me, I'll fucking own you. You don't hit me. Nobody hits me. You got a problem with me? We sit down, and if I'm wrong, I'll climb a mountain to tell you I'm sorry. But don't you fucking bully me with your full fistcuffs. And any guy that ever want to bully me beats up their wife. Anyone beats up their wife. That's a bully. Right? Trust what I tell you. So when you get these guys go, you don't like your attitude. A lot of neck movement. Fuck your neck and fuck your attitude. I sat with some of the greatest gangsters in the fucking world, man. Sitting with John Gotti, sitting with Zam Gravano. And I went in there and says, John, you ever fuck with me again, this is over. You hear? Now sit down. Zam Gravano's going, who are you? None of your fucking business who I am. John knew it was a joke. They knew it. Because when John asked me to do his daughter's wedding, I did it. Not because he forced me. It was my plan. So when you're kidding, I know when to stop. Oh, I know the fucking line.
You're better.
I know the
Jesus
fucking
Christ,
line.
you're better.
Yes. But I haven't found the line yet. And no one's ever, once in a while, guy said, I'm going to beat you, I'm going to put that. I said, listen to me. By the time you put my tongue through my ass and my tongue on my nose, it'll already be out of fucking breath, you stupid bastard. Just sit down and discuss what's wrong. You're a fucking asshole, and that's the end of it. You think, who the fuck you are? I say, ain't nobody. This gentleman here sees me on the street. You're there a couple of weeks ago. I see him. Happy to see him. How you doing? I know, I respect him. I respect them. I respect you two guys. Whatever you did in the past, I laugh. I say, that's balls. That's great. How do you get attention? You do something. You go against the grain. So I've been going against the grain all my life. Why the fuck are they roasting me? I'm no big name. They got bigger names.
No, it's going to be a great roast.
But
it's because you're a great roaster, and you'll go up at the end and just shit on everybody, and it will be funny. A lot of times they roast people who aren't funny, so when they go up at the end and they have to roast everybody back, they suck. So they want to roast a comedian who can roast, because at the end you're going to go up and fucking blast everybody, and that's the way to close the show.
And another thing I say, I'm 78 years old. They say, Pat, can you get up at 4 in the morning and do this show? I get up. Because to me, that's important. You never know who's listening on the other side. You never say, well, he's not a big radio guy. Or he's not a small. You do it. I tell some guys, I got to get up. It says, geez, the guy wants me there at 3:30. Get up. Who the fuck are you? The guy's asking you to do his radio show. Well, if it was Larry King. Larry King, I know, I understand.
You want to do the Than and Sam show?
Who? I'll do anybody's show. Why not? Hey, listen to me. Why not? I did Judith Reagan yesterday. I told you. I'm still doing it.
Hey,
I don't do Letterman no more because Letterman doesn't like me. Because Letterman, when I said to Letterman, he says, what do you do? For a hobby, I said, I rehearse dying. And I kept telling him, it's for pleasure to die. He didn't know how to fucking handle it. He didn't know how to handle it. And I said, this is my last. I was there 3 times. This is the last. But that's okay. I'm not angry at Letterman. God bless him. He did great. He's there for 25 fucking years. Now Leno's sweating. He's there 14 years. They may push him for Conan O'Brien. Who gives a fuck?
They are pushing him for Conan O'Brien, but Leno's like, fuck that, and he's already looking to go somewhere else. He doesn't want to leave. It's turning out.
If they turn around and let Leno go, how do you turn around and you let a guy that's batting 500? Give me a fucking break. I mean, that's terrible.
They're going to push him out.
Conan O'Brien is not... maybe 11:30 till 12:30. He may not be that. There's nothing wrong with him. He may not be that. But somebody says, I think that's the future. How about fucking today? And don't worry about who you're going to fuck 10 years from now. You may not get a hard on. They don't understand that. So you're dealing with guys who are in business trying to make a great movement. So we push Leno out.
And he's number 1 in that time slot. That's what's fucked up about it.
Listen, before Leno goes...
So what does Leno do?
Well, Leno doesn't want to leave that. Leno would rather sleep in that chair. And Leno has proved that. He don't take a day off. He doesn't... And
Still does his gigs on weekends?
Absolutely.
He's insane.
So he's a guy that's a winner. What the fuck? If it ain't broke, why are you trying to fix it? So you want to push Conan O'Brien in. Nothing against Conan O'Brien. He's not already guaranteed he's going to do exactly what Leno did. In my personal opinion, before Leno, I thought Letterman should have been the guy. But that's only my opinion. Mm-hmm. Meanwhile, Letterman proved me wrong. And meanwhile, Letterman proved me right also. He's excellent. So what the fuck you going to do? What are you going to do?
What happened? I lost you there.
You lost a lot.
Both excellent. All right, we're going to take a break. Pat Cooper.
Stay.
I'm serious.
Stay.
Sit down.
What time you off the air?
At 11.
You're doing that long?
Yeah.
You should cut it down to 10:30.
Tell us about it.
Well, Pat said we have to go home at 10:30. We're going home at 10:30 today. We're doing
it down to 10 like human.
Are you going to the roast?
Yeah, we're going to be on the dais. We're not allowed to talk because we're not comedians, like you said. So we'll sit there and watch.
Listen, don't get in stuff. I don't recognize you. Then I'm brushing. It's just that I got a bad fucking memory sometimes.
Pat, let me tell you something, though. Aunt and I don't go out much, so this is a big thing for us. We usually say no to everything.
Because you're on 4 o'clock in the fucking morning.
That's one of them, but we usually don't go to these things.
Why did you do one show? Why do you have to do 2 fucking shows?
Because we're like Jay Leno. We're stupid.
You're not like Jay Leno. You're not selfish. You're not competitive. You're in your own boat.
No, we don't want to put all our eggs in one basket with this business.
I think it's
got
wonderful.
A company merging. You got a company that you can't say the N-word anymore. You can't do this. You can't do that.
Well, that's another thing.
So we don't know where our careers are going. There's a merger going on. Mel Karma's a big Howard fan, not a big fan of ours because what we did to Howard, so we don't know if we're going to be part of the merger.
You did nothing.
Thank you, Pat. Exactly.
I told
Why don't you go tell Mel that?
You know what I told
Howard that?
You know what I told him? I'll tell you what I told Howard.
And what's up with the dentures with Howard?
I said, Howard, you want to know the truth? You made them bigger. You didn't hurt them. Because when they're screaming at you, he elevated you guys. I said, wait a minute, Opie and Anthony, why is they fight? Sometimes a great fight like that makes you bigger.
Let me tell you something. I'm going to say something here. Like, I tried to get a little serious moment out of you, but I couldn't.
All right, go ahead.
I couldn't accomplish about it. But I will tell you this. Howard Stern played right into our fucking hands. Right into our fucking hands. We were the small guys in New York, and we're like, how do you get attention? You go after the big dog, and you can't be scared to go after the big dog. You can't go after the big dog and in a pussy way. You got to go right at him.
But why do you say that about me? Then you know I'm right.
You're absolutely right. You just said something that made me think of something. I'm like, I'm giving you props. That's exactly. I will give Howard props for making us bigger, but he was stupid to play right into our hands. That's exactly what we were going for.
I said, listen,
we knew we had the talent, but we also knew we needed to get attention out there, like you said.
Right.
And that's what we did. We're like, Howard, in his backyard, we go after him. And we did.
Well,
and he played into it.
You know, the old story.
Because he couldn't take it, and we're like, well, as he's not taking it, he's making us bigger.
Well, don't you know the old story? When you go after the big guy, you get attention. You can't go after the guy that nobody knows about.
Exactly.
That's the way it is. But you know something? It's helped both of you.
Of course.
So what's the big deal? Because I said, Howard, we're not going to be here forever. So if they're the new guys, that's the next. Who gives a fuck?
Right.
I mean, he's the next generation.
If he stops talking about big pussy lips, though.
I didn't mean that to hurt his feelings.
No, I'm not hurt.
Because he doesn't look like he has any feelings.
Pat's an old school guy. We have a different take on certain things. No, I'm not feeling not hurt. No.
All right, listen, we're going to take a break.
I'm happy he liked the rest of the special. I'm actually impressed that Pat enjoyed some
honestly,
of it.
They're supposed to play it again. They're supposed to play it again.
They will.
Give him a DVD. I don't have mine today. I would hand you mine. I would get another copy.
Yeah.
Give Pat Cooper your DVD, Jimmy.
I got one laying around. He's a busy man.
He's watched your whole special. He sat down and watched it.
He was just too tired to get up.
There was only one play.
Are you selling that out where you work?
Not yet. The DVD deal they gave me is not that good.
This area.
What?
Selling where you are.
What?
Because you're asking the audience who say pay $50 to see you, then you want to say $20 for your album as they're walking out the door. Now you're asking the people to pay $70 to see you. Mm-hmm. And I think it looks amateur night when you're standing there, like the Smothers Brothers. They sell wine, they sell yo-yos. I says, you know, I don't know, why don't you sell pussy next, for Christ's sake?
You've never seen
a... Fuck is this, a fucking... What's this, a mall?
You've never seen a bigger amateur. I fucking stand there and whore anything. I'll fucking park your car if you want to pay me.
That's all right. Nothing wrong with that.
But Jimmy gives the personal touch. We give the personal touch. I think that's important when you have a fan base.
I think it's very important.
I'm serious.
But I don't like to go out in the fucking lobby and stand there and start saying, hey, pay my fucking album. You want my album? You want my shit? Go on the fucking computer and get it. If you don't, who the fuck cares? Because I'm not into that. I got to sell. I seen guys sell out, I tell you, everything. I seen a guy come off the show sweating like a bastard, running in the lobby so the people don't run out there.
Like a carnival barker.
I got him with me screaming at people as they walk out, buy something!
Okay, now, then you got to worry. Listen to me. Here's the old trick. If you buy, say, 50,000 of your albums.
Yeah.
Okay, that's registered that you bought 50,000 of your albums. Now you claim you only sold 10,000 albums. The government says, where's the other 40?
They're coming after those guys, right?
What? The guy in Brooklyn bought 10,000 boxes, the pizza boxes. And he said he only sold 3,000.
Is this true?
They said, where's the other fucking boxes?
Is that really true?
Pat Cooper bought 10,000 of his albums. If he sold 5,000, that's all I saw. Where? Now you show in the closet, there's the other 5,000.
You better show him the other 5,000.
They got you by the fucking balls.
No kidding. All right, listen, we got to take a break.
You're listening to the worst of Opie and Anthony. It's the worst of the Opie and Anthony show on the virus. Sirius XM.
How bad your breath would smell with a fucking moose load in your gums. It'd be all pasty. It'd probably dry out like fucking milk does. Can you imagine a firm, angry moose load? That fucking dirty foreskin on your chin. Fucking unclipped moose cock sliding past your eager lips.
As opposed to the clipped ones?
Exactly. There's no Jewish moose.
No. Just got a yarmulke on that head with those antlers.
It would look silly.
Big antler.
It's got moose milky film on your teeth.
Yeah, it's a fucking...
You keep brushing and brushing.
Can't get it off.
You know when you get your gums and all of a sudden like a layer of skin decides to shed? Mm-hmm. Oh, man, I had a good one yesterday. I think I took out the top layer of my whole mouth.
Really?
It's like when morning breath.
It's such a great feeling. What?
You know morning breath, how your mouth feels when you first wake up? Your mouth is like...
Oh, God, I hate that.
That's probably what it feels like 3 seconds after a moose just gives you a fucking mouthful.
How come animals don't seem to care about morning breath?
because they shit outdoors without wiping. What the fuck is that? I don't know. Their idea of marking their territory is shitting and going, there, from here over to here.
That's mine.
They don't have sense enough to fucking shit somewhere they're not going to step in it. They sleep in it. They're fucking awful. Animals suck. I would love people just to kill all animals and laugh at them. Fucking dummies. The only animals that should live are ones that actually take paper and clean their assholes. We should leave wet naps out in the woods, and any animal that uses one to wipe his asshole lives.
Is saved.
But anything that shits and then just walks and shits on the back of their ankles has to fucking go. That includes fucking aphids and eagles, too.
Dude, a dog will walk around with his own shit on his paw for days.
Of course he will. He doesn't
give a
trying to get a caked piece of shit off his ass with that tooth thing they do where they go... and then they lick and chew more... Make that their upturned nose like they're growling, only they're chewing on themselves. And then more licking of their own shit off of themselves. Wonderful. Give mommy kisses.
All people should enter the woods with arrows and just fucking kill every living thing. Everything that's alive that shits should just be fucking executed. Stupid animals.
Holy shit.
And we don't even clean them up. Just leave them there as a lesson to the other shitters. You know what we got to do? We got to build toilets in the woods. And if you're caught not using it or drinking out of it, you get your fucking head decapitated.
Oh, shit. Oh, I love Pot Talk Monday.
How long ago did this smoothie get here?
About 4 hours.
Well, has it been like 2 hours or something? About that. You know, I've got to say, Kenny informs me of when the smoothie has arrived.
Oh, boy.
If it's just sitting there,
he's too busy moving like really heavy stuff.
That's a hot smoothie.
You know, we were gonna end the show at 10. I had a dilemma. Less radio, always good.
Yeah.
But less radio to go home and move your shit, not good.
And incidentally, this smoothie is nice and warm, so it has a better taste, but I'm sure the same viscousy consistency as fucking old Marvin the Moose. Fucking with putting the hooves on the back of your head, treating your mouth like a moose pussy. You have to go to the park ranger and report that a large animal just mistook your mouth and throat for a moose cunt.
Try explaining that one.
With your dried out moose cum mouth.
Yeah.
Excuse me, sir. Could you turn your head when you speak to me? You smell like moose cum. He'd know as soon as you said, help me. He'd go, he got you, didn't he? Smell it. You'd have fucking... Because I bet you moose seed is really gooey. It'd probably hang off the back. You'd have like... You have to be clearing your throat like you just drank a milkshake.
The worst of the Opie and Anthony Show.
Let me make an amendment.
Yes.
An animal that we shouldn't kill. Any animal that has, like, no hindquarter hair that shits. Because there's nothing for the fucking shit to cake to. If there's a smooth-assed animal and it shits smoothly and there's no hindquarter legs and hair, no hindquarter hair, then it should be allowed to live.
Even if it doesn't wipe?
No, because it probably doesn't have. It can't wipe.
Oh, you're being reasonable now.
Maybe I don't know. It has no fucking. It's got hooves or some fucking creepy things that are good for scaling trees. Any animal that rubs its ass on bark as an attempt to wipe because it's seen people.
I think bears do that.
All right, then bears can live.
I've seen, but bears have so much hair back there. All they wind up doing is smearing it all over their ass.
Better. They're just trying to be like people.
We're just trying to record some production.
That's why they wander into our neighborhoods. They're trying to assimilate. We keep shooting them, making rugs out of them. They don't know any better. They think when they see a lodge with a bear laying in front of a fireplace and people fucking on it, they think he's part of the team.
Do you think the Bears is? Yeah. Now, see, pot talk continues. You think the Bears are coming into our neighborhoods because they could be the first bear that gets along with us?
Yeah.
I mean, the first animal.
They think it's going to be like we're going to share everything with them.
They want to be a part of.
Yeah.
Part of the human race.
They want to drive cars.
They're ready. They're like, look, man, we're done with the woods and stuff. We want to drive cars. We want to wait
a job. I want to have kids.
We want to wait at bus stops. We want to do everything you're doing.
They don't understand taxidermy. They see a bear mounted with his arms up. They think we worship them. They expect us to stroll in like gods.
We just shoot them in the head while they're
We fucking shoot tranquilizing darts into them, and then fucking haul them back to the woods.
Drag them back into their shitty lives.
Takes fur. Beat it, stupid.
But their little cubs are sitting there going, but Daddy, I thought you had this figured out for us.
Exactly. Beat it, you three-legged trap victim. Fuck yourself. Fucking cunt of a bear. Buzz off. Before I wear one of your shitty claws as a necklace. A little memento. Toward dominance.
A little memento.
Yeah, beat it, honey eater.
Of my weekend in the woods.
Yeah, all right. Well, it's been a great day. A fun-filled show. A little odd doing it from these studios.
They don't understand. They think they're like the fucking bears that like ride bikes and dance. They think the bears that dance have made it. they think that they're respected stars in show business. Did you hear about Barry? He went over to Romania. He's a big dancing star. They have no idea there's a rusty hook through Barry's nose. Being led in a circle by fucking gypsies. Oh,
Barry stinks.
Barry's fucking awful.
One false move, he's gonna cattle prod up his hair.
Of course he is. Poor Barry. He fucking has to walk on his hind legs and pretend he's dancing.
But they don't have the internet yet, so the story is passed down.
They have no idea.
So by the time the story gets back to the woods, Barry's a star.
Rusty hook in his nose. They fucking yank on it if Barry doesn't do the Watusi properly. I think Barry's a big dance star. He's a star of stage and screen.
His nose is always running from the hook and the hole it made.
Trying to figure out how they could be like Barry.
The infections. They're all practicing their dance moves, but they don't know what they're doing. That's what they're doing when they rub their shitty asses on the bark tree. They think they're dancing.
They're going cha-cha-cha, cha-cha-cha.
Why can't you be more like your cousin Barry?
He's a big star.
He's a big star in Romania. All right.
Make me laugh.
So, Pot Talk Monday. Have Travis write that down.
It's worked well.
We'll do another one next Monday.
Thank you for coming in, sweetheart.
The bicycling bear's feet are nailed to the pedal.
Of course they are. If the fucking bike tips over, he can't jump off.
He just has to lay there.
Like an asshole.
While they pull on that rusty ring to get the bike up.
And they never take him off the bike. He has to sleep that way. He has to shit that way.
Oh.
Nobody wants to help him up either because he's clawing and screaming. So they're all like, let him tire himself out like that. Then fucking when he falls asleep, we'll prop him back up. Like, we're just trying to help you up, you fucking idiot.
All right, leave him there.
Write his family. Tell him Barry's a big star.
Fucking bears are idiots. They really are. Thank God they have comfy fur. Fucking stupid rugs. First you're a shit machine, now you're a rug. Why did God make you? They're good for two things: shitting and fucking on. And taxidermy.
All right, Joey.
I want to buy a big stuffed bear just to burn it. And kick it over. So it just lives for nothing. It's not even beautiful in death. Just fucking tip it over burning like Saddam's statue and laugh at it. What do you think of that, shit machine?
Your life has been for naught.
It's for nothing. You ate a few berries and then you got shot. Oh, fuck yourself.
Stuffed and burned and pushed over.
Exactly. And the taxidermist had to comb your hair over the fucking trap marks in your fat little bear leg. Stupid. What'd you think? Somebody just left a big snack in the middle of a steel circle with teeth on it, you asshole? What could that have been? I'd love to ask a bear, what did you think that was? It was a metal circle with spikes coming out of it. How could that have worked out? Oh, fuck. Holy shit. Do you think someone just left a big pile of honey and berries in the middle of the woods for no reason? Fucking moron. Oh. You know how stupid a bear must feel when a trap closes on its leg? He's probably like, oh, yeah. They did tell me about this shit.
I remember now. I heard about this.
Oh, yeah, normally when I get berries, they're not in a bushel with honey sprinkled on them. I have to rip them off trees. Normally there's bees stinging me.
We'll attempt to end the show again here.
Oh, shit.
Reading from Whackbag, could we hammer a nail through Julie's feet and make her ride a unicycle?
Oh, poor Julie. Oh. We're going to get you tickets for Detroit. Yeah. You were fun, Julie. Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Jimmy's made everyone hate bears.
How can you not hate him? Fucking cunt of an animal it is. Does nothing. Terrorize people. Fuck with your tents. For every tent that gets ripped up, what kind of animal should you have to hang your own fucking garbage and food 40 feet away from your fucking sleeping quarters? Fucking flamethrowers. If he pops his head in the tent, you flamethrow him. I'm not burying my shit. Let him creep into the campgrounds. Give him a good flamethrowing. You know how fucking stupid a bear would look if all of his fucking face and head fur was burned off?
He'd smell real bad. It would be those little curly burnt hairs all over. He'd have no eyebrows.
You imagine a bear with a fucking head like a burn victim? Even in the bear kingdom, no one would fuck him. No bear pussy for you. Every time a bee stung him, he'd go, ow! Couldn't even eat honey anymore. His tender burned bear skin. Little fluffy ears just look creepy.
They look like Doritos. They're all burnt and just crispy.
Just two pink, veiny Doritos that hurt to the touch.
Oh.
All right, well, let's end the show again.
Phlegm from laughing. Yeah.
Right, well,
we have to head out, I guess. Yeah. Moving day for Ope.
I got to see Alan Alda.
Right.
Oh, someone is suggesting that we give Julie 3 tickets to the show so she could bring a friend. That's Matt from Queensbury. He likes blueberries.
Very good. I could breathe again. God damn. Yeah, I'm reading. That's about it.
Yeah.
The people are very funny. They love Jimmy. I wouldn't be surprised if PETA calls up. Was he actually advocating the flame-throwing of bears?
I will throw a Molotov cocktail through PETA's window right now. I've always supported them because I misunderstood what they were about. They show all those videos of the fucking slaughterhouses. I thought that was to advocate it.
Like, look, this stuff's tasty.
I've been sending them money like I thought they were supporting KFC. They're too mild on those chickens. They live spoiled lives. All animals should be treated like veal. There's no reason I should have to bite into a sinewy burger because this thing had to run around the yard.
You're listening to the worst of the Opie and Anthony show on the virus, Sirius XM.
Jimmy's got a relationship question for us, Anthony.
My girlfriend and I are at a point now.
Yeah.
Where we tell each other when we're gonna shit. Like,
wow, quick.
I mean, what?
Occasionally, not like, in a relationship, I used to always leave the room and go shit, and I have a half bath. And that, we're not being gross around each other. Occasionally a fart, but nothing crazy. But I'm wondering, like, occasionally, like, I gotta go shit, or we'll joke about it. But have you walked in the bathroom and smelled the bathroom after your girlfriend has shit by accident? Has anybody had that happen where you walk in and the bathroom fucking reeks? Like by mistake.
Purposefully. I will not go into the bathroom afterwards.
No. But like, say you didn't know. Say you didn't know. Like, say she was just doing her hair and then take a shit, and you're watching TV and you're like, oh fuck, I gotta grab something, and you go in the bathroom and just get hit with a fucking log of fumes.
2 bathrooms, my friend. 2 bathrooms.
Wow, that's
a female and a male bathroom is needed in every relationship.
Sam's gonna smell my belly button, by the way.
Yeah.
Oh.
Sam. So what did it smell like?
Yeah, what
I didn't have it happen.
I'm
sure it will.
It's never going to happen. The girls, they're really smart.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever seen or got the feeling that my girl was taking a dump.
Was even taking a dump.
Yeah, because they're very stealth.
Yeah.
They really are.
They sit quick.
Holy crap, get the girls calling. I'm telling you. Something's going on. The girls have figured this out a long time ago. They're stealth with their shitting.
Well, girls are all just about business, too.
They
go in there and
wake up in the middle of the
done.
night. Something's going on.
I'm in there. First of all, I got my phone, which gets TV.
Yeah.
So I will sit down and watch like Fox News until my legs fall asleep and I got butt hickey. I get the red ring where the toilet seat is, or I'll read Popular Mechanics and get on a good article. You know, a guy goes in there and there's business going on. There's things happening. You're working.
I imagine you have very sloppy shits.
No.
With a lot of cleanup where it's like with the roll.
You're sadly mistaken, my friend.
I bet you the ants are long and they taper nicely.
Long and
yes,
raw.
And dark colored.
Very nice.
Yeah, what color you
like
think?
Blood oranges. Dark, thick shits.
You do a lot of smoothies though. I'm thinking that,
smoothies are good. They make it nice and smooth.
Yeah,
it's smooth. It comes out like a soft serve.
You ever have one where it just falls out?
A big block.
I don't know what it is.
Nah, there's the occasional one
struggle,
where.
But sometimes you sit down and it's not even. It just falls out.
No, there's so many different varieties.
It falls out in piddles.
I don't like milk duds.
No.
They're like rabbit shit. But then there are some where you're like, all right, you got to put the armor on because you know you're going into battle. Before you even go, you put it off because you just know you're going to go into battle here. And it's going to be a chore. You're going to have to get past that point where it works its way out and then it's smooth sailing.
Oh, yeah.
But that one brick has to make its way through, and that's where you got to do your battle. That's where you're pushing like you're a pregnant woman, and then you're breathing. Okay, push. It's crowning.
I've actually had
the slide begins.
Yeah. I've had them where all of a sudden you sit down and it's like Saddam being hung. You move the trap door and it's. All right, everything's all quiet. Looks like fucking stew and placenta we're throwing in the toilet.
There is that unpleasantness of when you're not sure that's going to happen. You feel a little gurgling, but there's that plug, that cork. I guess what was left over from before you had fucking Dinty Moore in your guts. And once that comes out, it's like you said, the trap door.
There's not even an order. It's like a fucking mob running out of a burning building. Excuse me, party. They're all rushing into the coolest of the toilet. Excuse me.
People running out of a burning building.
Yeah, they're all just trying to escape.
That's what I mean by the piddle shit, by the way. Just kind of piddles. Piddle.
Oh, that's horrible.
Piddle.
Nothing better than just go in, the job's done, perfectly even taper, nice. Don't have to worry about when it decides I'm putting the brakes on right here. I'm stopping right here. You might be halfway through. I'm done.
I jump up and down.
Whatever you do, it just can't. It can't work.
Knees bent, just jump up and down.
And then the ass actually loses communication with the brain. Your brain is going, you stay where you are. You stay. No, don't clinch. Oh, you clinched. Your ass is not made to cut those things in half.
Nope. You gotta do a headstand after that and ask your girlfriend to fish her fingers into your asshole and finish the job.
Do a little noodling in there.
I've asked my girl many times.
Pull that catfish shit out.
Honey, take that long nail and scoop it in there for me. Would you be a doll?
Would you be a doll?
You're on fire.
Show me you love me.
You're such a mensch. You want to help me out here? Just dig your nail about 4 inches into my colon.
Scrape the sides.
Guys, here we go. Ed in Philly. Ed, what's up? Ed?
What's up, fellas?
Hey, Ed.
Hey, I got some insight on how women take a shit.
Okay.
My wife tells me she holds it at work all day, and as soon as she gets home, she runs to the bathroom. I swear to God, she's out of the bathroom in less than 90 seconds.
Oh, so she holds it, so she's really got to go.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's just uncomfortable, though.
Yeah, she must be pleasant to work with.
Yeah.
She's got a fucking log ready to make a jailbreak, and she's fucking got 4 more hours to go till I'm home.
Yeah, let's go to Josh in D.C. We really want to hear from the ladies, but we got Josh. Josh, what's up?
Well, thanks a lot, man. No, I used to date a girl, and when she would take a dump, I would sit on the floor in the bathroom and have a little chat.
You sit on the floor and talk as she's dumping?
Wow.
Yeah, why not? It's a good time to catch up on the day.
Do you have a rod?
Where'd you find this catch?
Well, she wasn't quite a catch. That's why we're no longer together.
Who are you dating, Truman?
Punching out. Goodbye.
Right. I heard he used to shit and fucking make his secretary, like his press secretary or something, take notes just to be powerful.
Really?
Yeah,
while he was shitting?
Truman. I think it was Truman.
What a douche.
I love that.
Got dropped fucking 2 nukes. What does he need to feel powerful over?
Before then, obviously.
Oh, it was before?
First it was Dukes.
Dukes.
And
then nukes.
A few bombs before that. Samson in New Hampshire, what's up?
Hey, guys.
Samson's a girl?
No. I'm definitely a guy, but I don't. Never mind.
All right, hold on for 1 sec. What? Matt in Queensbury. That's clench, and not clinch. Your asshole's not vying for a spot in the playoffs.
My asshole clinched. You can clinch, right? Isn't it both? Clinch and clinch?
Clinch.
Hold on. I know clinch is, but isn't clinch?
I really don't know.
Maybe clinch is, too, because
clinch is to grab on and to squeeze and to hold or to something.
Yeah.
I believe to clinch your butt cheeks, you can clinch or clench. Than is looking it up right now, and I want an answer. I'm not going to let this guy get to me.
Oh, golly gee, he was just going for a joke. That's all he was trying to do.
No.
He was just going for a little
Actually,
chuckle.
it was very funny, but not accurate.
Right.
Than now has the microphone. Than, please.
Thannikins?
Why would it work? Oh.
Yes.
Me.
Okay. Used with object to settle a matter decisively.
Clinch.
To secure.
To secure. Okay, that could be.
To fasten.
To fasten. To secure. To clinch.
It's a little different than clench.
If you clinch, you are securing that piece of shit. Oh, yes?
Verb slang, to embrace passionately.
Well, maybe Jimmy.
Now watch clench.
The opposite of what I do.
Now watch clench say, to slam asshole shut when log is coming out.
I'm gonna stay with clinch.
Clench, and then clench is to close tightly, grasp firmly.
That's clench?
Oh, but under the definition, the third definition, it just says clinch.
So clinch, one of the definitions of clinch
is clinch. Yeah.
It's different, though.
Thank you.
To clinch is to clinch, but to clinch is not necessarily to clinch. Anyone will tell you that.
I understand.
So I guess we're going to have to agree to disagree.
Let's just agree to disagree.
All right. Samson in New Hampshire, what's up?
Hey, guys. Sometimes I get the ghost shit. You know what that is? It's when you just take a dump and all of a sudden you look around to see how big it was and you're like, oh my goodness, where'd it go? Where'd it go?
It just kind of slides down the bowl.
I love when they do that.
It's a heavy one. That's all it is.
It understands its place and just leaves.
Don't you love when it slides and it kind of pokes halfway out? It's so ready to be flushed away like a good duty.
And then when you wipe and you're like, there's nothing there, and you're like, oh, I'm going to have a great day.
What the hell is in the middle of a floater, by the way? Just a lot of air?
I just,
yeah, I think it's very porous.
Yeah, I think so. Or helium. I eat balloons.
Helium. You guys want to get really gross?
Yep, we're already there.
Not yet. Jason
Why
the
not?
trucker,
Potty
go ahead,
talk.
Jason.
Morning, boys.
Good morning, Jason.
Hey, I'm with my chick a couple days ago, and she's never had anal sex before. So, I've kind of talked her into doing it. So I've got my finger up her ass, trying to, get it primed up a little bit, and I feel something. So I pull my finger out. And here comes these 3 little shit nuggets just plopped on his fucking head.
Holy shit.
Ew, she shit?
Dude, shit fell out of her ass. Maybe it wasn't her first time.
Yeah.
Well, it was. I mean, I guess, control it or whatever. So, here it comes, and I'm looking at it. And so I handed her a towel. It's like,
Did you put her nose in it and hit it with a rolled up newspaper? No.
What does she have, a zipper asshole? You
just takes one finger and, dude, everything falls out of it.
Years ago, I fingered a girl's ass that I was going to fuck, and I could feel the end of the log. It was like it looked like the fucking Michelangelo painting. Fucking
touching the finger of God.
Yeah,
with the spark.
Sistine Chapel. But and then I wound up
Photoshop. Here comes the Photoshop.
Then I fucked her in the dumper, and it looked like my dick looked like one of the fucking those native people in Kong. And I had to fucking wipe it off with a towel, and I threw the towel down the sewer because it was a fucking shit-caked bath towel.
What a romantic evening.
Yeah, I fucking poked her in the Duke, and I fucking got shit all over my cock.
But it did start with flowers and dinner, I'm sure, right?
Yeah. No, I don't think so. I think I fucked her on like the first or second date. It was a wonderful relationship.
After high.
Yeah.
Wow.
All right, Jason, thank you.
Oh, yeah. I could feel the tip. It was like... and the shit was all shy and backing up like, oh, come on, kind of out. It's like your aunt pinching your cheek. Shit's not used to being touched and
gosh. I got an observation, by the way. We've been talking about some pretty interesting stuff today, and the phones were like kind of lethargic, like one or two here and there. Shit stories. Can't get to them fast.
And believe me, everything we talk about on a daily basis, week to week, month to month, and this will be what anybody concentrates on that wants to write about the show.
Right.
All they talked about was shit. Well, I tuned in, and all I heard was what they do all day, every day, is talk about shit.
Bathroom humor.
I want to say hi to Sirius. They are monitoring our show today to decide if they should keep us or not.
Yep, this is what you get.
They're getting a doozy today.
You're getting dump talk.
We talk about shit.
Nicole in Jersey.
Hello.
Hey, Nikki.
Hi.
Hi.
I was just listening to you guys, and you guys were talking about that you wanted to hear from the girls, and I just wanted to say, when I have to go, it only lasts like a minute, not even.
A minute. That's all it takes. You sit down, comes right out, give it the quick wipe, and you're off.
Yep. Let's say, clean yourself off, and done.
See, I think that men have more sensitive assholes. Like, you ever shit, and it's so electric that your feet will actually lift gently off the ground, like...
It's electric.
It's like it's such a pleasure.
It curls your toes a little bit.
It really does affect your feet, and you like arch forward, like you're sitting on the ball, and you actually cease to be able to talk, like you're like, and it's like this electric, wonderful feeling.
How is the male, especially, asshole built, where something that size coming out can be so pleasurable, yet if the same thing that size going in, you'd be screaming bloody murder.
It's all society's teachings, Ant.
Is it biology?
It's just guilt.
Is it anatomy? Or is it mental?
It's guilt, he's right.
Is it guilt?
It's just guilt.
It's not just that. It's a lot of guilt going in, too.
They tell you it's not supposed to feel good.
Guilt takes up a lot of room.
Right.
Your body's telling you one thing and your mind's telling you another. You're like, I heard it my whole life, but God damn it, my asshole's disagreeing loud.
Guilt adds a lot of girth.
Let's go to Laurie in Texas. Laurie.
Yes.
Hi, Laurie. You're on the air.
How are you today?
Hi.
Good. What do you got?
Look, we don't know each other, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, just let her rip.
Get to the point.
I wanted to share my shit story with you.
All
for
right.
over-the-road truck drivers. And, there's not always a place to go to the bathroom.
Right.
You have to make your own. Well, I shit in a sack, and then I make him look at it.
You shit where? In a sack. What, like
in a Walmart sack.
A Walmart, like a paper bag type sack?
Is Walmart like King Colin?
Plastic. Like a plastic fucking garbage bag where like you pick up dog shit here in the city with. And then you show your husband?
Yeah, and he's all gagging and hanging his head out the window, trying to get air.
Oh,
What kind of shits do you take? Are they watery? Does it look like a bag when you're walking home from a diner and the salad dressing is spilled?
And I've also videotaped him one time. He didn't know it. He was out beside the truck, squatted down, and I videotaped him and his dump.
Couple of baboons.
Really awful.
Do you throw it at each other?
No.
Laurie, what are you hauling today?
We are hauling motors.
What?
Hooters?
Motors.
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 Yeah.
Electric motors?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Are you pretty?
My husband thinks so.
Are you a fat girl?
No,
I know.
What's the problem with your face?
nothing.
What kind of motors are you hauling?
They go in like your washer, dryer, your dishwasher.
Washer and your dishwasher.
Where do they go?
In your washer and dryer.
Your washer and dryer.
Well, do you wash your own clothes?
Yes.
Aye. Shit's in a bag.
Have you had sex on our show?
Yes, I did.
Wow.
Holy shit, Tyler from Columbus. I pulled that off the instant feedback going, no way. Tyler writes, this sounds like the same chick that was getting railed by her husband at a truck stop during your best of replay.
I think the best of was played like very recently, right?
Yes, it was yesterday.
Yesterday.
But he's the only one.
Wow.
That's a good ear right there.
Wow, look at you.
Will you take one in the poop chute today
You
for
also
us?
shit in a bag. Nice.
Okay, he's asleep right now, and I feel like I could take a dump, so I don't think he would like having,
All right.
like Jimmy.
Could you take a dump live on the show,
Could you
please?
shit into the bag, and we want to hear it, and we want to hear you do it? Oh, can you do it like right next to him in the bag? Come on.
Yeah, could you
I'm going down the road.
Yeah, but
pull over.
pull over and take a shit?
But the new boss, same as the old boss, is listening right now. We need to give him good radio.
Yeah.
Okay, I could try.
All right, pull over
Pull that
and
rig over.
shit in that bag.
Okay, hold on. You'll have to give me a minute.
Yeah, it takes a while.
Pull over.
Do some downshifting.
Yeah.
Double clutching. Where are you? Highway what?
I am on Highway 35 South.
35 South. And where are you?
I'm headed right back to the place that I was when I did my husband on.
Oh,
wow.
What's your destination? What city?
Laredo.
Laredo.
That's in Wyoming, huh?
Yeah. Texas.
Texas.
Laredo, Texas, Wyoming.
Yes.
I've been there.
Arkansas. Texarkana.
Are you pulled over yet?
No, I have another mile to go before I get to a place where I can pull over.
Oh.
That should take 10 seconds. You guys are on crystal meth.
Eastbound and down, loaded up and trucking.
Can you take a dump on him while he's sleeping? Someone wants to know.
Okay. He'll freak.
Yeah, if you shit on him, he'd probably get mad.
He smells that aroma. I do it all the time when he's asleep. He wakes up from the smell and starts dropping and tells me to get outside.
That I want to hear.
All right, hold on. We're just stay quiet for a second. We do our show meetings on the air from time to time. Steve put this together for the next time Boardroom Jimmy talks on our show.
Oh, okay.
Derek did?
Derek did. Breaking news from Wall Street. Market mogul Boardroom Jimmy has issued a press conference to announce his investment recommendations for the coming year. We now take you live to the floor of the stock exchange.
Boardroom Jimmy, how do you feel the federal regulatory commissions will react to the merger announcement from the two major satellite companies?
We don't need the FCC. I say fuck them. We do what we want. The SEC can kiss my ball bag.
Boardroom Jimmy, what are your thoughts on the appointment of Mel Karmazzi as CEO of the merged company?
Mel Karmazzi is an incompetent blunderer. He has no idea. He ran Viacom into the ground. Mr. Karmazzi, I say to you, and if you can't divest your portfolio from that, you don't belong in this conversation, sir.
Boardroom Jimmy, how do you propose we enforce strict ethics among the investor
The
community?
only way to make this work is insider trading. I've said that many times. Give information to people and then don't tell the public.
Boardroom Jimmy, how do you feel about the analysts claiming that this merger will have a significant impact on the mercantile exchange?
Bunch of bullshit.
We'll return later with more from the floor of the Stock Exchange and Boardroom Jimmy after these words.
You know, you're really making Boardroom Jimmy sound like an ass.
I love Boardroom Jimmy.
Yeah. We need
big stock sell-off. Look at that.
We need all those sound effects for when he goes live without the questions, and that will work like a gem. That'll be a doozy. God, in the coming weeks, watch us run that one into the ground.
Oh, my God, you will fucking hate Boardroom Jimmy.
It'll be Boardroom Jimmy, B-O-R-E-D. Get out of here. Stop. I'm spelling jokes.
All right, are we going to get a dump or what?
Where's that intern?
Are we dumping or what?
Yeah, hello, Laurie?
Yeah, I'm pulling over right now.
You're pulling over. Your husband's asleep?
What are you going on?
Yes, he is.
All right, and do you have a bag?
I'll have to, I have several bags. We keep them on here just for that.
All right, and where do you actually, like, shit? Do you shit right in the driver's seat?
No, I squat down in the floor.
In the floor?
Yeah, you know, it's a sleeper.
All right, yeah.
Do you pee, too, while you shit? Like, does a little piddle come out?
Yeah, what if you got to take a leak and you...
You put a cup where your pee hole is, and you pee in the cup, and then you shit in the bag.
Shit in the bag and piss in the cup.
All right, so what are we going to hear today? Just a shit?
How come this never we never saw this on an episode of BJ and the Bear?
This is our new bit, girl shitting on the Opie and Anthony show.
I'll tell you why, because he would shit and the monkey would eat it. He would just shit in the monkey's mouth. My name is B.J. McKay, is it? Right? The chimp's open mouth.
People want Boardroom Jimmy, what they just made, on the website. Can we do that? On opieandanthony.com? You got it, guys. We'll do that in an hour or two. All right. So the new bit is girls shitting on the Opie and Anthony show. Today is Laurie. Hopefully we'll get someone else tomorrow. We're going to forget, so someone out there remind us and let us do this bit for a few days. Laurie, you ready?
Yeah.
All right. Turn down the music. We got to hear all the goodness.
Oh, well.
You got to explain what's going on, Laurie. You got to tell us you're pulling your pants down, all that stuff. You know.
I've got my pants down, and I am a plastic Walmart sack.
Don't lose us. Your signal was petering out a little bit.
Wait, what does he say?
He's already hollering.
Go ahead. Shit.
Hold the phone down there.
Yeah, hold it for shit. Let's hear it.
Okay.
You ain't sitting in here, damn it.
Boy, I hope we hear a murder.
You're not shitting. Get your fucking pants off.
I think I heard a log.
Did you hear it drop?
I think I heard a log hitting the plastic.
You did.
Can we hear it again?
Oh, we're losing you.
I
We're
think
losing you.
she's done.
Wait, can you tie the bag up now and just swing it against the inside of the window? I want to hear the shit thud.
Is your husband all mad at you?
You don't hear him hollering?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm tying the bag up. Did you hear it?
Yeah. Do it again.
Okay. Did you?
Come on, Laurie.
Throwing her shit bag against the window.
Look, we all got a good laugh. Now, is that real or not?
That's real.
All right, one more time.
Throw it against the window?
Yeah.
Okay. It's really starting to stink up the truck. Okay, here we go.
She's throwing her shit.
Stop throwing that shit.
Throwing her shit against the window like a fucking ape.
I got to wipe now.
All right, Gail, go wipe your ass.
All right.
Okay. Have a good day.
Wonderful.
Thank you, Laurie.
Bye. All right.
That's the new bit. Girls shitting and then throwing it up against the window.
Shit in a bag and throw it against the fucking window.
The worst of Opie and Anthony on the virus. Sirius XM.
The other thing everyone's talking about today is the 101-year-old that got mugged.
Yeah, this story won't go away. Jesus.
And they will not stop showing the video on TV.
They know what people want to see.
The video, obviously, a lady with her walker trying to leave her building. There's a black dude,
And she thinks he's going to help her out of the building.
Help her open the door.
Next thing you know, he mugs her and gives her a few rights, and then it looks like a nice right hook, and she finally goes down, and her little knit hat falls off her head.
Falls off her little old head.
And I don't want to confuse the issue. We're just as outraged as everybody else. Absolutely.
Give her a knuckle sandwich.
Somebody, though, on instant feedback yesterday goes, can you imagine it comes out that she called him the N-word?
Yeah.
Like he really was asking directions.
Right. But he can't explain it to anyone. Like, look, man, she called me the N-word.
Yeah. Open the door, you goddamn...
Right.
What? What did you say?
Hey, if you want to find racism, just talk to some old people. Who are you kidding? They're the biggest offenders. I used to go to the Legion with my dad.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God, the stuff they used to say to each other.
And not even like the double head turn before they say it.
No,
where
right
you
to
look
their
around,
face.
it's like they don't care.
Mm-mm.
They're like born and raised that way, and it was a different time. They don't care.
Yeah. Anthony, they still haven't found the guy. They're still looking. We know the NYPD pretty well. We have a lot of friends, and there's pressure. There's a little pressure to find this guy.
Yeah.
Because all eyes are on TV going, they haven't found the guy yet?
Yeah, they're looking, I guess. I guess they're looking, but how do you find this guy?
Look for the pink bicycle.
He
stole a pink bicycle from a little girl, punches a 101-year-old lady in the face 3 times, breaks her cheekbone, and then does the same thing to an 85-year-old broad.
Yeah.
Decides to take on a younger opponent and takes her her wedding ring that she wore for 60 years.
60 years of love.
And the papers are going nuts. The voice of the people going nuts. Everyone's writing into the papers.
Oh, yeah. People are outraged. Something about when old people... And there it is.
And there
it is right behind you. I'm just watching her getting slugged.
I don't understand the last hit. Because she reaches for the pocketbook?
She kind of reaches. Look at her. She's leaning forward. She's Granny goes down. Oh.
And people get confused when they listen to this show. Trust me, we are outraged. We all have old relatives. This is not cool.
The worst part of that is the way her hair, like shakes.
Oh, it did. It totally did.
Yeah. And I guess she was supposed to talk to detectives yesterday, but she had to go to bingo or canasta or something.
Yeah.
And said she didn't have time. She didn't want to miss her canasta or her card game.
Now, Grandma, you might
canasta 20.
feel a slight sting. That's just pride with you. Remember, in the 5th, your ass goes down.
Very good. Very, very good.
Old bat.
$5,000.
Wow.
To the person that turns this guy in.
So now is that going to be added to the
cash?
Added to the total? Are they going to report that on the news now that it's 18,000?
I don't need this to make the press. I'm just saying
Ooh.
$5,000. $5,000 to the guy that turns this creep in. No problem. No questions asked. I'll meet you in an alley, and I'll give you a bag of money.
Bring him to the show first.
Huh?
Bring him to the show first.
Bring what?
Talk to him.
Oh, the guy that turns him in?
No, the guy.
Which guy?
If you catch him.
Oh, that'd be
Just bring him down here.
Yeah, because we're going to take him on because everyone else wants to take him on. You know what's funny about that? There's letters to the editor. There's Bill Gallo column I want to read real fast. It's like 3 paragraphs. Let's be honest here, man. That guy, and he's a creep for what he did, obviously, but if he really wanted to, he would have knocked her head right off her body.
You think he gave her old lady punches? Like he just kind of lightened up on her a little?
Yeah, which doesn't make it any better, obviously, but he was just kind of toying with her.
That wasn't
that guy was an animal.
That wasn't the kind of punch he would give somebody for giving him like some soap chip instead of some crack. Then he would have walked up and knocked that guy's head off.
Mm-hmm. Still punch her in the face.
It's an old lady punch.
Yeah, but she looks like Jimmy Stewart. How do you punch her?
Jimmy Stewart.
Anyway, but you got this column. I'm going to read Bill Gallo and others If you saw this guy face to face, you would crap yourself.
Face to face, you look away, lock your doors.
But it's pretty much what we were talking about yesterday. Everyone likes hiding behind their computers with fake names and fake screen names and stuff. But the reality is, if you're face to face with these people you're trashing on the computer, you would crap yourself.
Yep.
You absolutely would. Bill Gallo in the Daily News today. He's a legend. He's a legend. He's been writing for, who knows, probably...
Years.
Huh?
10 years.
Could be more than that.
I would guess he's been writing for 65 years. He's in his 80s.
Is he in his 80s?
He's in his 80s. The headline, like picking on old ladies, punk.
Punk.
Want a piece of me?
Oh.
Look,
a dry, gristly piece of me.
Look, we're all pissed off, and you know, and Bill Gallo's a terrific columnist, but stop. Stop.
You got to know your limitations.
Please stop. And then it's embarrassing. This article's embarrassing to read. You know this lowlife who has been mugging helpless old women? Whoever you are, punk, I'd like to meet you in any boxing ring and see if you're interested in a fist fight.
Fisticuffs.
First of all, if you're really brave, you should meet him in a vestibule somewhere uptown.
Yeah.
Then we'll see how tough you really are.
In a boxing ring.
And then he's perusing the newspaper, too. He thinks this guy's like a gentleman. Like, I'd like to take you off your smoking jacket and give you a sock to the face.
Right.
Engage in some fisticuffs.
It goes on. I'm over 80 now. Jesus.
What are you going to do? He's over 80 and he's going to take on this, like, 30-year-old crackhead.
Oh. Ready for this? I think 60. I think I nailed it. Been writing since 1941.
Wow. This guy wrote about the war.
And the war
Great
ending.
War. The big one.
He wrote about World War II ending.
WW2.
He wrote about it starting.
Yeah, pretty much our involvement.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm over 80 now, so you'd be fighting somebody closer to your own age than a woman you've been targeting. It's deplorable for a 30-something-old coward like you to be picking on women of 101 and 85 years of age. And I'm sure there's no shortage of guys in their 60s on up who would love to beat the hell out of you.
All comers. This guy could probably just take these guys. Like they all run at him at once.
Like the Bugs Bunny cartoon. You could
knocking out old people.
Knocking out old columnists.
Jack LaLanne will step up and he'll just punch him in the face. There's no way an old guy is going to do anything to that guy.
God bless Bill Gallo, but stop already. And go ahead, Jim.
No, go.
And then the next line is just hilarious. Allow me to be the first. And then he writes, I did box in the PAL as a kid and continued to mix them up later in the Marine Corps during World War II, but it was all in sport. I've loved boxing all my life and taught my kids to throw jabs, hooks, and right crosses. After the war, I still sparred with friends in gyms until I was well into my 50s, but I've never gotten angry with an opponent. I'm not a violent man, but what you did to these two wonderful old ladies has gotten me madder than a wild cat.
Wow. He is mad.
Are wild cats really mad?
No, they just go,
hungry.
They're just,
always to get rid of you.
Who knows if that's them being mad or not?
Here's the thing. Can you imagine? Let's take this a step further.
Yeah.
Let's say, how do you organize this? Like, let's say this guy comes out of hiding and says, look, I'd like to take that gentleman up on his offer to fight him. Do they really promote the fight? Like, in this corner is the thug, and in this corner, and you see he's 85, and he's like, I really have to fight this guy?
Yeah, right. He'd be like, I was writing a column. I really didn't mean this. Look, I'm going to get the crap beat out of me here.
I'm just angry typing columnist.
I don't know.
I didn't really think that you would take me up on this. He's got his hunchback.
I'm in it now.
Takes out his fake teeth.
His shorts are up to like his nipples, like old man shorts. Trying to put him up, yo.
He's just got weird patches of hair all over his body that he just gave up on years ago.
One punch, he's down.
His prostate knocked out.
Well into my 50s, but I've never gotten angry. Okay, I'm not a violent man, but what you did to these two wonderful old ladies has gotten me madder than a wildcat. In the last 40 years or so of my life, I don't ever remember being so damn mad as I am now.
40 years? This is the maddest he's been?
Are you kidding? What about 9/11?
Yeah, how about that?
You dope? How about the Nazis? Yes, thank you, Than. He wrote about the Nazis.
Well, that was more than 40 years.
Well, he did say 40 years. Okay.
Oh yeah.
So perhaps reporting on. Okay, so it was
60.
It was probably
67.
liberating concentration camps, and then this.
How about blacks being hosed down in the middle of the streets?
That didn't bug him.
Obviously. Come out from hiding. Come out and take my challenge. Oh God. Oh my God.
Dude. He knows.
$10,000 for the mugger if he comes out of hiding to take on Bill Gallo.
Now you're offering $10,000 for the mugger?
If he comes out of hiding just to fight Bill Gallo.
Just to fight him. Promote this one. Don King could promote it. Huge.
I want to see Bill Gallo savaged in a boxing.
The guy won't let up. Because the ref is trying to get him off of him, and he's just overhand righting his head. Just pow, pow.
Because there are people all over this world that do this. They hide behind their keyboards and stuff. And look, he's mad. He should be mad. But stop with, like putting out a challenge in a newspaper that everyone's reading.
How about a UFC fight? Not just boxing, jiu-jitsu, mixing it up.
You could kick him in the face. What's the old codger going to do? And you know what? There'll be letters in the paper in the coming days. We got to look for that, of people going, bravo to you, sir. You are a man of courage.
Oh, it'll be in tomorrow's paper, so make sure we take a look at that.
Yeah.
You are good for nothing, and you deserve the beating of your life. Come on out, you rat, and let's get a look at you.
Do you think she's really going to give him the beating of his life?
No.
I don't know. I think this guy's probably been in a few brawls. Probably had the beating of his life a couple of times. Like in his crib.
Dude, he's in his 80s. He's in his 80s.
Yeah.
Do you think this guy right now is watching the news going, I can't believe I hit her like that?
Yeah, wow.
The purpose got to be nervous, man. When you're constantly on television, assaulting a 100-year-old lady, it's got to really bug you.
The entire city's looking for you.
The entire city of New York is waiting for this guy to get caught. This story is just huge. It's got legs, as they say.
Yeah.
Now there's stories about old folks getting into self-defense classes.
Oh, they're taking self-defense. They kind of always show this. Whenever an old person gets assaulted, they show old people at self-defense classes, and you just look at them and go, just stop it. Just stop. You're a victim. You're a victim. It's like a wounded zebra going to a class at the little side of the pond.
Yeah.
It just ain't going to save you when the lion comes charging at you at 40 miles an hour.
Hiya!
Yeah, exactly. Now make sure you scream real loud when you throw your punch. That'll frighten the attacker. Ah! As her little hat goes flying.
Or the attacker grabs her from behind and she tries to use the move where she flips the attacker, but instead she just enrages him, so he picks her up by her throat and throws her through a window.
Here we go. Here's what was on the news, the self-defense. Old ladies taking self-defense.
Watch Grace Wilson in action, and you forget she's 82 years old.
No, you don't.
The self-defense class she's taking involves short but powerful moves for seniors that use an attacker's momentum to gain control of an opponent.
Oh, sure.
People think because they're in their 80s, they're supposed to start using a cane and feeling sorry for themselves.
Wilson's attending the class after seeing this disturbing attack caught on surveillance video. Watch as defenseless 101-year-old Rose Murat gets pummeled in the face not once, but 4 times by a mugger.
How about this? How about all the old people in that building, instead of wasting their money on self-defense, how about they all chip in and get a doorman?
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
Or a gun.
Oh, no. Here he comes where I got to remember my self-defense course. Yeah!
Dummies, come on.
It's kind of dangerous to tell your grandma to take self-defense
take them on
when she's never done anything like that in her life before.
Just give it up. Apparently, she got that knockout blow because she leaned over her walker trying to get her purse back.
Yeah, maybe you should teach the old broads what to do in a situation like that.
Give up everything.
Give up your $30 and your lotto tickets.
Yeah, don't worry about it.
Teach them how to pop those teeth out and provide a service.
Here's a little more to the audio.
You know, we are scared now. I don't know how to use self-defense. But if I was taught, I mean, I would try to defend myself the best I can.
The Glenwood Senior Center in Ridgewood is starting classes for elderly members who want to feel more secure. Like Grace Wilson. She offers to demonstrate her moves on me, some 30 years her junior. After promising to take me down gently, I realize she is not as frail as she looks.
Since I'm taking these lessons and doing what I'm doing, honey, he get his kick right where he don't want it.
There you go.
Oh, honey.
An old lady kicked to the balls.
He get his kick right where he...
Poor old people.
All right.
I don't... Yeah! Oh! Ow! Oh! Ow! 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 Oh! Stop hitting me! I'm trying to fall. Could you stop with the uppercuts? They're keeping me on my feet.
They're going to try to throw a kick and their hip is going to crack like graham crackers.
Trying that flip move. Oh,
just collapse to the floor like a fish that has been thrown into the sand. You just lay there until you're rescued.
This is the worst. It's the worst Opie and Anthony virus. Sirius XM.
I'm talking about this 101-year-old lady that got punched by the mugger in the vestibule. Everyone has seen the video by now. It's just everywhere.
It's worldwide, by the way. Yeah, people are commenting that it's all over the place.
Yeah.
People love stuff like this.
A lot of pressure from the NYPD to catch this guy. A lot of pressure.
They'll get him sooner or later. Somebody knows who he is.
Yeah. Well, you turn him in, $5,000 from me personally. Not from our joint account, Anthony.
Oh,
which we zeroed out anyway because we don't trust each other.
Well, you got it. You never know what's going to happen. You know, I'm sure John Lennon and Paul McCartney had great times.
Anthony and I, we have this corporate account for whatever, show expenses and stuff, and we notice it gets a little too high, and we both call Bob secretly. Bob, it's a little high.
Every so often it gets a little fat, and we're like, you want to divvy that up?
You want to move that into some individual accounts, please?
We got to move some of this. I want to stay pretty liquid, but I may want to invest.
No, it's not that I don't trust Anthony, but
you know, keep like $10 in there. All right, $5.
We both do the same thing. It's hilarious. All right, hey, letters to the editor about the old lady. Who wants to take this over here?
Love these.
I highlighted some of the good ones myself.
Oh, you did?
Yeah. Well, go ahead, Ann. You start there.
Highlighted?
Yeah, you start. Go ahead.
Well, I like the first one. I don't know how anyone could possibly think that a goon like this could ever be rehabilitated.
Hold on. What's important to this, Anthony, because we see the same crap with our radio show. Everyone likes to comment about what we're doing wrong with the radio show, and they hide behind screen names. They don't use their real names. This first guy is really brave because his name is News, N-O-O-Z Guy 1.
News Guy 1. Yeah.
Let's see how brave you really are. Write these same letters with your real name,
and
first
address.
and last, and your address. And a cell phone number.
Get a knock on the door.
Yeah.
By a guy in a hooded jacket. He could have killed both women. And the fact that they were so elderly and infirm makes it all the more vicious. Give him the needle. He's being tough. He wants to give the guy a nice, easy death penalty.
I like this one.
Yeah, which one?
P-N-O Bronx. Damn. And she spelled damn D-A-M. Idiots from the Bronx. Why?
Lots of whys.
That wasn't right at all. When I see the playback on this, I was not too happy. Boy, what a risk taker this poster is. I was not too happy. Why?
I was not too happy. Why?
That is the worst thing I've seen in a long time. How are you going to punch her? Not once, put about 4 to 5 times, and he couldn't put her down. He had to push her to the floor, and then in capital letters, "You go, Grandma." I wish I knew who this guy was, or rather, I wish I was walking down the block when that happened.
No, you don't.
Why?
No, you don't. I mean, you think that while you're behind your keyboard, but no one wants to see this animal face to face for the most part. Brooklyn kid, it's a shame before God for someone to do such a thing. Jail is too good for this poor excuse for a human. Payback will come in spades for this fool.
Well, yeah.
Oh, well.
Where's the one where they want to throw the book at him?
Yeah.
Oh, Phantom, this was a dreadful attack on the old and feeble. I watched the video clip on the news last night and was absolutely dismayed. I think the book should be thrown at this guy.
Throw the book at him. 1950 talk.
The hell does that mean?
Throw the book at him.
What other ones you want to read really fast here? How about Bronx Girl 74, BXGRL 74? Typical. That's all I'll say on that.
Oh.
You gotta love her.
Typical, huh?
First thing I thought.
When I saw this on TV, I was so angry. I hope the police catch this and then capitalize animal soon. Jail time should be life with no parole for this animal. Ooh. Like this guy doesn't know jail?
Here's TYSENS13, another person hiding behind their screen name instead of using their real name. And this isn't a wacky message board. This is in a respectable newspaper here in New York. It's a long letter, but this line caught my attention. I hope they catch him and turn some of the seniors loose on him with their canes, walkers, whatever, and beat the crap out of him.
Like Clockwork Orange, when all the old people are beating Alex.
Yeah.
Diamond Lou has a good one. The only question is, where's the big mouth Al Sharpton now? Why is he not crying for justice now? It is interesting how not one black leader has stuck their stupid face out to make a remark.
Not even comment on it.
They're
not even commenting.
Who cares?
Yeah. Jailhouse Doc is my favorite. That clown is a punk coward, plain and simple. Let him go against someone who could give him a run for his money, and his skirt would drop right down. If he gets locked up, the other inmates will form a conga line on him, and he will have hemorrhoids that no amount of Preparation H will soothe. This guy's kind of painting a picture, isn't he? Hopefully he will be caught, and even the crooks in protective custody on Rikers will make his life unbearable.
He's not even talking about the criminal. He's talking about the kid from American Idol.
And then,
conga line.
Did you see Dr. Phil, another person hiding behind their fake screen name? Put me in the ring with this little fart, and I'll show you Rocky Balboa gone wild.
Oh.
He'll be walking like an Egyptian for a few decades. And then he ends it with the a-hole,
yeah.
But he spells it arse, A-R-S-E.
Yeah.
Blah, blah, blah.
Get into quite the Donnybrook with the guy, huh?
Yeah, if you want some entertainment, go read the letters to the editor in your paper.
But the Rocky thing.
Yeah.
Hopefully the guy would wind up like Mickey.
But Rocky Balboa...
he probably would, too.
But Rocky Balboa isn't real.
That's exactly what the scene would look like if that idiot columnist there, what was his name?
Bill Gallo.
Yeah. If he got in the ring with this beast, it would look just like Clubber Lang, bitch slapping Mickey. Rock.
I'll get him, Rock. Here he is. Come on, get in the ring. Oh, hey, hey, oh, no,
And Rocky wants to help him the whole time, but but Mickey's like, no, I can handle this one, Rock.
I can handle it.
You just sit there and watch what I do to this punk.
I'll get this punk. We'll fight fair and square. Come on, punk. Put up your dukes.
Hey, Mickey.
He brought a shovel into the ring, Rock. He's caving my skull in, Rock.
Don't worry, I can handle this one.
Oh, my head looks like oatmeal.
I don't think that's allowed in the ring, sir. Apparently it is.
I just like the visual of him taking him on, and Rocky's not allowed to do anything because Mickey just thinks he can handle this punk.
Come on, Mickey. He's picking me up. Oh, no, he's running. Whoa! Whoa! Ow! Ow! Oh, God, Rock.
Rocky's just waiting for the call. Come on, let me get in there.
Hey, let me in, Mickey. Maybe I could help you out with the guy. No, I'll handle him, Rock. I'll handle him. My wool cap is full of stew, but I could... Oh! Oh! Oh!
Stupid Anthony's doing old school radio. What, do you want to, do the horse noise, too?
I need coconuts. He's running me over with a horse, Rock. Rocky, he's running me over with a horse. Oh, no, Rock. He's picked up a dolphin. He's hitting me with a dolphin. Ow! Not a sheep! We're not even close to the water. How's he doing this? Mickey, anytime, you want a little help, just kind of chime in and maybe I'll punch the guy or something.
I've been training for this fight.
Looks like you could use a little help. I need a tiger, Mickey. I need a tiger. All right, Rocket. Why am I at the end of a bowling alley? Ow! Ow, he's bowling into me. Ow! What do you mean, is it safe? Ah! Ah! Ow, he's drilling my teeth, Rock. Rock, he's drilling my teeth. Ow! Oh. Now he's offering me some oil of clove, Rock.
Just say the word.
No, I'll handle him, Rock. You just raise your hand or something. No, not the dolphin again.
I just love the visual. Just raise your hand and I'll help you, Mickey.
Oh, no, not that. He hit me with a horse, Rock. Oh, no. What's he pulling out of his pocket, Rock? Well, I'll get him if you want. No, I got him. He tased me, Rock.
Just say the word, Mick. I got your back.
I got him, Rock. Not a problem. I've chased chickens. I can beat up this big spade.
You want a piece of me?
You want a piece of me? That's exactly what it would look like.
Yeah. With all these people that are brave enough to take this punk on.
80-year-old columnist is going to beat up this guy.
Oh, man, is that... Very funny.
Why would he hit him with a dolphin?
Like, people would just accept that and watch it. Like here's the thing: the dolphin would have to be sitting somewhere for him to grab it. And, no one would question why there was a dolphin by the side of the ring.
But he's just pummeling the old guy with it.
Yeah, he picks up this endangered animal and hits an elderly man with it. With his gloves on. How do you do that with your gloves on?
I don't even know how you'd hold them. They're slippery.
Let's go to Larry on Long Island. Larry.
Hey, what's going on?
Larry.
Morning. Quick thing before I get to my question to you guys. As far as Sanjaya, Patrice has totally become a queer. There's no way of defending that when you sit there analyzing and titillating about some young boy who's under 18 nonetheless.
Yeah. It's just, his theory is just kind of funny.
Yeah.
That's all.
No, it is funny, and he's real straight. Anyway, so my question was, when they do catch this guy, how much time is he really going to do for stealing $33 and not even using a weapon?
Well,
and is there a law for people that are over 65? Is it worse punishment for that?
Oh, Funny you should mention that. As,
no law yet.
As people like to say. But they want to make it a felony if you mug someone over 70 years old.
If you assault them. Apparently, it's a misdemeanor to punch an old person in the face.
Right.
So the guy really, you're right, the guy wouldn't get much time. And the lawyer would plea bargain it down, and it would be like, hey, look, he's got a drug problem, he was high on dope, and he's cleaning himself up. They pull out all those usual crap defenses.
I think the age is too low, though, man. There's 70-year-olds can be tough.
Right.
It can
and
be.
I think if it's his first offense, he's probably going to just get community.
Honestly, he's not going to get much time in the end, but then everyone's going to know who he is, and, his life is just going to be hell. But here's the law. The New York legislators proposed a new law yesterday that would make it a felony to assault anyone older than 70 and hit the assailant with a maximum of 4 years in the slammer. So they're trying to get that passed.
I think they should actually go at 60. Because that's the difference between that and regular hate crimes. Everybody will be old if we live long. I mean, that's not a black thing or a gay thing. That's every person will
you
be
live long enough, you're going to be old.
I guess
that protects everyone equally.
They prey on the elderly, so now they want to, protect the elderly by having this new law. So it's pretty interesting.
They should. You get more than 4 years, too, man. If you punch an old lady in the face like that, you should get 10 years.
That's brutal. I mean, he really just, clocked her until she fell down. He had her money. He had everything. She leaned over to grab the bag, I guess. He could have just, mushed her. Could have given a mush. Or, leave the building.
She probably had just a little birthday card in there for her great-great-great-grandson or something. And that's all her day was going to be, was trying to get to the post office and mail the damn thing.
She lights a candle.
Money for church.
Yeah.
Well, he didn't have to hit her for that. Like what you do, when she went to grab the purse, he could have just raised his hand up like he was going to slap her, and she would have backed. I mean, that's what I always do. If I'm trying to get in line and there's some old people, I'll
go, hey,
up, and they
you're just like you're going to backhand them. And they back right off.
Yeah, they understand.
All right.
Great show, great. Thank you, guys. You guys are the best.
Larry! Thank you.
All right.
Hey, really fast, this Saturday at Bro's Restaurant. Yeah.
Oh, right.
We're doing St. Patty's Day. I was there this weekend, and he wants to start the festivities at 11:30 in the morning.
That's good.
But we're doing karaoke later on in the night. We're doing St. Patty's Day karaoke. We don't really have to promote this because it's a small place, but it is going down. Just want to make sure people know that.
Oh, yeah, it's going to be packed. Believe me.
It's the restaurant I own with my two brothers. Brett is it's really his place. We're just silent partners that hang out and just kind of make sure everyone's having a good time. But it's 400 New York Avenue in the heart of Huntington Village. F.H. Riley's this Saturday. What's wrong there, Jimmy?
These scumbag attorneys, this guy who killed Jessica Lunsford, who buried her alive, they're showing the brain scans of him and a normal person. That should avoid the death penalty.
Yeah.
Because he raped a 9-year-old and buried her alive, and they're showing you the brain scan that's somehow going to excuse it or should spare his life. Lawyers should just be shot.
Yeah. The defense is saying that he's got the mind of a child. No, he doesn't. He took the life of a child. That's about it. Just kill this guy already. If this guy doesn't get the death penalty, we're just doomed.
Just give the father an aluminum bat. And if that's what the family wants, and allow him just to chain this guy to a chair and just kill him.
Yeah.
Chain him to a chair.
First the ankles, work your way up, the groin.
Question on Good Morning America, should killer get death? Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, he raped and buried a 9-year-old alive. I think that pretty much covers what the death penalty is for.
Buried her alive. It's horrible. Actually convinced her to get into this bag by saying that he was... get into the bag so I could take you home. That's what he told her. And got her to get into this bag, closed the bag up, threw it in the hole, and buried her. So she was completely alive and conscious.
Did he say why he did that?
No, he won't say why. Won't say why. He said he was scared. He actually broke into the house meaning to steal things, but then on an impulse took her. And, it's an impulse. So then you rape her and then throw her in a bag and bury her alive. And they found, when they dug her up, they actually found that she had poked a few fingers out of the bag.
Oh, my God.
Yeah. I mean, just the worst possible crime you could think of. You can't even fathom a more horrible crime than what this guy did. And you actually have to contemplate whether he gets the death penalty. If this guy doesn't get the death penalty, then there should be no death penalty for anything ever.
How can anybody think this guy has any redeeming value as a human being? We absolutely have the right to squash this bug.
What's prison going to do? If he's got the mind of a child, then he's not going to appreciate the full impact of the horrors of prison. It's just going to be him sitting there going blah, 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 like an idiot. So kill him. Just kill him. Get rid of him. What do we got to make believe we're so civilized and above that? What are these people that just think, oh, no, the taking of a life for another is just as bad as the... No, it isn't. No. We're not that civilized. Stop it. It was just a very short time ago. We were just throwing spears at each other. Could we just put this guy to death? And I hate that goddamn lethal injection. Hate it.
Yeah.
Make the death penalty as horrific as it should be.
As it sounds.
Yeah, the death penalty.
Yeah.
It's not just going to sleep. Yeah, has anyone had, an operation or anything where you had to be put to sleep for a little while? Is that, like, horrible? You don't even remember it. You get a needle put in your arm, and then you're waking up. Only this time, you don't wake up. But it's just over.
What's wrong with a firing squad or a guillotine? Why is that considered so barbaric?
I like a cage on his belly with a rat inside the cage.
Hungry rat.
And the rat is really hungry.
Or they also have you lay down on the cage with the rat, and then you heat the bottom of the cage. So the rat has to eat through you to get out of the hot cage.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
That is a very good one.
Yeah. We saw some of those medieval tortures at
Where were we?
I think it was one of those.
Renaissance Fair?
No, I think it was like Spooky World or something.
I don't remember where we were, but yeah, it might have
been up in Massachusetts.
All right. They would do that? They would heat the cage so the rat had to eat?
So the rat would have to eat through.
Yeah, we didn't just make these up. We actually saw these, and they swear this is what they used to do back in the day. They would get a hungry rat and put a cage on your belly with obviously no floor to the cage, so your belly's the floor of the cage, and the rat would just start eating you away.
What about the metal cone? It looked like an ice cream cone made of metal, and it was turned upside down, pointy side up, and they would lower you down on top of this thing till the point made contact with a place on your body that is usually meant for things not to go into.
Right.
And they would lower you down onto this thing. And as you got lowered down, of course, the diameter gets bigger and bigger and bigger until you just get ripped into pieces.
What are you not confessing in that situation? What information is so valuable that you're tolerating that nonsense?
God, I'd never even thought of it that way. You are telling everything.
All they have to do is go, do you see that cone? And you go, is that what I think it's for? And they go, yeah. And you go, get a pen.
Yeah, I will write everything. You want photos, everything. No problem.
Coming.
Yeah.
What is going on? This is the worst of the Opie and Anthony show. Sirius XM.
So Anthony wants to be a Führer. I'm sorry.
Well, not quite a Führer. I think that the word has bad connotations to it. It's not like, I'm just thinking a true leader. What this country needs right now is a true leader. We are in a very bad situation as far as the world goes. We're like the world police, but anything we do gets criticized by that world. And they don't understand how important our being on this planet is to the stability of the planet. We are underappreciated. The euro over there in Europe, they're getting their own economy going, and they're saying, screw you, and the euro keeps going up and the dollar goes down. China's hoarding our money. They're using up all kinds of resources. Russia isn't this friend of ours anymore. They're always poking at us for whatever we try to do. France, don't get me started. Germany, same thing. Like they haven't tried a couple of shenanigans over the past century or so.
What about the Irish?
The Irish? Irish in England have been pretty cool, but I'm sorry, they're going to have to suffer also.
Really?
Yes, because this plan is very, very direct and very easy. Here's my plan if I led this country. First of all, I'm sorry. Congress, the Senate, all those people, they got to go. They can't have any input on what I say.
I am, like, making the rules. I can't be bogged down by red tape and meetings and hearings and all this other crap that happens because it's just partisan bull that just divvies up the nation and wastes time and nothing ever gets done. So I have to be in charge.
Just let him go. Let him go. He's on a roll.
Then,
go ahead.
What we do?
Yeah.
All of our military that is spread around the globe making every other little crap country safe.
Yeah.
Pull them back. Pull them all back. Every single soldier that belongs to the United States military gets pulled back to the United States of America. We then get a giant buildup of troops on our carriers, on our destroyers, airborne, Marines, everything. And we go to...
Here it comes.
Venezuela.
Venezuela.
We attack Venezuela in a decisive, disgusting display of force. That in a war that ends in a day, we take over Venezuela. No one likes Chavez. There's oil there, up the yin-yang. Solves our problem with oil.
Can we make a T-shirt? Venezuela, oil up the yin-yang.
Oil up the yin-yang.
Work on it, brother.
Look, we then take them in as, like we got Puerto Rico and stuff. We own Venezuela.
Yeah.
Anyone who doesn't agree with it or like it down there, you're going to have trouble.
What do we call it?
We can still call it Venezuela. I got no problem with the name.
You said you want to call it like the 57th state.
It could be like the 51st state or something.
Somewhere
but
around there.
Look,
yeah.
I'll let the people. I'll give the people like a little bit of freedom to pick a name. They could do it like American Idol style on TV, whatever they want to do. But it solves our oil problems. Okay? And now we're going to get a lot of flack from the world because they're used to the old U.S., the U.S. that backs down to all this kind of stuff. I get up there and I give a speech and I tell the whole world, look, this is the new United States of America. This is what we do. We're taking care of numero uno, the United States of America. And if anyone doesn't like it, and if anyone, God forbid, tries any shenanigans with this country, you will see a use of force as you have never seen. Decisive. None of this crap where we sit and go, we're sorry about civilian casualties, or, we won't use too many troops, or, we'll only use smart bombs. I'm talking devastation to anybody who even tries to interfere with these plans.
Can you add "Go Screw" to your speech?
Go Screw!
Yeah.
That'll be like my slogan.
Right.
And then we have
what's
that.
the slogan again?
Go Screw!
Nice.
Then, after we have Venezuela, we leave troops there, obviously, so no shenanigans can start with any of the surrounding nations. And then we pull, again, a big part of our military back to the U.S., where we guard our borders. No one else allowed. No one allowed in. You can come and visit if you have a valid passport from a nation like England. Those are your perks. And it's the only perks we're going to give you. You're from Australia, you're from England, countries we get along with. Then you're allowed to come in a little bit and visit. But you will be monitored, and you'll be asked to leave when your time is up. But this will take care of the problem of us not getting the respect we are due around the world. And we will tell the world, in 10 years or so, come back crying for us to spread ourselves around the globe again, because it will be utter chaos around the globe without this country being policemen to the rest of the world. There will be countries beating the crap out of each other, and we'll sit back. And if people think these nuclear nations, these budding nuclear nations are going to perk up and do something, people will be warned. For every nuke that is attempted to be sent over in our direction, a completely devastating nuclear strike will come against their country, where they will just not exist anymore. They won't exist. So if you want to do that, because we're the big boys on the block, but no one seems to want to realize that or give us that respect that we are due as a nation that is saving the globe right now? Why do you think other countries aren't running in and invading other countries all the time and taking resources? The U.S. of A. We become pussies.
All right, I got a couple.
We need a strong fist. The fist!
I got a couple problems.
What?
What party are you going to get elected on?
This is no party. The parties will be dissolved. There will be no Republican or Democratic Party. It's got to be one guy that takes control. Me.
And that would
I have to lead this country. Oh, I will, once everything is in place, I will give up my power.
Yeah?
Yeah, some other leader said that. Once everything's established, I will give up my power.
Is it true that you want to get rid of the mighty dollar?
Well, that suggestion was brought up in exchange for the dollar. The new denomination called the Kumia will be introduced to the economy. That way...
And what does that solve?
That solves the problem of goddamn China owning all our money.
Oh, okay.
Now, China can whip around all their useless dollars with the old presidents on them, but we'll be printing up the Kumias. The $1 Kumia, the $5 Kumia, and that's the money you spend. And we spend it amongst ourselves. What do we need? We need wood. We need wood. We go to our forests and we get wood. Venezuela's got some wood. We take that as a little perk from our oil thing. We take our wood and then we pay people in kumias to make the lumber. And then our cars, we get iron. We got all the resources we need here in this country. Why outsource things? The country would be so employed and so prosperous under my rule.
Now, can I be on, like, something?
Yes, all my friends will be on my, like, committees. I
want to be on, like a dollar bill or something.
No,
I mean, they're called kumias, but can I, like, be the face of one?
No, my face has to be on all of them. You can maybe get the back of one somewhere. Like, you could get the back of one on, like, a little picture by one of the buildings, by my chancellery, the White House. And Jimmy can be there. But this is what the times right now are calling for this.
Can I be in charge of the national cereal?
Sure. I'll put you in charge of the national cereal.
The national breakfast cereals?
Yes. It is a great plan.
What do you got for Jimmy?
For a great nation.
Hold on. I was just...
yes?
Hold on. I was just joking, but if you're going to be like the Fuhrer and the money's going to be the kumias,
yeah.
What do you got for little old me?
Jimmy will be the head of the Ministry of Comedy. Ooh. Your job will be to... Because let me tell you... No, it's a very important job. Because the people... when they're ruled under an iron fist of one leader, tend to get a little edgy. They tend to get a little like they want to kill the leader sometimes. Your job will be to find comedians that can then go around the country and keep people laughing, keep morale up during these tough initial times until this plan kicks in and people love it.
I'll produce 30 films with Bill Engvall.
Do it! It's on.
You read the review on a sitcom, too, huh? Oh, boy.
Opie?
What about me?
Opie, you will be
nice.
Minister of Communication.
Ooh, button pusher.
Now, you're not button pusher. Your job will be to...
does that mean I get to push some, buttons?
You're in charge of the state-run
some real things done?
Radio. Now, but it's
I want to be
like
the official
now.
Button pusher for every button.
How about this?
What?
FCC dissolved. There will be no FCC. You will be the voice of the nation.
Nice.
And you could then delegate that responsibility, of course, under, my approval, to whoever you want to hire.
Of course.
Yes, and the comedians, as Minister of Comedy, you cannot mock the president. The leader, me.
Hey,
you can't mock me. I can't be made fun of.
A lot of people suggesting that I should be on the penny at least.
What
do you mean no, E?
No, E-Rock is saying no.
What the hell is he going to be in charge of?
Minister of nothing. He's there so that the people, the public, can look and go, my God, it can be so much worse. I could be him.
Yeah.
You're an example.
He'll be the pro-choice face.
Right.
Hey, we got Syracuse checking in. This is a very, very rare thing. Steve in Syracuse, what's up?
Hey, what's up, fellas? How you doing?
Good, Steve.
Yeah, I came up with a great idea while I was washing myself in the shower.
Yeah.
For Diabolical Laugh Tuesday. If Anthony's going to be an evil ruler, he needs a diabolical laugh.
Yeah,
It's not evil.
We need the official diabolical laugh. Hold on. Tim, take that and make a sweeper, please, immediately.
It's not evil. This is a plan that needs to be put in place.
Diabolical Laugh Tuesday.
Diabolical sounds diabolical. This is a plan that is needed in this day and age. America is divided right now. The world looks at us like we're a bunch of jackasses. We don't get the respect for all we do for this planet.
I'm raising my hand now. That's the only way we're allowed to talk at this point. How about we start slow? How about we start like our own society, like the Opie and Anthony Society?
Can't be.
Or how about we build our own city?
Because the government...
We built this city.
The government then sees that as some kind of threat. And this has to be done immediately. I don't know how. I think I just got to ask. They could say no. And then I got to go with Plan B.
What's Plan B?
But I'm just going to ask the President and Congress... if I could just do this. If I could just, let me step in.
It's Diabolical Laugh Tuesday.
The way to start to gain power is you go home to home and you slaughter all families found to be in the possession of plums.
Okay, that could be a good start. I just think... it's time.
Someone is suggesting maybe we should just try to get ourselves on the front page of the XM radio website before we attempt to get on money.
That's a good idea.
Words hurt.
Maybe
Words hurt.
if I offer the present government 600 billion kumias.
Ooh.
Just got to print them up.
Nice.
Maybe they'll be like, wow. Now, when the government changes over to just me being the leader,
should we
take Venezuela?
Should we have a contest? Like someone's got to, invent the kumia now?
The design.
We accept the design of
all
the
right,
kumia?
all right. I think some of the message boards, I know there's a lot of talent over at the Whack Bag on the Photoshop section. Could you design the kumia?
And then we want them printed up and sent to the station.
Yes. I want a stack of kumias.
I have an idea that the kumia should be a horse's ass, and the denomination is determined by where the tail is pointing.
I may be insulted, Minister of Comedy.
No, the horse is a beautiful animal.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And it feels just like a person, apparently.
All right, we're on to something. I like this.
That's just, something. A lot of people with a lot of complaints and questions and stuff. I'm the only one delivering an answer, a concise answer to the problems of this nation.
God, you were doing all the heavy lifting last night. I was reading Jimmy's Happy Endings book.
See?
You're getting real things done. I'm just enjoying a nice read.
I'm an answer man. Whether you like my idea or not, it's an answer.
So all the problems.
Right. Every problem. Done.
What will he do?
Steve.
Well, we all know.
Yes. The Minister of Flaming Fashion.
I'm the Minister of Diction.
With or without the shin.
Oh, we got a call from India.
Spirited.
We got a call from India. After the break.
India?
Maine checking in. What's up, Sven? Steven?
Yeah,
what's your name?
That's me.
What's your name?
Sven.
Yeah.
It's the Swedish name, yeah.
Yeah, all right. What do you got there?
Well, hey, I got a Diabolical Laugh for Diabolical Laugh Tuesday.
Well, I got to be honest with you. We don't have a sweeper, so it's not official yet.
It's not official, but let me hear. He might be able to fit into my cabinet somewhere.
All right, go ahead.
If he's good.
Well, I've also got an idea for you for letting visitors into the country under your rule, which I love the idea, by the way.
Thank you. A lot of people agreeing with my idea. They love it.
Anybody that wants to come in has to have a valid passport, and they all have to wear one of those ankle bracelets we give out to felons now.
Oh.
That way you can track them everywhere they go.
And think of the economy. Ooh, wow, that's diabolical.
Wait, but we interrupted you, and I think Oh, did he hang up? Oh,
Yeah.
he knew he had a good...
That was diabolical. I did interrupt him a little bit.
I'm not going to be the minister of marshmallows, Trey.
Didn't the communists try this? It didn't work. I'm not talking communism here, my friend.
You're talking about an entire society turning inward and solely relying on itself.
I'm not asking for everybody to pitch in for just work and give me all their money and I'll divvy it up amongst them. The American dream will still live. Capitalism within ourselves will live on. People, there will be rich, there will be poor who might have to be, taken care of. And by that I don't mean given a bed and 3 squares.
You mean used for fuel?
Apparently, we have Venezuelan oil, so perhaps we can labor something. I don't know. But we'll find something for them to do.
We're talking more of a utopia.
Right.
But isn't the American dream predicated on people from outside?
If you use the word predicated again...
It was. Let me tell you another thing. I'm going to get up with a chisel and reword some of that stuff that the lady in the harbor is holding on that book cover. It's not going to be a welcome sign anymore. I think it works, and the people agreeing in droves. This is very encouraging for me. Very encouraging.
Anthony, are we allowed to take a break? Because
Opie? You are the Minister of Communications. Ooh. It's your call. See? I am soft and gentle when I need be.
So I still have a little power.
Of course you do. You run the entire communications of the United States of America.
Official button pusher?
Official button pusher.
For all?
For all.
Ooh. Jimmy, you are the Minister of Comedy. Could you remind people of this?
Help make the people laugh. Minister of Comedy is now doing... my whole plan's coming together.
Right in front of your eyes.
I love this.
I'm the official button pusher. Jimmy's the Minister of Comedy.
And Iraq's doing nothing. This is going just as planned.
Well, as per the generosity of President Cumia, he has demanded that all tickets be only $10 so that all people can come out and enjoy the comedic festivities.
Is the public applauding these things? Don't we have the public? Why don't we open the windows so the people that are gathered outside can listen to Jimmy giving his address and his speech and perhaps listen to the public reaction?
Yes, let me... President Cumia wants all people to enjoy comedy for $10.
Thank you. Thank you.
But he has said this will only happen in Boston, Detroit, Washington, D.C., and PNC in Homedale, New Jersey. Wait! He has said also Philly. And he has said that Philly will continue until Friday.
I am generous.
Because, according to him, there are less Jews in Philly.
Well, I don't know where that came from. I think you're comparing me to somebody else.
Oh, Jesus, what's that smell? This is the worst of the Opie and Anthony Show on Sirius XM.
Brought me back to being a kid, and you go to camp or something, and you hang out with these people for like a week, 2 weeks, and you think like...
you went through the Nam together.
Yeah, and it's just a week of playing, dumb sports and canoeing and crap.
And making pottery on days it rains.
And then your parents come, and then you say goodbye, and even as a little kid you realize, oh, no, I'll never see these people again. I'm real sad.
I'm real sad. Yeah.
I'm extremely sad. I don't know what this means. But if you really step back and think about it, especially if you went to camp as a kid, it was only a stupid week in your life. Who cares if you don't see these people ever again?
I went to summer camp, so it was longer than that. It was like...
You got to go all summer?
Yeah, it was pretty much the whole summer at what was called the Paul Bunyan Day Camp.
Ew.
When I was living in Central Islip. Paul Bunyan Day Camp. Babe the Blue Ox.
Wait, was it on Long Island?
Yeah.
So you didn't even get to go away?
No, we had to take a bus there, but it was just like, it wasn't that far. It was in the middle of the woods somewhere, and the counselors were all a bunch of, like, pot-smoking Dope fiends.
So you took a bus a couple exits down the highway to camp?
Yeah,
That's not going to summer camp. You have to go over a bridge and start going up the mountains and stuff.
No, we came home every day.
Ew.
It was day camp.
You didn't even get to sleep over with all your hormones going crazy in your body.
No. I think I was a little young for the hormone things going crazy, but
oh my God,
it was it was day camp. So we take a bus there, and then they bus us back.
That's summer camp for poor people.
For poor people, we tend to live in clusters.
Right.
Yeah, it was real boring too. Like after the first week, they ran out of stuff for us to do, and we didn't have it wasn't a cool camp with like canoeing and archery and things you see at like cool camps. It was pretty much you either played softball or like soccer or kickball outside, or when it rained, they took you inside where you made like ashtrays out of clay.
Yeah,
and that was it. Nothing fun about it.
That's retard camp.
It really was. My mother just sent us there because she wanted to like have fun a summer, and she didn't want the kids around.
What do you mean by have fun?
Probably have sex with multiple partners. I have no idea. I don't know what she was into back then. She was being groovy in her culottes. I don't know. It was, yeah. So she just, sent us all off to day camp. That was that. It sucked.
I did a little of that day camping, too, in Central Camp Alvernia, I think it was called. I don't know.
The one on the lake, down by the lake?
Well, on the harbor there, in Centerport.
I think it was Moose Lake. It's closer, so I made that assumption. Yeah, the one that's right by the lake there with the... Because that's one that they... Like, it's a camp... For nannies, I think, au pairs.
I don't know. This is going
right by
back.
Centerport. I used to take my jet ski by there, and they would all lay out topless because that's what they did in Europe, and they were all from like Sweden and stuff.
Oh yeah.
So they'd lay out there, and you saw nothing but like these puttering jet skis doing circles. And I was one of them. Thing could do like 60 miles an hour on the water, and I'm just doing
like a mile and a half
in front of this place.
Of course, you got to. Of course you have to.
The place is legendary.
Went to camp when I was a boy. My mother sent me to camp when I was 13. I didn't want to go. And I remember we were such dorks that one of the guys thought it'd be cool if we all pretended we were dead when the counselor came in. So we all laid out like we were dead.
What was wrong with you?
I don't know. It wasn't my idea. I just played along.
You just did not have a normal childhood, Jimmy.
So
you guys were playing dead because you heard the rumors of this guy touching kids probably, and that was the only way to... You could think
play dead.
Yeah, play dead so he didn't, violate you.
No, he was young. He was like 16 or 17. He was young dude. He wasn't like one of those guys that just for the summer.
And how old were you?
13.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Summer creep.
Perfect for the hormones that are raging through your body.
But you what did he come in and wake you up every morning?
No, but I forget what he walked in and we all just pretended we were dead. Like, what?
Did it work?
No.
Of course it didn't.
We should have been. Oh, watch out! These guys are nuts.
Did you put ketchup around your neck or something?
I think someone did do that. Not on my neck, but yeah, it was like
no.
we were.
And what did he
posing hacks.
What did he do? Just dip his lunch into the kid's neck?
No, the worst.
For a little extra ketchup.
The worst out was when he walked in. You heard the of the screen door, and he looked around, and then just. And he walked out.
Nothing. No. And you thought it was going to be so cool when he went, "Oh my God, they're dead!"
But there was just nothing.
By nothingness.
No, the dorks had to just get up and go. All right, well, had no impact.
Let's say hi to Scott on Long Island. What's up, Scott?
Hey guys, how's it going?
Hey.
Hey, I went to that Paul Bunyan death camp myself.
Oh, you did?
I did, and it was no picnic. And Anthony, don't you BS. You know it was no picnic.
Well, no, I know.
What do you have to add to this?
The instructors, they'd throw you in a pool, whether you knew how to swim or not. If you didn't, if you didn't get to the front and back, you wouldn't get no lunch. They throw you in the woods and they take off and leave you in there for hours.
Hey, yeah, that happened to me.
Oh, yeah, it happened to everybody.
It really was terrible. I got tied to a tree, and then this big fat counselor took his big meaty paw and smacked my stomach till he gave me pink belly, where you just go bam, 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 and then left me tied to the tree.
That's what you remember from that incident.
Yeah,
you blocked out everything else.
I hope so. I hope it stays repressed forever.
Wait, why did you do that?
Because they were all a bunch of. I've used the scum word, and that's what they were. They were just a bunch of lowlives that were put in charge of these kids at the day camp.
Well, who else is going to do that job in the summer?
I know.
Like cool kids were like lifeguarding and caddying and doing all that other stuff that was kind of cool.
It was a crap day camp that had the worst counselors ever. I remember that guy. He was like, I think he was Russian or something. And he had this big, like, meaty wrestler hand, big fat mitt, and he just, like, smashed me in the stomach as I was tied to a tree. He tied me to a tree.
Did you tell your mother?
Yeah.
What'd she do?
She didn't care. She had a date. She was wild back then. Wild, I tell you.
Why with him?
She probably paid him to do that to you. All right, thank you, Scott.
All right, sorry to bring up some bad memories, but...
Oh, yeah, thanks.
It's
Paul
all
Bunyan
good.
Death Camp. They called it the Paul Bunyan Death Camp.
Yeah,
We arrived in boxcars.
Let's say good afternoon to Cleveland. What's up, Ray?
So I used to go to a day camp out here in a suburb of Cleveland, and it was the worst camp I've ever been to in my entire life. The counselors had no control of the kids. They thought they did, but they never did. You had counselors picking on kids, putting them down, all that stuff. So I really relate to what Anthony's saying about, like, camps and stuff.
I think we all pretty much went to a camp growing up.
Oh, yeah.
And why you didn't need to control the kids. Let them be. Let them be wild. It's camp.
All the time.
Camp.
Huh?
I used to fight all the time with kids. It was amazing.
Yeah, there were a lot of fights. There were, it was a bunch of kids being bused from Central Islip to this Paul Bunyan day camp. So there was a lot of trouble, a lot of racial trouble back then.
Even when you were like 12?
Dude, it was Central Islip.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and we'd be on the bus, and it was just like the black kids controlled the bus.
At 12 years old?
Yeah, little skinny white kids. We're just sitting there like, oh, boy, don't mouth off. Don't mouth off. Oh, why did I get smacked in the face? I didn't say a word. I didn't even eyeball them.
You would get smacked?
Yeah. Occasionally, you just as one guy was walking by, you get smacked in the face, and they'd all laugh and go, yeah! as they walked.
Sorry.
As they walked to the back of the bus, oddly enough, they had the freedom to sit wherever they want, but wanted to sit in the back so they could pull shenanigans on the poor little white children of Central Islip.
Face?
Yeah.
That's a lot of slapping stories in your childhood.
Walked by. I was constantly being slapped and crying. That was my whole childhood.
Poor Anthony.
Poor me. Thank you, Jimmy.
Basically a punching bag.
I was so just abused.
It does explain a lot, though.
The mental abuse. And then,
we're finally seeing where the seed was planted, Jimmy.
And I have so many, regrets that I remember in my head, little moments that probably could have been happy moments that I just didn't do the right thing or something. I was in Central Islip, and it was a lot of racial trouble. I guess it was during the early 70s, and the races weren't getting along very well back then, and blacks were coming out onto this new sense of empowerment, and it was time to get back at Whitey.
Yep.
So us white kids kind of had to stick together and everything, but we never did. We never could. And then I remember one time there was a little white girl named her name was Dawn. It was kind of grossed me out a little because that's my sister's name. It's nothing worse than being in love or lust with a girl that's the same name as your sister.
I've said just the opposite.
And
in Jimmy's case, it allows him to just relive the fond memories.
Nothing better.
And I would just, I was telling people how I really liked this girl, and I guess the word got back to her, and I was sitting at my desk, and we had this thing where we all had to make these little kind of like a little scenery thing of Thanksgiving or something. So I made little pilgrims and everything and set them up and glued them to some construction paper and did a whole nice thing. And then they brought in other classes to kind of look around.
at our thing. So I'm sitting at my desk all proud of my thing. And this girl, Dawn, comes by, and she looks at me, and she must have gotten word that I liked her, because she looked at my stupid little construction paper thing, and then looked up at me and gave me this smile. And I swear, I had to be probably 9 years old at the time, but the smile she gave me, I still remember. It was one of the, it sent like chills down my spine. And I was like, oh my God, oh Jesus. And she kind of like looked at me a little more when she walked away to the next person's stupid display. That was probably a friggin' bodega or a crack dealer. So I was sitting there thinking this is great, and I'm going to talk to her. Dude, I never mustered up the balls to say a word to her. And then it was just, you know, she goes along her merry way. I had that one moment of a smile, and I was like, hey, it's 80,000 years later, and I'm still regretting not talking to this girl at 9 years old.
Where's she at now?
Probably dating one of the black guys.
Absolutely. Well, she's probably dating a pilgrim. That had such an impact on her.
I turned her off to white kids. No go get 'em gumption idiot that I was.
But that might have changed your life. See, the good thing was if you would have talked to her, you might have dated her and then had self-worth, and you never would have been funny. You wouldn't have needed to be funny. That might have changed the course of your life.
You might be right.
That little dumb kid might have wrecked
you. And you would have had 5 kids by now, too.
It could have been. They could have changed. You know, that is odd that there's that little, that might have been one of those forks in the road in your life. And another situation happened in California, and I talked about this one a while back, when I was in school, and this girl, very cute girl, was at her locker, and she's bent down getting her stuff, and some douche just kicked the locker door and hit her square in the head, and she started crying. And I was like 3 lockers away, and all I wanted to do was go over there and comfort this crying girl that got her head smashed by the locker. And again, just what a pussy. I couldn't muster up the confidence that a girl that just got her head smashed, that if I gave her a little comfort, she wouldn't just reject me. So I'm sitting there, and should I go? Moment over, idiot. Just shut your locker, go to class, and regret it for 50,000 years.
Are you having a nervous breakdown?
No, no. This is the stuff that keeps you from having a nervous breakdown. You just vent it all out. It's just memories of your childhood that, like, don't go away. And for some reason, it's odd that they stay with you so vividly for so long.
But those are the things that made... See, here's the thing.
Makes you who you are.
Makes you who you are, because then now the way to get the girl is make her laugh, is do this. So that stuff kind of goes into making you... That stupid, that big-headed chick at the locker who probably deserved it, and the one who would have hated you after 2 dates anyway, not talking to them did change. Of course, that made you who you are. You never would have been as funny as you are if you had that kind of self-esteem. There would have been no need for you to be funny.
Guess so.
The girls liked you because you had cute hair. You would have just relied on your stupid hairdo.
Let him vent, though, man.
Of course I would vent, but I mean, I relate to him.
He's finally venting, getting this out.
Yeah.
Getting all this crap out.
It's just...
Ed had an awful childhood, let's be honest.
There's so many stories like that. But I just...
Sorry,
you know what it was, though? But I wanted to have a really good, fun childhood, so I did, like, with myself and a few friends and stuff... Like, I think of a lot of times that I enjoyed. I had a lot of fun growing up as a kid.
Did you ever enjoy your dad?
But they were punctuated by... Yeah, I enjoyed my dad a lot, but with this reservation, with this impending doom feeling. Because it was just like, being around him was a lot of fun, but there was always this element of danger. Like, I always felt like I could be killed at any moment. Either killed in a horrific drunken wreck, or shot accidentally, or starved to death, or thrown from a horse. There was always just this element of danger that he felt in order to make me the guy he wanted me to be. He had to put me through this training course that put me on the brink of death many times. So it was kind of odd. But I definitely enjoyed it. 12 through 16, around those years.
I was thinking of your dad when you were talking about that Thanksgiving display.
Mm-hmm.
How long did that last when you brought it home?
Oh, who knows? He was probably having sex with his gumar up in Connecticut.
What a mess.
Jesus. What's the matter, Joey?
Yeah, because he used to fill vending machines. That was his job.
Sure.
It's like, where were you? Oh, Connecticut. I don't remember your roots being up in Connecticut. I had to pick some stuff up. Oh, did you?
Why did it take 2 days?
Joey, don't think I'm stupid, Joey. I know what's going on. Shut up, Ro. I got a stomach ache. Could you stop and tend to my tummy? No, we can't. Dad's having sex in Connecticut, and Mom's pissed.
You'd fake injuries to get love and stop the fight.
Oh, it was always a stomach ache. I never had a new one. I never had a new good one. It was always, I got a stomach ache.
That's the worst.
No, you don't.
That's the worst thing to tell a father, by the way, that you have a stomach ache.
I have a stomach ache.
You can tell your mom you got a stomach ache, but your father doesn't want to hear you got that lame stomach ache thing.
It's a stomach ache. And
Because men don't get stomach aches.
It was a tummy ache. And he would turn around and go, you don't have a stomach ache. And you wish you could just, like, project yourself as an adult into that kid to go, yeah, you're right, I don't. I said I have a stomach ache because you two are ruining me. You're just yelling. It doesn't end. It doesn't stop. Could you just leave each other so we can grow up in an environment not filled with hate? There. My stomach's fine. Put the Pepto away, Mom. The stomach's fine. You two are jackasses, and you're destroying your children.
That was 30-some-odd years ago. You really should get over
it.
You really should just get over it.
Well, I have a question.
Wow.
I want to ask Colin.
Seemed like yesterday when I was saying it.
No kidding.
Now, you saw this girl after she smiled at you. Did you see her in the hallway all the time and just be afraid to walk up to her?
Yeah, I didn't even make eye contact after that.
Well, that's normal crap, though.
Dude, it might be normal crap, but everybody's an individual, so to me, it was like...
It's not normal. But
and then there was... What was her name? Oh, my God. Diane, I think, or Denise or something. And she was in the apartment complex that I lived in Central Islip. And we went down in the basement and kissed in the basement.
Yeah.
And I was like, wow, that's pretty cool, you know? First time I ever did that with a girl. With a little girl. And then she takes off, and then I see her with this kid named Keith doing the same thing.
Yeah, that's just normal crap.
Dude, you little slut.
But it adds up.
Yeah, but it's normal crap to be scared to talk to a girl when you're growing up. I used to follow this girl home from when I was in junior high. I had a massive crush on this girl. I don't want to say her name. I would follow her home. I would keep my distance, and it wasn't like I was stalking her because a lot of people walked home.
I want to know her name.
No way.
Why? It's her first name only, of course, but what's her name?
No, it's all right.
It's not Frank, is it?
No, it's not Frank. And I was never brave enough to walk, completely up to her. I would keep my distance, and the whole time I'm like, come on, you could do it. I would have these conversations with myself. You could do it. And I would start walking a little faster. I'd get a little closer, still pretty far away, still a couple hundred feet away, and then I'd back off and have almost like a panic attack. And I never told this girl how much I liked her.
Yeah.
Never did it. But I followed her home for a long time.
See, you remember those things.
Oh, yeah,
and they, like Jimmy said, they all add up to make you the person you are.
But all that's normal crap. We could do an hour on this.
Yeah, but I was constantly doing it. It was a part of my personality that I couldn't make the move. I had no confidence as a kid to interact with girls in that way.
You didn't want to confront anything. Because of your parents.
Well, maybe, but I just didn't have any confidence, and I think that was from growing up in like that household.
Probably.
That environment was probably not the most conducive to building a child's confidence. Oof.
All right, we have to take our first break.
No, we can't. I'm in the middle of a crisis.
No,
I want to hear more of this when we get back.
Oh, absolutely. Jimmy, yeah.
Very interesting stuff.
Anthony is finally venting, and we'll continue.
I've vented about my stupid childhood for years.
Nah, it's a little different.
Oh, God.
You're like a 13-year-old kid today.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're having a nervous breakdown.
If I was like a 13-year-old kid, I'd be in the bathroom doing what 13-year-old kids do.
By the way, if you're gonna have a nervous breakdown, make sure it's around 7:30 because that's 7:30. That's when we have our biggest audience.
All right.
You will let us know if that lamb takes a look at your little display, won't you?
We got Kelly from Michigan. She wants in on this discussion.
Is it a she?
I don't know. Kelly.
But Kelly Leak wasn't.
Kelly.
Good morning, guys.
Yes, it's a she.
She's a broad.
Hi, Kelly.
Hi.
What's
hey,
up?
you know what? I thought this was the Dr. Phil show.
The Dr. Phil show. Yeah.
Did I tune into the wrong station?
Well, Ant's venting a little bit.
Oh,
Possibly
geez.
getting close to a nervous breakdown, I'm thinking. And,
I don't think so. I'm just kind of, remembering. And venting. And not even like memories coming out of nowhere. This is stuff I've remembered my whole life. I look back fondly on a lot of it. It's nostalgic. It's very Wonder Years-ish. But,
how it still affects you. So, like, you still get that feeling. Like, you'll think about that girl looking at the thing, and that smile still means something.
Oh, it was so sweet and nice.
I was thinking about, the girl I would follow home during the break, and as soon as we went to commercial, I told Jimmy the name,
yes.
and then I realized, why didn't I just say the name on the radio?
Yeah.
Her name's, I'm still scared to say it.
No.
And her first name's Ann, but, because I think it brings you right back, like, oh my God, she might be listening.
Oh, jeez.
I could give a crap.
I got a call.
I could give a crap about this girl I used to follow home, but it brought me right back because Anthony had reminded me of something, and I was scared to say her name because I'm thinking she might be listening to the show, and I don't want to know what she really thinks of me.
Oh. You want to keep
20-some-odd years ago or whatever it was.
Keep that in that time capsule where whatever it was.
Right.
How old were you when you followed her home?
Like junior high.
Oh, you were older than like 7 or 8. Okay, you were like.
Oh no, I was like 13.
He followed her home last week.
Yeah, last week, right. I follow her kids home now. All right, Kelly, thank you.
You can have.
Yep, it is time to get over it. So.
Oh, something. The truth of the matter is, I'm really over a lot of stuff. It's just there are kids that went through a hell of a lot worse than I did. These are just childhood moments. Like Ope said, a lot of kids go through the same things, but it affects you and kind of not so much now. You're not sitting there now still freaking out over anything, but it kind of made you who you were. You kind of bounced off of these events when you were growing up and all through your life. You bounce off these events, and it kind of guides you down whatever path you end up at the end of. And, those little moments are one thing. And it was directly because I didn't have any confidence to go out and really, assert myself and say, hey, I'm sorry that idiot hit your head on the locker, Let me rub the bump on your head.
Aww.
You could rub the bump in my...
If it's any consolation, hold on to it. The guys that would have walked up to her and comforted her or smiled back and went, oh, I'm glad you like my little project. And there are plenty of kids like that. Yeah. None of them are funny.
Yeah.
Almost none of them could make anybody laugh.
It's a total lack of confidence that you just have to start making stupid jokes.
It is a desperate reach for love.
It's a plea for attention.
Of course it is. It's like, this is what I have to give you here. But you know what? 35 years later or whatever, it's better to have that than a stupid high school football jacket, which you would have gotten. Who cares? Talking over the glory days. Hey, I ran for 65 against Central. Bunch of douches. So good for you not to say hi to her. Made you who you are.
Central! Jimmy puts things in such great perspective.
Remember the big win over Central?
Yeah.
Look, man, it's weird. It's like, when I think of the girl that I liked when I was a kid, I still have a feeling for her, but I don't picture her as an adult. I picture her as a third, fourth, and fifth grader. Like, I had that little image of her, in the school picture, and that's how you think. So, yeah, it's still very affecting.
Yeah.
There was a girl that I really had a huge crush on growing up, and I did try, and she wouldn't give me the time of day. And then you fast forward to many, many years, and I'm at a high school reunion. And this girl is completely following me around the entire time. Loving my ass. Loving my ass because of who I am now.
Oh.
And I was like, you know what?
She wants the Hughes fortune.
I'm like, you know what? Go F yourself.
Yeah, reunion.
Go F yourself.
How old were you when you liked her?
Honestly, from kindergarten all the way for most of high school.
Oh, okay.
I would keep going back to this one girl, like, wow, man. And we, when we were in kindergarten and grammar school, we would talk. We'd go to each other's house. Nothing big. No kisses, none of that. Never got to that, but always had something for her. And, man, when I went to this high school reunion a few years back, wow.
Yeah.
Wow. And I'm like, get lost. You don't think I see this coming?
You know that it's how it affects you. This. I was kind of in love with this girl when I was in 4th and 5th grade, whatever. And now I look back on it, and I realized that she didn't like me as much as I liked her. And I remember going to her house one time, and we were going to hang out. And then her and my friend kept going down to the basement, and they're like, just wait up here. So I was like, okay, and I waited up there.
Oh, no.
Oh, God. Years later in high school, he told me, like, yeah, that day she and I were downstairs making out. And I got, it was years later, I got so angry. I didn't tell him I got angry, because I knew that made me a kook. But I was, like, so angry. And it's like, I don't trust women. And that's probably why.
You were just...
The one girl I really liked, all of a sudden, I never want to be the guy that doesn't know.
Right.
Like the guy that's like, oh, my God, I never want to be the guy that has the revelation and realizes he's been made a fool of.
Right.
I look back in that day.
God, you were innocent, Jimmy, and she's downstairs basically losing her virginity, or what would be your virginity at that age.
Like stupid, non-kissable chapped lips. So that's not crazy stuff.
No,
it really isn't.
There's one more of these horrid little stories of no confidence or anything, and not being able to see my hand in front of my face. Before I left to go to California, I'd been living in Huntington, right behind Fred's Diner over there. Ope knows where that is. And there was this girl, Leanne. Me and Leanne were buddies from the time I moved in there as a kid, growing up into, like, pre-teendom, kind of junior high-ish age around there. And before I went to California, I was like, all right, take it easy and stuff. We'd always hung out, and I was really just in love with this girl. And then I went to California, and I get a letter from her, and it's just her writing, I can't believe you left. I'm so in love with you. And she was circling where her tears were hitting the page as she was writing. And I'm like, I'm an idiot. I'm 3,000 miles away now. I'd have, like, I'd have stayed in New York probably if it was I knew how this girl felt. And we hung out, like, every day.
Well, did you like her like that?
Yes! But we hung out all the time, but I was just an inept, complete lack of confidence douche who couldn't see, like, what was going on. I thought we were friends, and I never wanted to make that next step because I didn't want the rejection, or I just didn't have the courage to do it. It's just, an ass.
How old were you when she wrote you that letter?
30? No. It's always funny to say you're older. It makes you seem silly.
I love exaggerated humor.
Probably 12 or something like that.
When's the next time you saw her after that?
Oh, man, when I came back from California. And then forget it. Everybody's just having their own good time and off on their own ways. And it was, completely over. So, but my mother told me, she goes, Leanne came to, because when I was on the phone with my mother from California, and she goes, Leanne came to the door and asked where you were, and I told her you were in California, because I told her I was going, but I guess I didn't say the day or anything like that, and then I left, and she goes, and she just started crying. I was like, oh, well, that's odd, and then I got the letter. My baby, she wrote me a letter. Dun, 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 dun.
Wait, did you ever see Leanne? I have to know what happened to Leanne.
Yeah, I saw Leanne after that, because I came back from California, moved into the same neighborhood that I was at, the same house. Tell you the truth. She still lived, like, across the street. I moved into the same house after I came back from California, went to the same school, and I come walking in, and there's a big difference between 12 and 16. Mm-hmm. So I came walking in, and people were kind of like, I think I know this guy, but I'm looking around going, I know you, I know everything about this person, I know this. So I'm kind of walking around, because I disappeared from the face of the earth for a few years, according to these people. So, but they were different people, too, they were all older. And, yeah, I kind of picked up with old friendships, but for the most part, just made new friends. Leanne, I kind of talked to her and stuff, but she was in her own crowd. She ended up being, like, very hot, so she hung out with the, hot girls, and perish the thought I approached them. I'd rather stand in the back hall in my army jacket, smoking pot with guys, wondering why there are no girls around us.
Where's Leanne now?
I don't know.
You don't want to.
I don't know.
Can I be honest with
Where's
you?
Leanne?
You don't want to know where these girls are now.
No,
it helps,
probably
though.
not.
I think it helps sometimes though to kind of like to kind of not feel bad about it anymore. When you look at them now and you go, oh yeah.
They're middle-aged women heading toward menopause. You really, let's be honest with each other. We have these memories of what they used to look like and what they used to do for you. I don't want to know where these broads are.
No, I'm saying that's good with regret, though. If you have regret, if you look at them now, it's like, how can I regret that? Look at you, you're a pig.
Look, we got everyone fooled. They think we're in our late 20s, early 30s. But
oh, really?
Some of the girls we dated are heading toward menopause at this point.
It's right over the hill. It's right around the bend.
I gotta... There was this girl, I mentioned it recently on the show, when we were talking about long-distance relationships, and I just am convinced they just don't work whatsoever, because I had one when I was going to Geneseo with this girl. She lived in Utica, and we wrote letters all summer long, back and forth to each other. I got a stack. I just remember this. A stack of letters from her, still tied up in a bow or something, at my mom's house. I'm going to bring them in. Ooh. And I'm gonna read a letter or two.
Oh yeah.
Because now, knowing what I know, as she's writing these letters, she went back out with her ex, who was the star football player for Central. Central. She was banging him all summer long while she's writing me these awesome romantic letters. So now I gotta bring these in and read them on the air.
Wait, did she circle other things on the paper?
Right.
Where he had left little
years.
marks? Yeah. Where he hit my back and it fell on the paper.
She played it perfectly. She wrote nice things. She quoted lyrics from hot songs of the day and perfume on the letters, all that stuff. And then I find out later on that the whole time she was banging her ex, who was the quarterback of Central.
He was behind her, and her face was pressed into the paper so hard, it looked like the Shroud of Turin.
Right.
She must really love me.
Speaking of not trusting women, because now I just assume like they're naked together, and I was the joke the whole time, where the guy's like, oh, here, write this. Yeah. Like they're writing the letters together, because I was so effing gullible, I guess. I will bring them in and read them on the air.
Yeah.
That'll be fun.
Definitely.
That would be fun, knowing, what I know and what the listeners know.
That'll make some chills. I wish I would have saved, letters and things, but too embarrassing. There's a girl that broke up with me that I wrote a letter to, and you don't realize till later how completely impossible it would have been to get that girl back. It was just over, She had moved on, and you are just a distant memory. But you think there's this chance if you write this nice, letter or something, and it was just, just talking about how,
hoping she'll forget that you had sex with her best friend.
No, it was even no, it wasn't anything like that.
Moments.
It was just it was that. It's that time when they just decide, or you decide, you're just going to leave. Yeah, it's done. You're early teens, you're in school, so school relationship things. And then they just find someone else, One day they walk down the hallway and go, okay, I'll go out with him. And then you're just left there. So you write your little letters. But we're so made for each other. Made for what? At 14?
I'm not even completely made yet.
Yeah, I'm not even cooked. I'm made for each other.
Made?
I'm not made.
This thing still needs a few parts.
It still has some ingredients.
Right.
But you know what? When you look at this low self-esteem and not talking to a girl, then you look back at the times you talked to them and shouldn't have. My self-esteem being low was justified. When I was in high school, I liked this girl, Michelle. I loved her. And I couldn't ask her out. But I finally had the courage. I looked her up in the phone book.
Oh.
And I called her. And I was like, hey, it's Jimmy. And she's like, hi. And I'm like, you don't want to go out with me, do you?
There's some confidence.
She actually was kind of nice. She's like, no, I don't think so. But she wasn't hateful about it.
Yeah. Well, you put her in a great position.
And I think I told you this. I tried to be casual. I was like, well, that's the way the ball crumbles. I tried to be funny.
By mixing them up, yeah.
Yeah.
Thinking she'd go, oh, wait, on the other hand, you're funny.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
sorry, Jimmy.
Plenty of just embarrassing, douchey moments.
My low self-esteem was telling me the truth.
All right, now that we
ugly.
Now that we got therapy out of the way, we're going to start the Opie and Anthony show after the break.
That's true. We're all in our periods.
Yeah, we're going
to... waiting to exhale in a half a circle.
The worst worst of the Opie and Anthony Show. Right here on Sirius XM.
Yeah, I know Mike was coming in as well.
Oh, DiStefano's not here.
Yeah, he's right there.
Where is he?
Oh, I didn't see you. When did you get here?
Been here for a few minutes.
What's up, Mike?
Oh, dude, I didn't fucking...
What's happening? How you doing?
Hi, sweetie. What are you doing, Mike?
Nothing. Fucking traffic.
You could point to a chair. He don't give a shit.
It's good.
He'll sit in whichever one he wants. Whichever one he damn well pleases.
We blew up me and my brother blew up a bag of balls when we were in high school with Blockbusters.
Right.
Nothing. I got community service and nothing.
What is? Oh wow!
You mean
in
high school? Yeah, we blew up with. We made a bomb.
A bomb, yeah.
2 Blockbusters, duct taped them together, blew up. They had a bag of balls in the gym, you know, like hanging.
Right. Yeah.
The rubber ones.
Yeah, sure.
Blew it up. We both got caught. It wasn't that big of a deal.
No, they didn't care.
Yeah, now.
Well, that was that's a different time.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we were talking about this morning. There was a girl that brought a steak knife into school to cut a little steak, and she got in trouble.
Yeah,
a lot of trouble actually. Possibly a felony charge now or something like that.
Jesus.
Yeah, because they can't. Everyone's afraid of being like singling somebody out. And saying, let it,
we're growing a nation of fucking weak little douchebags. That's what's gonna. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Well, they're attempting to.
Yeah.
I don't think they'll succeed
because there's no individuals anymore. You can't deal with anything on an individual basis. They all got to be lumped into one category, and you'll have the zero tolerance policy, so that if a kid comes in with a gun, looking to kill everybody, or a kid comes in with a spoon with the handle looking a little too sharp, they fall into the same category.
Yeah.
And they're both dealt with the
and
same way.
It's all based on like one fucking incident that happens.
Yeah.
Even the terrorist attack, I don't want to be a dick, but it happened to us once in our whole fucking history, Other countries go through it every month, And here it's like, now there's the orange alert today. I heard that today. They're still saying that? The alert.
We're up to the orange alert today?
Yeah.
We always are, I think.
Most stopped paying attention to the alert thing a while ago.
It's retarded. It's just to make us afraid, so we'll buy shit to quell the fear. I'm telling you, I think that's what it comes down to. There's some fucking... I'm not in a good space this week.
Why? What happened?
No, just because in comedy... As a stand-up, that's really what I do. That's all I really fucking know about. Drugs, stand-up, and a little bit of crime in my life. That's my whole life story.
Bits of crime.
And like this week, there's a club, and I'm not going to get into who, what, and where, but there's this big, fat Jewish-American gentleman that just took over a club in Times Square. He took over a club, and this guy's a fucking filth bag. He is a scumbag, and I've been there for 3 years. I kill in this place. I'm kind of blue, I do my thing, but I kill. I do what I got to do. And this guy comes in within a week. He has me fucking taken off the schedule. You can't play early shows. He told the booker told me.
Why are they getting PC in comedy clubs?
In a club.
That should be the last place. I hate it, but I understand radio-wise. But
yeah.
I don't really understand, but I guess
there's advertisers in radio,
right.
So you understand why they have to bend over.
Right,
and take
but not in a fucking comedy club. Not in a comedy.
Right.
There's only
that
2 clubs left in New York.
Place they go after.
There's 2 clubs left in New York. I'm not going to say the names of them. Caroline's in the cellar, but the rest of them. No, it's the truth, man.
Well, which club is douching you? You might
it was the Laugh Factory, and the Laugh Factory hasn't really been douching. They've been pretty cool with me. Because you know what it is? It's a fucking porn joint, first of all. The guy that owns it's a porn guy. He opened a comedy club with Jamie Masada from fucking L.A., Don't say N-word. It's on a ban.
Yeah, we know.
I said it 50 times the night he banned it. I still say it. Fuck him. Anyway, the point is that...
We've had Jamie on a bunch of times.
Yeah.
We tolerate him.
Yeah. You have a lot of tolerance.
I mean, we know the same people and all, but I don't agree with pretty much anything he says.
You ban whatever.
He's got a little too much power there with the N-word and all that.
Well, what happens is
banning the N-word from a comedy club. That's completely insane. Jimmy brought up a point, about the gangs and stuff in L.A., but I'm just, I don't know.
I didn't mind.
No, you said the funniest thing about not letting black people in the club anymore. That was fucking classic. That's the funniest thing said about Norton said it on your show. When Jamie was here, Jamie was going, buddy, I don't want to have big problems in L.A. We have the riots and blah, blah, blah. So we banned the N-word. And Jimmy said, real quiet, he said, he goes, instead of banning the N-word, why don't you just stop letting black people into the club? And to me, it was just funny.
But no, I understood it because the gang threats he was getting. It's almost like they were threatening to firebomb his club.
Right.
Like, he's in a really weird position.
Yeah. Jamie's one thing, Jamie you could see coming. If you give Jamie, if he hurts you in any way, you deserved it.
Right.
Because the guy just oozes scum. You know what I mean? I'm a fucking filth bag. Now, so he was partners in this club. He left.
Wait, Jamie's not part of that club anymore?
No. He's not part of the club. Yeah. It's a real whatever. But all the staff there, the one thing about them, they don't know about stand-up, which was actually good because all they did was go, wow, this guy makes everyone laugh. We like him. They didn't fucking, what is he saying? Yeah. Everyone's laughing. And comedy,
I saw you. You were hilarious. I didn't feel like you were, like, over-the-top dirty.
Thanks. Not at all. Well, this guy, this guy that...
I mean, you're definitely edgy, but...
There was this guy that came in now. He took over. It was going to be called the Mad Comedy Club. See, Times Square, you don't have to... Times Square, you can sell anything. There's so many people there, and they're not repeat customers. So who cares if they see a shit show or not? They don't give a fuck. So this guy comes in, and within 2 days, my schedule got all fucked up. I'm on 2 o'clock in the morning, 1:30. So I called the booker. I said, why do you have me on so late, man? I don't play that late. He said, well, Mike, I'm trying. I said, what the fuck happened? He said, well, Marty, this fucking old creep, who hates my guy. He just don't like me. Anyway.
Is he the guy from New York Comedy?
Yeah, he sits in the back and fucking jerks. So I don't know what he does. Right? Look at the face. That's what the guy is, a fucking animal. And I promised hey, Opie, I said, I'm not going to bring the guy's name up because I don't want to,
I'm just curious.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'm going to finish. You got me going.
We have a lot of power on this show. We turn a lot of people on to new comics and great comedy clubs. I'll be honest, I've never been to the Laugh Factory in Times Square. I never had the urge to go there for whatever reason.
Right. Well, because it seems like
I've been to comics. I've been to the Cellar. I've been to Dangerfield, which is just a fucking funeral.
Dangerfield, it's a call.
New York is wonderful. Caroline's,
Well, all right, so the guy, the booker, he said to me, well, Marty said you can only play late shows because you're too dirty for him. So I said, fine. I go, tell Marty to go fuck his mother. I swear, and I go, are you writing this down? Write this down. I want it word for word. You tell him to go fuck his mother. This guy would let people fuck his dead sister if they paid for 2 drinks. The 2-drink minimum, you could watch my dead sister get hammered in the air. Like, that's the kind of fucking filth he is. Now, and so I told the kid that. Now this is like...
Now I fully understand, by the way, why I don't see you on TV. Because I saw you at Dennis Leary impression, like, this motherfucker's hilarious. Why haven't I seen him around?
I'll get there.
I think you might have a little bit of a problem.
Anger issue? No, I don't really like...
Fuck your mother. I mean,
because
dead sister.
No, but Opie, you got to understand, man.
Mike, I'm with
you. This is all I got left, man. I got nothing else. Yeah. I'm sure, hey, I don't know how it felt to get taken off the air, to be fucked with.
Oh, it was great.
It was awesome.
Well, no, when you were by yourself, there had to be a bad feeling inside. Like, fuck. Of
course.
Not really.
You're fucking with my...
No, not really. We had to make believe, that we wanted people to feel sorry for us. But actually,
You're full of shit.
It was kind of cool. I mean, the millions were rolling in. They still had to pay us.
See, now forget the money.
I got to go wherever the fuck I wanted for 2
The money's one thing. I'm losing $25 a spot when I get thrown out of a club. You know what I mean?
No,
the money's got to hurt.
I'm actually with you. When people fuck with your livelihood, it's...
of course.
You guys, I don't know you well. Here's what I think about you. You guys are fucking millionaires, and you dress like fucking animals. So, you're down to earth and creative. Look at Jimmy. Jimmy's got a great career. Look at him. He just fucking wears sneakers and hangs out. He's not trying to...
I explained that yesterday. I don't feel like I deserve good things, so that's why I continue to dress like I'm...
all right, well, guess what? You just like me then.
$15,000 a year.
Then you like fucking me in the rest of us.
Right.
Now, so can I finish with this story? Or you want me to
sure.
shut
I
up?
want to hear it.
No, Anthony, come on.
Yeah.
I want to hear it.
Anthony,
I
like this.
I guess the 20 people still listening to the show, I guess.
No, I
you could
like
try to-
this shit.
You could try to get them to turn to
I
the
want to
Zeppelin
hear what
channel as
happened.
well.
After the fucking guy.
This is amazing. Go ahead.
Go fuck your mother. That's where we were in the letter.
No, so I said that. They call me back. Now the booker calls me back the next day and tells me, Mike, everybody went to bat for you. All the staff argued with him. He said, he said he's going to pay you for the spots he canceled, because I told him that's one of the deals. You pay me for every spot you cancel this week, whatever. So they called me, and it was nice. I felt good. I was like, you know what? Everyone looked out for me. Fine, put me back on the schedule. The next night, I had a meeting with Dennis Leary's people. Like, we had a meeting after that show I did. And I called. I said, look, I have a really important meeting. I can't make the spot tonight. Well, Mike, there's a new policy. If you cancel a spot, they take you off the whole week.
Oh, shit.
So and you had a great reason.
Yeah. So I said to him, well...
You know, zero tolerance, obviously.
Yeah, exactly. They got a new zero tolerance
policy.
Back
to the weapons in school.
For
zero
fucking,
tolerance.
you know, for uppity comics.
See, this is the difference between what you're saying and hanging out with Jimmy. The Cellar, a lot of big names go in there, but you could easily call up Esty and go, look, Esty, I can't make my spot tonight because I'm going to be on Jay Leno or I'm going to have a meeting with HBO or something, and like that, she just says, okay.
She don't like when you cancel spots, but
she
you know what?
understands that it's part of what you are as a comic, that you've got other opportunities that you can't blow off. But go ahead,
Esty's
Mike.
like, she's a gate.
Fascinating.
Yeah. Is it really? Don't break my bone. I'm very sensitive. You guys don't understand it. People think I'm a tough guy. I'm a fucking tender guy. I'm very sensitive. I'll fucking split your head with a hammer. No, but after trying to talk to you, I'll try.
You'll split her head with the hammer.
Not your head, you know.
But then you'll feel bad about it.
You
want to
hear
afterwards?
Listen, I punched a guy once at a show.
Nice.
And
Restaurant Row.
Yeah, we're outside the club, and there's these two Spanish guys standing there, like they were waiting for me to beat the fuck out of me. And I don't know what I said to them, whatever. So one of them standing here, the other one's to my left. This guy starts with blah, blah, blah. I said, bro, come on, it's comedy. I don't know what happened. The other guy, I see him clocking his hand back. So I drilled him. I drilled him. This guy was unconscious standing up. You ever see that happen? It was beautiful. His eyes rolled. I fucking went in the bar and brought out a bag of ice and put it on his face for him and said, look, why are you fucking swinging at me? And I'm trying to talk to him. What a guy. That's how I am.
What happened?
Nothing. Nothing happened. They were nice then. We were friends.
You went out for coffee after that, right?
So this fuck over...
Why don't we call Marty? Can we get Marty in the air?
No, he's a scumbag. He don't even have a phone, probably.
He's an animal, right?
So but he's out of there. Here's what happened. They called me yesterday. And I said to the kid, I saw his number. I said, what's up, BJ? I said, why are you calling me, bro? I told you not to call me unless Marty Fisher was dead. It's the only way I want to hear from you. And he said, Mike, he's out. They threw him out. He's already starting to fucking embezzle shit and fuck with the money, so they fired him.
Well, that's what Mike's saying. I have no idea.
And I'm back there.
So you're back there.
Yeah.
So that story wasn't worth telling. All's good with you.
Not really.
No, there's a lot of drama in there.
There was a lot of drama.
Yeah.
Let me tell you something. I like any comedian motherfucking club owners and stuff like that. Most of us don't do it, so I enjoy that.
Well, you probably did it years ago. I mean, not... Oh, yeah. Yeah. I mean, now...
Jim used to do it with his act.
You can't have any self-worth as a comic until you're making enough money.
Right.
And I just don't... I'm not going for that. I can't live like that. You know? I can't. Not that I don't go around arguing with nobody, but this guy, you know, certain things you can't, you don't fucking you don't start taking me off the schedule after 3 years of killing in that fucking place.
So now you're back to doing your thing.
Well, yeah, now I'm back over there. Yeah, and whenever I want, you know. I'm treated good over there. But when this guy came in, I wasn't. And that's the way the business is. And Pete, they try to censor you. Now, down at the Cellar, when I first was there, the early shows, she likes you to be not too rough, you know. So Esty came to me, said, Mike, look, I'm not censoring you, but can you tone it a little bit on the early show? I said, absolutely.
Can I ask you a question about that early show, late show crap? people going to a comedy club, is there really a difference between the early show crowd and late?
There is, but there shouldn't be, I don't think.
There is. The difference, obviously, is alcohol consumption. Like, you get a drunker crowd later, but the ones that come early really want to see cleaner stuff? Is that true?
I don't know. Conservative, I think. A little bit. Like, you know, like you picture your family is probably going to go out more likely for an 8 o'clock show and a dinner be home by 10.
So there is some philosophy.
Yeah. I mean, later shows.
I don't run a club, so I don't know.
But she's not saying clean. She's saying don't do the cunt kicking joke at 7:30. You know that joke you do when you punch the girl in the cunt on the subway? Don't do that. Can you not do that for me? She asked me, like, you know. And I guess Manny, I never met the guy, but
he was amazing.
The spirit of that place is just about stand-up. It really is. And there's a 3-drink thing there. Do you know that?
Maximum.
A lot of comics don't even know that. You can only have 3 drinks there. Like, that's how committed they are to having a good show.
Really?
They don't want people fucking drunk. And
no parties of 8 or more. If you're 8 or more, because fucking comedy clubs love giant work parties.
Yeah.
Seller, 8 or more, you are not permitted to sit together.
Yeah,
they will not allow you in the room.
That's important because...
They're not yapping.
Yeah.
Just yapping.
I've been to a club, they got 2 or 3 tables filled with people they work with, and they just can't help but...
You tell a joke, and then the guy at the table goes, hey, that happened in the office the other day, remember? And then they all start talking and shit, and it's retarded, you know?
But that is what we do as patrons.
It was pain in the asses.
We relate to what you guys say up there, and we have to elbow and go,
That's great.
That's me.
Oh, it's funny because it's true.
Right. Those are the tough ones, by the way, to deal with. It's not a guy motherfucking you on stage you can deal with because he's being a prick and everybody knows it. But a guy who likes you, who's like, all right, Jimmy. Like, there was a guy recently in Scranton doing that. He meant well. He was having fun. But it's like, you, sir, are a fucking, you're trampling everything, and I want your heart to stop beating in mid-sentence. But you know he's not trying to fuck you, so you can't hit him too hard.
This girl, the other night I did 2 weeks ago, I did this really cute rape joke that I do for the holidays.
Cute.
And,
can you tell it?
It's not even a joke. I just said that raping a stripper shouldn't be a felony. Because it's like taking extra food out of a buffet, you know. You paid a certain amount, you took a few extra ribs or something home. So this girl...
But they're just trying to work their way through college, Mike.
And I don't have a lot of that kind of...
They used to be sluts back in the day, but now they're just, you know...
I only do that
one...
girls
trying to pay their way through college.
I do that kind of material just to annoy people. It's not really part of my... You know... And then, so anyway, this girl fucking almost was in tears. You ever have that happen, Jim?
Yeah.
Where they're upset, they're emotionally connected to what you said. And I'm like, she used the word horrifying. You guys were talking today about, you said, what's that, no tolerance policy? Everyone has their own vulgarity.
Right.
When I'm hearing people go, we have a no tolerance policy, and the Asian American community is going to get together, I want to throw up. That language is vulgar to me. It's phony and it's fucking vulgar. Cursing, don't bother me. You're like Bill Cosby. Everyone says Bill Cosby. You don't curse. Yeah. You ever get compared? Why don't you be like Bill Cosby?
And what, finger a girl who stops over?
Exactly.
After giving her fucking melatonin?
There you go. So I say, well, Bill Cosby doesn't curse. This is true. I curse like a fucking animal. 13 women accused him of molesting them. 13. Wow. I've done it. I've investigated research. 13.
All right,
accused him. 4 women accused me and Jim.
On that one too. They got to use the word allegedly.
Yeah.
Mike guy.
Well, they allegedly, and I'm not saying he did it. But after 8 accusations, somebody, got to.
Just had to lift my seat up.
People who don't curse.
And Sean from Monroe.
No,
he didn't get a lot in.
Yeah.
And I think he went home and he's been obsessing about that since.
No.
Like, next time I get a chance of that fucking show, I'm going to show them.
No, well, there's only us guys,
Stop talking.
No, well, a little bit.
Yeah.
You guys seem to be like, you don't really want to work today, so I'm fucking throwing the shit out there.
I think you fucking got that right.
And the last time I was here, that dumb-off was so funny.
Oh, you were part of the dumb-off?
Yeah.
No, I wasn't part of it. I came in during it.
Part of that show.
Over at the other space, and it was so funny.
We're doing Homeless Pyramid on Thursday. Yes. Same type of thing with Voss and them, but they're we're matching them up with homeless people.
Yeah.
And then we're going to do pretty much the same gig.
No, it was baffling how dumb they are.
Yeah, no kidding.
But yet at the same time, Voss 10 minutes later will say the most brilliant fucking thing.
Really?
When?
In here, improving, he just said something like
I
just
thought you
brilliant.
meant just saying something.
No, he doesn't have like good information about things.
No, he's really, really dumb.
Yeah.
When it comes to just knowledge.
He's almost dysfunctionally stupid. Like, you're surprised he understands it's food, mouth, swallow. Bob Kelly is a different kind of dumb. Bob is desperate to be... Technologically, Bob is fairly brilliant, and he wants to be thought of as smart.
Yeah.
That's why he rehearses. He tries so hard to not be the dummy that he really is. But he's technologically fantastic. He's great.
Yeah.
Colin Quinn is so brilliant because he pointed Bob out as being a technological bully. And Colin was so fucking dead on. He has a Carlin-like ability to narrow things down.
I mean, yeah, he's great.
And Colin's like, Bob's like a techno bully where, like, you'll ask him for help and he'll help you, but he's like, what are you, stupid? Come here, dummy. Like, he just has to bully you while he's helping you.
Yeah.
Colin
like
is
the
so
tech guy in the
fucking
office.
good.
Yeah, I hate those fuckers.
Fucking Bob does do that.
Speaking of Voss, Coke Logic's video, it's all over the place. It's one of the ones you could download from iTunes.
Yes.
And we've been #1 as far as video podcasts being downloaded, which is pretty cool. But he's got the one up there with Rich Voss talking about how there were no flavors. What, until 8 years ago or something? 5 years ago.
When did Flavor come out?
He had a whole discussion, and he was trying to convince us all there were no flavors until 5 years ago.
Like in potato chips.
Like mostly potato chips. Like only 5 years ago, you could start getting different types of potato chips. And we're looking at him like, you're insane.
Yeah.
Where do you live? With this lack of knowledge.
He's a dumb guy, and that's the. It's like, and I really love Voss. He's one of my closest friends.
Yeah, he's a great man.
He might
really
be
is.
my closest confidant.
Yeah.
But he's just a stupid man, and it's almost like I didn't realize. As years went on, I didn't realize how fucking dumb he was.
Yeah. Yeah, you initially think it's some kind of put on. Because,
it has to be.
Because you're like, no, there's no way you can be this stupid and walk the earth.
You know how you know? You can tell he's also at peace with himself.
Yeah, he doesn't even...
There is a little bit of peace with the man.
He doesn't care.
Yeah.
That he's stupid.
Yeah. Well, he used to blow drug dealers for drugs. I mean,
well, you know.
After you get to that point,
I think he just dressed sexy for him.
Everything else is gravy.
That's what he said. He had drugs. Yeah, I did a little drugs, too. That was fun.
That was fun.
You liked your drug days?
I did heroin. That was my thing.
Wow.
Really?
Yeah, and everybody, that's like so fascinating to people. I never smoked pot. I didn't really drink.
Well, that's fucked up.
Heroin was my gateway
Heroin
drug.
was your stepping stone.
That was my gateway drug to heroin.
You're supposed to start off slow and get to heroin.
No,
You're not
didn't
supposed
do
to
that.
jump right into it.
No, went right to the heroin.
How
wow.
does that work? Wait a minute. You might be the first person I've ever met that went right to heroin.
I grew up around it. There was a lot of heroin dealers in my neighborhood, and
there were probably pot dealers too.
They weren't dealing nickel bags of heroin. They were dealing pounds of it. You know, they were
How
big.
old were you?
15 when I did it first. When I started
snorting.
Yeah, I started snorting, and then they told me how to shoot it.
All right.
Shooting.
Did you have your own works?
Yeah, I had my own works, and it was fun.
It was fun.
It was great. Heroin was the best.
You're insane.
I can't.
I'm off of drugs now. I'm off of drugs 9 years.
I don't want to fast forward. So you're 15.
I'm never going to say heroin sucks. Like people say it's like if you never tried it, it's like having your dick sucked and a puppy licking your nose at the same time. Try to imagine, right? You know the beauty of that.
But reverse the participants.
Right. No, and then the girl bites your dick off and kills the puppy. But still, you wake up the next day and go, I want to do that again.
But dude, at 15 I was scared to like drink half a beer. Like how does it go through your head that at 15 I'm going to try heroin? I don't get that.
I had a cast on my arm from my father hitting me with a baseball bat.
Ooh.
So like that's the
Is that
kind
real?
of shot. Yeah, I swear to God. So
why'd he hit you?
Why
not?
Why
didn't he?
He broke my arm with a baseball bat. I don't think there is any why.
But what'd you do wrong in his eyes?
What could I have done? Killed my little baby brother?
I understand that, but there was a reason why.
You sound like a therapist that wants me to
Fuck
stay
you
sick.
with that therapist shit. Talk to him.
No, Jim brings
the mumbo jumbo.
He's pushing me towards like blaming myself for being beaten. Is what I'm saying. My father broke my fucking arm.
On yourself.
No, he wants to.
No, but what was the reason?
You should be a rape counselor. What were you wearing?
Dude, I'm going to relate to you, not with broken bones, but like my mom mom would yell and scream when I was a kid over
Same thing as
over
getting hit with
the
a
most
bat.
stupidest shit.
What he's saying
so
is
what
this.
I'm
No.
saying is
All
there
right.
was some reason why he did. It's
Honestly,
not going to make sense, but what?
was his reason?
You left your sneakers on the floor? What dumb thing did you do?
I don't remember. I swear to God. Like
all right.
my father was just a violent dude. He was a violent guy. You know, we grew up in violence. I lived right across the street from a numbers store where my father hung out, card games, all wise guys. It was just, that's how I grew up. Hitting kids was normal, but like he would overdo it, and he'd fucking. So no, you asked me about shooting the dope.
All right,
but
so
I
you got
scared.
the arm on your cast.
Yeah, my fucking arm's broken from my father. So I mean, there's in so much pain, mental anguish that's fucking sticking a needle in my arm. It's not the needle that hurt. It's what you're gonna get when you hit the plunger. That's why you do it. It hurts for a second. It's a pinch, but then the blowjob and you know what I mean?
Yeah,
puppy.
All of a sudden, mommy loves you and everything's wonderful.
So you grabbed at 15. You started snorting it from who?
I just neighborhood guys.
Just some dude. Older?
Yeah, a little bit older than me. I grew up. I'm from Throgs Neck. You know, you've heard of it? Throgs Neck.
Sure, they got a
Bronx?
bridge there.
I know the
Yeah,
bridge.
the bridge. Yeah, well,
there's actually a neighborhood below that fucking thing.
Yeah, no, the whole. It's all.
Isn't that just part of Queens?
You know, there's a lot of guys from Harlem there that grew up in Harlem. Italians. They were drug dealers, heroin dealers. You know, so there was a lot of heroin in the neighborhood. So I tried it. It was, you know, and I liked it.
What'd you get the first time out of it?
I threw up like an animal. Like sick, and you want to die, but then when you stop throwing up and the drug does its thing, you're like, that was so worth it. I want more, you know?
Wow.
No, you know, that's why people tell, I get paid, I actually.
When was the next time you did it after that?
The next day.
You were done.
I was
hooked in a week. I was hooked in like a week. I had a habit. Like I had to have it every day.
What did you do to get it?
Nothing like Voss did. I've never.
What was the worst thing you did to get it?
The worst thing I did,
robbing people, breaking into homes.
Oh yeah, definitely robbing people. I brought B&Es, breaking entering. Trying to think of statute of limitations.
I think you passed it.
I want to notice some crimes.
I think you're all right.
No, I did. We did. We did things. And my brother's a criminal, so like I would hang with him and do crime like things, and he was not on drugs, so I would get the drugs. You know, we would do stuff.
So, all right, you snorted for how long?
Things. Maybe a couple of years.
And then you went to the needle?
Yeah,
Why?
needle.
Because you needed a better rush?
It's economics, man. You sniff 10 bags of dope, or you shoot 2 bags. What would you know what I mean? You just do it. That's the philosophy of it.
Yeah.
It's a mess. I was 18. I was on methadone. I was over at the methadone clinic. I used to get off at the train at the fucking York Hospital, the same stop as Hunter College. So I'd be on the train with all these kids that were my age. They were going to college. I was going to get my methadone. It was a mess, you know? And then I went to rehab and started getting clean. I got clean for a few years. I relapsed again, on and off for 20 years. And finally, 9 years ago, I stopped. That was it.
What about the tattoos? I never realized you had so many tattoos.
I just got several of them.
What are the Asian ones?
Tibetan. This is. I'm actually. I'm into Buddhism, if you could believe it, except for the non-violence part. I don't go for that whole non-violence shit, Anthony.
That's. I think that was like one of the cornerstones of the Buddhist religion.
They say, yeah,
is their non-violence.
Yeah, but other than that,
a Christian, except for the whole Jesus thing.
Yeah.
Weren't you violent just a week ago with
No.
Marty the animal?
No, I wasn't violent. I was definitely not a good Buddhist, though.
Mike, I like you, man.
Yeah, I've tried.
And right under Buddha, you have Jesus.
Yeah, look, this was from 20 years ago. My friend Anthony died when we were kids, and when he died, I got the Jesus thing, because that's the Bronx, Italian thing. And then, I got here and now on my wrists, so I don't forget to fucking stay in the moment, try to live in the moment, because I'm always all over the place. And that's about it. This is a Tibetan prayer.
You sure?
Yeah, no, it is. It's Om Mani Padme Hum. It's a great thing. I really do. I really meditate and shit, believe it or not.
Yeah.
I'm not good at it. I'm not good at it.
Oh, really?
Oh, I'm trying, buddy. I'm trying. I've been through a lot, you know what I mean? So I'm
And you were
trying.
funny the whole time?
I don't think when I was on heroin I wasn't that funny, but you know, when I got into rehab and all, I started developing a sense of humor.
Well, Mike's a funny guy. Like you only want. It's almost like you can tell by talking to a guy if he's a funny guy in the neighborhood and just a fun guy.
Sure.
Like, shit talk. It's like It's like Keith Robinson. I talk about him a lot, but you know, like Keith is just a shit talker in a funny way.
Yeah, he's fun.
Ah, shut up. He's just like one of those guys that it doesn't have to be a punchline. Just like I enjoy talking to this guy.
Yeah, the technicality of being a stand-up is starting to get into me, but I was always funny. I think I always had people laughing. You know what I mean? So
you'd be jail funny, like you'd be funny in jail.
Yeah, no
but
doubt.
That's a good thing.
No doubt.
Mike would make guys in jail laugh.
Yeah, that's how I survived my life, through jokes. I really did. Like I was never, you know, I got a lot of friends that are tough. You know, like tough guys. You know what I mean? And they love me because of my sense of humor, not because I'm tough or any of that shit. You know what I mean?
Right.
So I'm like this guy that survived the neighborhood. And I'm very loved by a lot of people that are, you know, tough guys, like wise guys, like real street guys, but they like me because of my sense of humor. They want me around.
Yeah.
So it's fun, you know. That's been my thing.
Wow.
Yeah, it's
a hell
trip.
of a story, man.
Oh, it's nothing, bro. I can fucking forget it. I mean,
Go figure. Another fucked up comic.
I know.
Another comic that just has a fucking fucked past.
But yeah, it's the way you relate to it, though, isn't it? Though, because everyone's got a fucked past, but they're dysfunctional and they still live in it. I'm not really living in it. I got anger, you know, stuff like that's coming out now, but I'm not really like that.
When was the last time you hit somebody?
It's been a while, like a couple of months.
Like a couple of months.
That hot thing. That was the last time. The thing at the comedy club with a guy. But honestly, the guy was swinging right at my face. I got him before he got me.
You don't have to convince
I was
me.
guilty of being quicker than him. That was it.
Man,
There was no
I'm with you with the anger thing. I'd slam some guy's leg with the cab door only Friday. So I'm with you, bro.
Yeah,
I'm with you.
Yeah.
And I know how stupid it is, but you got to do what you got to do sometimes.
Well, because we don't, you know, we're men and we don't know how to fucking, you know, deal with feelings.
Right.
If you get embarrassed, you embarrass me, I could kill you. Like, that's how bad. No, I'm not saying you. I'm just saying, like, that's my trigger. Someone fucking embarrasses me. Like, a lot of comics do the shit talking, like you were saying. I stay away from it. Not that I'm tough or none of, I know myself. One of these guys turn around and say something like cute. I don't know how to take that. Like, you know, we're not that close. Like, if we're really close, then it's all bets are off. But some of them just, you know, there was another. I ain't gonna say comics names because that I won't do. But this one comic, I was gonna
we'll get it out of him in 15 seconds.
I know, you can't help it. He just gets riled up.
I know, it's like
once you get me going,
this comedy club owner. I'm not gonna go there. I'm not gonna say his name. So Marty, the fucking animal that he is.
He's not really a club owner.
Whatever, but
yeah, he just running their fucking mouth. They actually went on the radio. When I got passed at the cellar, this fucking piece of shit was on, like, over at X, the other radio, the other Sirius thing. He was on the Brewer show, and he was saying, the motherfucker Mike DiStefano got passed at the motherfucking cellar. That shit is bullshit.
Really?
Yeah, he was a colored fella, if you can hear the accent.
No.
Yeah, it was really
colored.
Well-veiled
fella.
Someone called me and told me, this guy's saying this shit. So I just went up to him and said, did you say something about me on the radio? He's like, yeah, man. I said, look, I see you bullying a lot of people, but, like, I will fuck, because he has a fucked up arm, the dude.
Oh, that's what I thought you meant.
So, so no, he has a bad... No, I'm not going to... He has a... No,
the name, because I want in on
Opie, I said, I'll fucking tie my arm behind my back, and I'll fucking punch you to death the next time you fucking... And he started bitch like a little girl.
Shit.
Like a little fucking girl. But that was it.
I thought you were taking on a real black guy. Jesus.
No, white guy acting black. A wigger.
Well, no. Why would
He's an actual black wigger.
Why would he fucking
me
motherfuck you? Why though?
I don't know. Maybe jealous. You know what I mean?
I was
don't
impressed.
know.
I thought you were taking on a real black guy, man.
No, I wasn't taking on anybody. That's not the point.
You were taking on the handicapped.
That's not. I know, but sometimes, look, if a guy with liver disease fucking spits in your face, you kick him in the fucking stomach. You know what I mean? What are you gonna do?
You do go for the weakness.
I'm not. It's got nothing
That's
to
how
do.
you're taught. Go for the weakness.
Exactly.
I'm with you. Me and you are on the same page, bro.
I'm not really like that, though. That's not what I'm trying to say.
We're going to bring it out of you. By 11 o'clock, he's going to beat the shit out of half the staff.
No, I don't want it. That's what I'm saying. I hate that.
I can hear the panic in your voice. You're trying to convince us that you're not like that, but I think right below the surface, you're like that.
No, I'm a good dude, man.
Are you married?
No. My
Kids?
wife died.
What?
So you ask questions, I'm going to answer them, and the show can go off in a whole other direction.
I don't care. Not everything has to be funny in the
I don't know if I ever told you that. I was married. My wife, we were clean. We got off drugs, and she got sick with hepatitis, and she died.
Jeez, Mike.
Any other questions?
Wow. Boy, you really want people to come to your comedy show, huh?
Dude, no.
Wow, the laughs will ensue.
This is what I do, man.
Sorry, but...
no, it was a long time. I mean, it's, it was like 12 years now. It's been a while.
She died 12 years ago?
Yeah.
How long were you married?
6 years.
Did you know she was going to die, or was it?
Yeah, I knew she got sick. After a couple of years, I knew she was ill, and
And they couldn't turn this around?
Nah. Once she had all kinds of shit, forget it. It was she ended up with a lot of lung damage and shit from pneumonias. It was horrible. Yeah. But no, dude, listen. This is what makes me who I am. This is why I'm the way I am. And this is what makes me a good comic, at least a good comic, or somebody that the people know they're listening to something. They're not just fucking hearing.
I just got to write notes.
Jokes that are from somewhere else. It's coming from inside, like, the pain.
Let me just write this note. Never have Mike on again.
Oh, jeez.
He might actually kill somebody.
No.
Somebody.
Mike's a sweet boy.
You got any other questions?
What do you want to share, man? I mean, you're doing good so far.
No.
Fuck, we would have blown off the goddamn Are You Smarter Than a Fifth Grader if we knew you had this shit coming out of you.
See? Try to tell you.
Some tragedy in there, huh?
It's not a big deal. Like everyone, but what?
It's kind of a big deal.
It's not. You know what? It shouldn't be a big deal.
To lose your wife? That's a biggie.
No, that's a biggie for me, but it shouldn't be a big deal to talk about it. That's why,
I don't. I'm not uncomfortable.
Even in some ways, that's why this country, this shit you were saying before, how we're all fucking weak, because there's no. People don't want to look at nothing. They want to. These little fucking douchebags. You see these young kids with that stupid look of hope walking around like, ooh, everything's gonna work out. It's not, you little douchebag.
Stupid look of hope.
Yeah. Because it's unreasonable. It's unreasonable.
Yeah. There's no hope out there.
There is hope, but it's hope. But you're going to suffer, you motherfucker.
Yeah.
And the hope is that you get through it. Not that you avoid it.
I do laugh when I hang out with like high school kids, within the family.
Look at these guys. What the fuck are we doing? We want to see tits and people farting.
I do laugh when you do talk to kids that are still in high school and they have such dreams, and you're like, you have no fucking idea.
It's not going to happen the way you want.
I had a friend, Joe, in high school, and we were graduating high school in our senior year. He said, this is going to be the best year of our life. And I didn't understand at the time, but he knew. He just knew that it just gets so bad after high school for many, many years, and then maybe some of this hope does turn around for you, and you do become successful at something you want to get into or whatever. But all these high school kids with the dreams of being the heart doctor and being an astronaut, and I'm going to be on the Olympic team. And God bless you. I think everyone should have dreams. I certainly had my own dreams when I was growing up. But the reality is what you just said, that there's going to be fucking hell in many years where you don't even know where the fuck you're going in your life, how you're going to pay your bills, another chick breaking your heart, all this shit. They have no idea in high school. It's all just, it's easy.
Yeah.
They bitch about a test or something or writing a paper. Who gives a shit? That shit is easy compared to real life.
Here's the pain. Deal with it. Then you'll have hope.
Dude, people...
That's my point. Then you'll have hope. You don't make it up as you... Ooh, it's going to be perfect. The American dream. The American dream is fucking... You work hard when you're young, and then you spend the rest of your life protecting your fucking money, and then you die alone, and your kids are home managing their portfolios, because that's what you taught them to fucking do, to make money, and it's all... And then... Some retarded guy with fucking Down syndrome is happy every day. Hello. Good morning. It's good to see you.
Yeah, they have no worries.
Yeah, right. Because they're missing all the shit that makes the rest of us
I learned that lesson a while ago. I don't feel sorry for people like that whatsoever because they have no clue. They're just happy.
Ignorance.
They're happy in their fucking skin.
They're simple.
Dude, we had a guy that delivered mail at NEW. I tell the story every once in a while, but it's one of my favorite stories. And he grew attached to me for whatever reason. And one day,
I'm feeling that way too, though. I feel that way too.
Well, Jimmy kind of brought it up yesterday. There is a sweetness to me that I don't allow to come out often. Yeah. But he kind of felt that maybe because they have like that retard extra intuition or an extra sense. I don't know. And people around the office, what was that?
Piece of paper.
Why?
I just flicked it. I meant it to go over there, and it just missed your head.
People around the office you should take him to lunch. We take turns taking him to lunch so he feels part of the workplace and stuff.
Right.
And I'm like, how bad could this be? I'll take him to lunch. We'll talk about the Mets. He's a Mets fan, and we'll make pictures with crayons on the fucking menus or whatever, right? So we bring him down. I bring him down to the Brooklyn Diner. It's just me and him. And the waitress comes over, and she had big tits. And the kid, who doesn't look like he's slow, by the way, is just staring at the tits to the point where I wanted to fucking hide. Because he doesn't understand. To him, it's tits, and it's the greatest day of his life. He's getting a free lunch and looking at tits. And that's all he knew.
No
and
manipulation.
all he cared about. He doesn't give a shit.
He didn't try to manipulate it and hide it.
The waitress is getting pissed, ready to tell this guy off, and I'm just like, oh, my God. And I can't tell the waitress that he's a little slow, and that's why he's looking at your tits.
Hey, he's retarded.
But
leave him alone.
But getting back to your point, that's his life.
Yeah.
He's happy.
Yeah,
he's not worried about getting a promotion. He was happy delivering the mail all wrong, by the way, to the wrong mailboxes.
Yeah.
But
seeing tits for us isn't enough. We have to tie her up, punch her in the back of the head. There's we need extra shit. Yeah. It's not enough to just look at them and enjoy them. But no, it's true. They're very simple people. Simple people. Give chocolate milk's the meaning of life.
Yeah.
He's fucking.
And Craig from Scranton, PA. Well, what about you? You made it, dude. So why can't other kids dream too? That's the only thing that keeps you going. I said that we all should have dreams, but you should. There's a reality to it too. It's not as easy as you think it is when you're 17, 18, 19, 20 years old.
It's not about.
Dude, I've been doing radio since I was 18. I was only successful 7 years ago.
Right. But you stood with it. The point is, these kids are walking around thinking it's all going to be great.
Well, the people that know my timeline in radio, I was in Buffalo doing overnights, and I moved home to Long Island to work at BAB, a place where I started interning. I moved home from Buffalo with no fucking money in the bank whatsoever. I couldn't even pay the toll coming back over the bridge to Long Island. I had to actually open up the back and find my change thing to pay the toll. I had nothing, and I was up there already in age.
Yeah.
Then finally, one thing after another, worked out for me.
Right.
But
it's not, it's but people will see that, Opie, and be disconnected from the reality of how you got to where you are. And the fact that you still have unhappiness in your fucking life. You're not perfectly happy.
Right.
It's not, life's not like that. That's all I'm saying. Get rid of that fucking horse shit and realize that there's struggles. You put a fucking iPod on and block it all out. Look, at an iPod, no one's going to die.
People are still confused on instant feedback. Yes, you should have the dreams, but there's a reality to it as well, and you should be prepared for the reality and the hard work and a lot of disappointment. Most people don't make it because they get rejected or whatever, and they're like, all right, I suck, and they quit.
Right.
That's when you should dig in harder and work harder at what you want to do.
Yeah, well, their parents are afraid of their own. Their parents are afraid, so they make them afraid by telling them how perfect they are. You're special, Penelope. Penelope, you're special. You have a wonderful little white vagina. It smells like lemon and coriander. It's not dirty. You're wonderful. Then she's 25. Someone lets her down, and she goes to the hospital for fucking surgery to repair the fucking dad. You know what I mean? This is all I'm saying. So these assholes going, you have to have dreams. That's not what we're saying, you fucking jackass.
Just be prepared for the reality of it and how hard it really is.
Life is messy, man. It's hard and messy. It's not easy.
There's no overnight success story though.
And the game plan doesn't. You can't make a game plan and then follow it and have it work.
Yeah,
it falls apart somewhere.
You're not in control of
it. You get these obstacles thrown in there.
I feel guilty because a lot of young guys come up to me and ask how they get into radio. And for
You
many
pull your zipper down and then...
for many years, I would like encourage them to get into it. I think it was a great business. Now I almost feel bad that I tell these kids, don't go into it. Do something else with your creativity because this business sucks.
Because you've been
although
let down by
Satellite has brought back some of the excitement, and I'm not just trying to kiss XM's ass today, but they have.
Yeah.
But the business has changed in such a way. I'm like, why? Don't bother, man.
Right.
I don't know if it's the same way with stand-up. I have no idea if it's changed
very
that much.
so. To me, stand-up is a way to make sense of all the shit that I've been through. To be honest with you, the first time I ever got on stage was all right. Let me just tell you one more sad thing, and then I'll make it funny.
You haven't told us one sad thing yet.
No, all right. My wife died in March of '95. Now I didn't even when my wife died. People said, "What happened? Did you fall apart?" No, I didn't fucking even shed a tear. Not because I'm tough, because my father, who I got close to over the years, had a brain tumor. So I said, let me save it up. I don't want to fall apart now.
Oh, wow.
My dad's going to die in a couple of months. No, this is how human beings react. You might have done it yourself in your life, where one bad thing happens to you, you don't let yourself really experience it because you're like, fuck, my mother's got this issue, sickness. My father died a few months later. I got on a fucking plane from Florida to come to New York to bury my father. When I was on the plane, I was done. I said, I'm done. I was going to kill myself, but I wasn't angry. I was at peace. I was like, thank God it's over. I'm fucking done. I land in New York, and I go to my father's funeral, and I had a fucking open mic night scheduled in Florida the week later. And I remember saying to myself, let me just do that fucking thing, then I'll kill myself.
Do a gig in Florida first?
It was my first time on stage. I never had done it.
I booked a gig in Florida.
Right. No, it was in a bar. It was an open
how were you
mic
going to
night.
kill yourself? Did you have it all figured out?
Let me tell you something. Anybody, heroin. Fuck you think?
People
shoot themselves. Have you heard of drugs, you asshole? It's so simple, easy.
So you just did it.
I would have just done it. Yeah, I would have just done enough dope. I'm making a point here, and the point is this, that I went and did the open mic night, and my first joke, I'll never forget it, was about Guatemalans. I still do to my act now, because it was funny. I said, look at these little fucking Guatemalans down here in Florida, because I'm from the Bronx, we got Puerto Ricans. These guys are like little brown Pokemon. They're little tiny little midget. Right. It's a cute, funny, but I got such a big laugh on it. I don't know what I said for the next 10 minutes, but I finished my set, and I remember being like, oh, fuck, yeah, I can... There is something to live for. There's something else. There's comedy. Then I went, and I was using drugs at the time. So I went to a Narcotics Anonymous convention in Fort Lauderdale.
You must get some good drugs at a place like that.
No. I had 4 days off of the drugs. And I gave myself, I said, I'm going to try this one more time, this whole getting off drugs thing and all this. I go to the convention, it's pouring rain. So this guy was there. He had a walkie.
You got to do heroin. I mean, the rain is depressing as shit.
He had a walkie-talkie. You've been hurt, Opie.
Me?
You need therapy. I think Jim's right.
Shut up with that mumbo-jumbo crap.
No, I'm kidding. So there was this guy with a walkie-talkie in a bed. So I knew he was like in charge of the NA thing. So I said, dude, what's going on? He said, it's raining. We're supposed to have a pool party. I saw there was a DJ and all this stuff. I go, well, look, I'm a stand-up comedian. This is what happened. I said, I'm a comedian. He goes, really? I go, yeah. He goes, that's what you do professionally? I go, yeah, bro, I've been doing it for years. I'm great. I did one open mic. So I said, I'll do a show for free. I'll do a free show for everybody. They brought everybody inside, set up a space for me, and I went up and I did an hour and 10 minutes of just ranting and raving about how different the heroin is in Florida, how they sell crack on bicycles, they ride around selling crack. Crack whores are chemically enhanced oral pleasure technicians. I started coming up with all of this drug shit and pain, and it all came out of me, and I killed. I fucking killed. And that was it. That's what comedy is to me. That's what it means to me. It's like a way for me to live with all of this pain.
If you would have bombed in Florida?
Oh, if I would have bombed, I wouldn't be here. I would have killed myself. But I literally killed. You know, I don't know what killed means. It felt so good. I made everybody laugh.
We joke about therapy a lot on the show lately, but this, in a way, is therapy, that you're able to turn on a mic and just rant and rave, you know?
Yeah, and get some of your, it's not going to work.
Oh, yeah.
Jimmy, I don't even know what he's talking about, but I know he's manipulating right now. Yeah, he's trying to get me to agree that he doesn't need to go see Alan. We have a good therapist. He works with a lot of comics.
I don't see him. I see his wife.
Oh, his wife. Okay, his wife. Even better.
Fuck that.
Oh, but you hang out with me. We'll go do Buddhist meditation. I'll straighten you out.
I'm a cutter. When I cut, I'm
Do you really?
No.
No. I don't know.
I
I thought we were all being honest here. I thought maybe you were telling us something
therapy
true.
is very helpful, but urinating when you've had to for 30 minutes is also helpful.
Yeah, we got to take a break.
So I have to
Mike,
piss desperately.
DiStefano.
You're listening to the worst of the Opie and Anthony Show. Live on Sirius XM.
You know, one time I paid a couple. This is years ago. I paid to watch them have sex. It was like one of those no touching. You couldn't even be on the bed with them. You had to like sit in a chair.
Is this something they did, or you just approached a...
No, they were a married couple, and they did it. I don't even remember where I found it. I think it was before my Craigslist days. They were just a married couple, and they said we just put on shows. And I watched them, and it was hot. It was like watching a porno 3 feet away from you. It really was. It was
3D. This is great.
Did you sit there with popcorn? Did you have little snacks?
It didn't go unbuttered. It was really sexy to watch, but it was just depressing because as I'm watching them, all I kept thinking of is my girlfriend. I kept thinking, if this guy was with her instead of his wife, I'm finished. Like, it depressed me. It turned me on.
Wow.
But it depressed me because they were a married couple.
Why, he was doing it well?
Yeah, it was a lot more than I had. It was embarrassing. It was like watching me if I was a man. I cannot compete with this. Like, if this guy was with my girl, I could just picture the look of love and ecstasy in her face while I sat there. Like, I could never really be a cuckold. I could never do it. I would just be depressed and unturned on.
They would get done and look over, and you'd have killed yourself.
I'd just be weeping
in the corner.
softly. I'd be weeping softly, like collapsing in my fat stomach, nudity, not functioning sexually, just depressed. I would kill the vibe immediately.
Like, I don't know. Wow, that's so weird.
I don't get it.
So you're in a hotel room?
Yes.
And all of a sudden, like, what? They go, all right, you can just get naked now? And
the way it happened was, and
like, walk us through it. Like, I'm always thinking about, that's kind of... Like, just how does it develop?
It was in L.A. I remember that much. And usually L.A. I would never do stuff in because the girls were awful there. Like, any type of situation you had in L.A., there was a problem. So I never dated.
Really?
Like, no, I just didn't. Always bad. For some reason, this ad, I remember, got me. Like, they just seemed like real people. And I emailed, and I actually got a phone number, and I called, and it was the girl. So I knew it was like, all right, well, this is more legit. And she's like, yeah, we're married, blah, 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 and this is what we do. And she's like, no touching, it's watch only, like, you can't take any pictures or whatever the hell she said. So I'm like, all right. So they came over, and literally, I was sitting in my room, and I had the lights kind of dim because I was hoping, like, well, maybe, she was kind of nice on the phone. You never know.
You never know.
But as soon as I got there, she's like, all right, we got to turn the lights on a little bit so we could. I'm like, all right, so it is watch only. So she's like, you can sit there. She pointed that there was a chair at the desk. So I pulled it up to the edge of the bed. I didn't want to just stand there. It was just too creepy.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
You're a little too close.
No, I didn't get that. They were fine. And they started kissing. And literally, it was that fast. And then she said to me, and this is what made me so crazy, she gave me a list of options as far as where the finality could occur.
Oh, okay.
Where the finale could occur.
Right.
You got a menu?
Basically, just for the finale.
That's good for the grand finale. Could be here.
Yeah, we could.
Whatever.
It's like I'm in the mood. Yeah. I'm in the mood for, but
you could see it. Maybe if you don't want to see it.
Absolutely.
Yeah, sure.
Absolutely.
I'm in the mood for this, but I am on a diet.
I chose my options. Yeah. I said that's what I'd like to see, but remember, sweetie, keep your eyes closed. And so it was kind of hot watching it.
Interactive porn. That's
not interactive.
Kind of cool.
You could direct it if you wanted to. And I didn't really want to look at his stupid face. It was just kind of because it was too real. There's another guy there. I can never function with a guy.
Yeah, but if you're not looking at his face, you're looking at something else.
It's about.
I'll look at the face.
Yeah.
I don't know about you, Jimmy.
Here's what they were doing. The hottest part was there was one part where I'm looking at his stupid feet and her face at the same time.
Oh, okay.
And the way she kept looking at me, it was almost like this was the sexy part for me. They were married. She was never, believe me, she would have, if she tried to sleep with me, I would have been like, are you a dope? Look what you're married to. You're retarded. But it was the fact that I felt she was doing something behind his back by looking at me like that And that was the major part of the turn on, that little sneakiness, that moment of sneakiness.
How much extra did you pay for that?
No, but it was only a look.
They figured that out a long time ago.
Yeah, right.
Look, if I give the look to the guy, we're going to get a nice tip here.
But that's all it was. It was just, it was sexy watching what she was doing at the moment. But it was really hot, like the little look she would give me while she was doing it. I'm like, ah.
So what'd that run you?
I don't know.
$1.50?
In that area, I don't even remember exactly. I think I tipped him a little bit.
I really meant the $1.50 in this case. I know $1.50 also means $150.
No, I mean it was $150, $200. I don't actually remember.
Yeah.
But it was one of the hotter things I've seen. But I did get depressed because I was thinking of the girl I was dating just hooking up with this guy, and it was bumming me out. I was like, ugh. I could just picture her face and how humiliated I'd be sitting there. I don't know how you do it. How you bring home a guy who's better in bed than you and watch him show your girl what she's missing.
That's a whole nother breed of
that's a whole nother
guy.
world.
If my girlfriend now wants to swing, I'm going to say no guys under 250. Only fat men who sweat a lot.
That's it for the worst of Opie and Anthony.
Well, gentlemen, another show. Well done.
I knew what to expect. A douche chill moment. And boy, did you deliver.
Check out the O&A Show on Facebook at facebook.com/Opie and Anthony. And catch Opie and Anthony live Monday through Friday from 6 to 10 a.m. Eastern on The Virus.